Hello and welcome to our coverage, the final day of racing in the 2014 UCI Road World Championships, coming to you from Ponferrada on the west side of Spain, and the first time the World Championships have ever been decided this far west here in Spain. We're about 350 kilometers away from Madrid. And good morning around the world. I'm Phil Liggett, and I will be joined in commentary today by Jose Ben as we look here for the last time at the Templar Castle here. This beautiful 12th century castle that was built for the Grand Master of the Knights Templar and is on the route of the walk, pilgrim walk of St. James, as the pilgrims pass through here on the way to Santiago de Compostela. It's been a great town to host these World Championships. We've had 11 titles decided since last Sunday, when they all began with the team time trial, and finished today with the elite men's road race over a distance of 254.8 kilometers. The American team signing in at just about 10 minutes ago. TJ Van Garden, the first ones to come up onto the podium. It's a very open race today. It is 14 laps of the 18.2 kilometer circuit as well. And rain is forecast, I'm afraid to say. The sunny days seem to be behind us this week. It's overcast this morning, and the meteorologist is saying that the rain will come around about midday at local time, which is in 2 hours' time. The team from Switzerland here, their main hope is Fabian Cancellara, who has really concentrated on this event this time around. He was 10th in the World Road Championships last year. Cancellara himself foregoing the chance of a 5th World Time Trial title, and has put all his eggs in the road race basket. An excellent field, a total field of 204 men. Spain have won no medals yet, but they're rather hoping that this man will supply them with a gold medal by the end. Alejandro Valverde of Spain, on terrific form. He's been staying at a hotel a little way in the mountains, away from town, but he's in town now for the big race. Cloudy, 15 degrees, slightly warm it's been all week, with normally about 10 degrees this time of the day, going chilly overnight. Dawn breaking here just at 8 o'clock in the morning, but today fairly warm at 15, and that's probably because of the cloud which is rolling around off the mountains which surround the town of Ponferrada. And the town has become a complete hive of fans from all over the world. That was the Flanders flag of Belgium there. Hustle and bustle last night after the women's race yesterday. Now everybody here in anticipation. Over the next 6.5 hours we're going to see a great battle indeed. Rui Costa of Portugal is the defending champion. To take you around the circuit here, 18.2 kilometres. Same as we've had since Friday for all of the road races, just a different number of laps. This is the 14-lapper as we continue around this circuit. 2 climbs as we get around towards the end of the lap each time, over the dam wall with that tricky right-hand bend. And then we come down over the Mirador climb and drop back into town. And we can tell you a little bit more about that now, as we now give you an animation with Oscar Ferreira, 3-time world champion, and Matt Rendell.
De la Diputación de León, contamos también con el señor Cardenal, el presidente del Consejo Superior de Deportes, también la zona de salida.
This is a hilly 18.2 kilometer circuit, ridden 4 times by the junior women and 14 by the elite men. It would have suited a resilient, fast finisher like 3 times world champion Oscar Freire down to the ground.
Yeah, when I saw the circuit, when I saw the parcours, I said, oh, it's the best circuit for me, but also it's the best circuit if you have a really good team to control the race. but it's really difficult to control the race, I think, in my opinion.
The first obstacle is the shallow climb, 6 kilometers long, out of Ponferrada and up to Confederación.
Immediately when you exit the city, you start the climb. It's not steep, but when you have 4 or 5% during 260 kilometers, it becomes really hard.
The descent from Confederación is winding, steep and cambered. It leads across the dam to the start of a second, much harder climb up to the Mirador, with two 10% uphill sections.
The important moment, the most important moment, is just 300 meters to the top. Because if somebody wants to make the difference, is the place to make it. Because after that, if you have 10 seconds or 5 seconds, you can arrive to the finish.
The descent from the Mirador is lightning fast, and the crux is a tricky right-hand corner 2 kilometers from the finish line. With probably the steepest gradient of the course, it could be a nightmare in the rain.
The final is really difficult if it's raining. After the climb, for sure, somebody take a lot of risk and you have to follow the front riders.
Then the run back into town.
You don't have time to recover. The last 2 kilometers, they will be in line. It's important to have somebody to pull the sprint, but it's also difficult because not so many riders they arrive to the last 300 meters. I think it's difficult to have a group in that part of the race. Salud.
Yes, Oscar Freire there. What a great world champion he was, and won it 3 times. The first time was a total unknown, but we certainly knew about him after that. Well, the last time these world championships were held in Spain was in Madrid in 2005, and the winner of this race then was the sprinter Tom Boonen. He's been working hard to get himself into shape to repeat this event. He still thinks he has 3 more attempts at this world title before he retires. But the defending champion today is Rui da Costa of Portugal. Small team to support him, but then there was a small team to support him last year. Most of the riders of the big nations have got 9 riders on their squad, like the Italians, for example, and the French. But for Portugal, they've only qualified 6 riders for the team of Portugal. Spain have also qualified with 9. The Australians are here. A lot of people talking about Simon Gerrans as a possible winner, and indeed the former under-23 world champion Michael Matthews. British riders, not too sure who they're backing, but a lot of people seem to want to support Ben Swift on the British team. Andre Greipel, a great sprinter for Germany, but I don't think this is the course for Andre. And the Americans too have a realistic chance there in possibly TJ Van Garderen. Edward Boysenhagen with Team Sky, now moving to a new team, MTN Quebec next year. And frankly, this is a really open race. At this time of the year, with all of the big competitions over, it's down to much to the enthusiasm of professional cyclists who started racing in the Santos Tour Down Under in January. And here we are now coming to the end of September. And there could be plenty of room here today for a surprise. Daryl Impey, who was suspended during the summer, he had to prove himself legal after a suspect drug test, and he did that. He was completely vindicated, and he's now in the World Championship and riding on very good form. He's had a long rest, and that might be very valuable today. Concentration on Alejandro Valverde, 4th in the Tour de France. He is in such terrific form. As the countdown commences, Vincenzo Nibali, also winner of the Tour de France this year, and the men's elite get underway spot on time at 10 o'clock. About 6 hours and 20 minutes, maybe 6.5 hours, depends how they ride these early laps. We know the rain is coming as well, and we know that this course can be treacherous on the descents in the rain. A lot of challenges will be all day today. The championships, the 12th world champions to be crowned after we started a week ago with the team time trial events. There'll be no big hurry to rush away, that's for sure. 254.8 kilometers. It's a massive field of 204 riders. Portuguese riders in the second rank there with Rui Costa. And as we roll away under the little Shimano, this is the feeding zone when it opens up for business. And they certainly haven't rushed to the arms here. It's a long day in the saddle. At the moment there's no wind, it's overcast, it is pleasantly warm for the time of the morning. We can expect attacks to go. There's always the gamblers. Yesterday in the women's race we had a spectacular crash which saw 13 women transported to hospital. 8 ambulances on course. They only cleared the course with about 4 minutes to spare before the race came round the 18-kilometer lap again. It was not a pretty sight, to say the least, as women were flying through the air. One rider tried to bunny hop off bad road back onto the good road and started the ricochet effect. No life-threatening injuries, I'm delighted to report, but a number of broken bones, and the Canadian team probably the worst hit as a team, with broken pelvis, broken collarbones. Well, we're rolling away, and Josie Ben, she just had a little peep outside to see her first start of the Pro World Championship, now back alongside me. Nice day out there, Josie?
Well, it's starting to rain.
That's what we're worried about. It's 2 hours early if it's starting now. It's expected at noon.
And there was a lot of cross-signing with Rui Costa, with the Italians. After all, it is a Sunday, and there was a lot of nervous riders out there. A little bit of nervous laughter with André Greipel, Cadel Evans. A lot of discussing between the riders. And we're off.
We're off, and this, sadly, the last World Championship for 2 significant players in the world of cycling over the years. Cadel Evans announced his retirement a couple of days ago to the press here in Ponferrada. He will retire just after the start of next season. He's staying around with Team BMC when he has retired, but he'll start as a racing cyclist next year because he's chosen to say his goodbyes in Australia, his home country, and in effect in his home state of Victoria, because he has a new race next year. The Cadel Evans race on the Great Ocean Road on February the 1st. There'll also be a world-class women's race as well. And the other rider who's going to say goodbye today is riding for the British team, David Miller, yellow jersey wearer of the Tour de France. Well, looks like we have our first attack looking down there, and I think it is Miguel Chavez, who's just made a little bit of a move for Colombia to get the ball rolling. They've got a full squad of riders here. They've had a great season, the Colombian cyclists, qualified 9 riders for these World Championships. Of course, might not be hilly enough for them, but you never know. Anyway, they've made an early move.
Well, the roads are still quite wet out here because of the fog, and there is going to be a little bit of low visibility when we get out to the mountains. So that might be a little bit treacherous, but these are very experienced bike racers. Well, most of them are in the World Tour, and
so the one rider out in front at the moment has been given a gap of 10 seconds. We should get a shot of him very shortly as he starts the climb. The long climb of Confederación up past the castle and out onto the highway, and then the climb itself bites towards the top. Judging by the races we've seen on here since the start of Friday morning, we've had no big pack coming in, but small groups, and that was the way we expected it to work out. It is neither a sprinters nor a climbers course. It is simply a strong riders course. There's Adriano Chavez, and a nice round of applause early in the morning as they climb the hill for the first of 14 ascents. Miguel Rubiano Chavez gone through. Kizilowski looks as though he's on the head of the peloton, along with Arredondo of Colombia, Christian Maya of Canada, Had a late call-up this year for his team for the Tour de France, and finished the Tour de France at the first attempt as well. He only had about 48 hours notice because of an injury to Michael Matthews, who is now being seen here as a likely winner of this race.
Eight seconds for Miguel Ángel Rubiano from Colombia, and Kieselowski, not Robert Kieselowski, but his namesake. I think it's his brother.
Well, the visibility, and you're quite right, Jose, because normally when we sit in our commentary box here, we're right on the finishing line. The mountains are all around Ponferrada. Can't see them at all today. We normally can see the peaks just over in the distance, but they're completely covered just at the moment.
Here's Rubiano.
Well, we're hearing it's not a great start for Fabian Cancellara, because he's just taking a rear wheel at the back of the race here. Nervous moments, but very early on it won't be a problem for him. Our cameras at the rear of the peloton might pick it up as we all come together again. It's best to get your bad luck out of the way in the early part of the race, I would suspect. Cancellara has had a couple of good road races at the world level in his career. Came very close to winning in Switzerland when they were there in 2009, and he really wants this win. He really is the man, I think, to beat from Switzerland.
Well, he skipped the time trial knowing full well that Tony Martin is in a league of his own. Well, Brett Wiggins was of course better, but Cancellara has said quite early on that everything's going to be for the road race this year. And he did some training in the Vuelta, an all very weird attack up a mountain just to test the strength with regards to this course here in Ponferrada. And he is a very strong rider indeed. But the Swiss don't have a particularly big team, though that doesn't really say everything, because Rui Costa was on a very small team last year and won the world title nonetheless.
And here we are now. This looks like it's, I don't think this is a flashback, I think this is another puncture here. Cancellara taking a back wheel again. Maybe the gears weren't meshing together. Looks like we've got a double header at the front from Colombia in the white jerseys. As we start a little attack here again on the climb. Everybody getting used on this first circuit to what they know is going to be a long day in the saddle. A big distance at this time of the year for these riders, because most of the long single day classic races have now gone. Tour Lombardy to come in Italy, and the Paris Tour for the sprinters in France as well to end the racing seasons. Many of these riders will be transferring over to the final edition of the Tour de Beijing in China, which has been held for the past 3 years.
Speaking of Paris Tour, former winner of that race Marco Marcato is going to sign with Wanty Groupe next year. He's not got a place in the Garmin-Cannondale merger, and he signed a contract with the Belgian Pro Continental team.
Well, I'm sure the racing will suit him. Now, a little bit of an acceleration here. They're getting it underway, perhaps early on today. So where we cross the town and climb up and join the other highway coming out of Ponferrada from the left side of the riders, and then they switch onto the climb to finish it off up Confédération. Well, here we go on the first lap, running repairs. And as far as we know, 2 wheel changes thus far for Fabian Cancellara.
Every team has one car in the race. These cars provided by the organizations, these Volkswagens. And then there's 4 Shimano neutral cars and 2 motorbikes with equipment. All the federations called into the Shimano Road Neutral Service saying what kind of wheels they required. 10-speed, 11-speed, camper, Shimano. So everything is being provided for. But first resort of help is, of course, always the team car.
Well, I'll tell you what, every one of those neutral service cars were called in to that serious crash in the women's race yesterday, which happened just as they started the descent off the first climb. Out trying to get this little group away.
It's a South American tandem with Colombia, Venezuela.
This looks like it's Julian Arredondo here, looking for a little bit of help.
You can recognize him by his black Bontrager helmet, of course, part of the Track Factory racing team. Winner of the Asia Tour last year, winner of Tour of Langkawi, and did pretty well this year with Track Factory racing.
And he got himself round.
Even won, I think he won all the way back in January in Tour de San Luis.
Yes, he had 2 stage wins in San Luis, if I remember rightly. Finished 4th overall. That's the first race here in Argentina.
That's Cancellara with Danilo Luis trying to pace him back here.
Well, there's been a little acceleration there because of the attack by the Colombian. It's not such a smooth return now, and Cancellara is trying to conserve as much energy as possible and not rush back.
It's the big downside of having only 3 riders here, as the Swiss Federation have, with Orica Greenedge, Michael Albacini, Danilo Luis we see in here pacing Fabian Cancellara. It's only 3 riders for Switzerland. There are a few countries having 9 riders here. And here is Michael Albacini, also on standby here at the back of the peloton for his team leader. And here we have some attackers.
Well, 5 riders here, but it looks as though the peloton might be crossing the gap at the moment. They've just been joined here at the front by Savikas of Lithuania in that red and yellow jersey.
Arredondo leading Kieselowski for Croatia. And some riders trying to bridge from Kazakhstan. And the pack thinks this is perfectly okay as we go clearly around a Swiss bend here.
Well, it's a good sign for Cancellara. If they're going to ride at this speed, then he should be seeing him come through those cars pretty shortly. 7 riders getting themselves together. This could be what we often refer to as the early morning breakaway. There is Cancellara still in the cars. They will want to see progress, the race referees, not just sitting in the slipstream of the cars. I'll keep a close eye on that. Well, this looks like this breakaway is starting to settle down here at the moment, and I can see that Zdrunis Savikas is up there for Lithuania. We've seen this has been started by Arredondo.
This is not Kieselowski, it's Kvasina for Croatia.
Daniel Fomik of Kazakhstan is the rider from Kazakhstan there, but there you can see the mist now from my helicopter. Visibility down below looks okay, and they've opened the dam gates here because we had some rain all through the night as well.
Thunderstorms.
We did indeed. So the early workers have gone about the business here. It's the first time we've seen the dam wall open, sending the water down the River Sil. "22 seconds is the first gap coming up from the race. one of the riders who've made the move or are considered potential world champions, that's for sure. So they could be out for a while here.
Well, we have Fominik for Kazakhstan, Matija Kvasina for Croatia, Juliana Lerodondo for Colombia, Ochoa for Venezuela, Sivtsov for Belarus, the Team Skyrider. For Lithuania, it's the rider with the highest start number, the last one on the start list, Sidrunas Savickas.
So they continue on the way as 7 riders now settling down. This is the man who started it, just checking out on all of the riders here. Interesting move by Sitsev of Belarus. As Josie said, he's part of the Sky setup and a very strong rider too, and he's probably the man with the biggest reputation in this breakaway.
None of the important countries are sending riders up front as you would expect during the World Championships, as Fabian Cancellara gradually makes his way back to the pack, paced by Danilo Vis. They're in the convoy at the moment, and it is really raining now. I spoke to Greg Henderson before the start, and I said, well, the roads are wet from the fog, and if it ever clears up, they're probably going to dry up before it starts raining again. But rain in the first 10 minutes is not something anybody would like.
No.
But it makes for totally different racing strategies as well. Some riders who are willing to take a little bit more risks on the descent, who are a little bit better bike handlers, like former mountain bikers. We saw that in the women's race as well, with Marianne Vos, with Ferrand Prévost. And we're going to see it here as well with guys like Peter Sagan. He is absolutely suited for this course, and especially if it's wet. But Peter Sagan's form is a little bit of an enigma at the moment. We have no idea what his form is, while Fominik and Kvasina take a little gap on their on the other riders there. In the Tour of Spain in the Vuelta, Peter Sagan was getting better in the last week, and which is something that you always would want if you're riding the Vuelta as preparation for the World Championships. You hope that your form improves in that last week of a Grand Tour, while Cancellara here meets up with the tail end of the peloton. Great work by Danilo Vis. Well, I don't think we have established a decisive move just yet.
Well, when you're facing 250 kilometers up front, 243 still left, I'm not sure it's a good time to go on your own on the attack.
It's very, very bold move this by Matija Kvasina.
Croatian rider pushing on, nobody. This is the steep part of the climb, then over the top, and we're going down now towards the dam wall again. That's exactly where the rain started to fall during the women's race too, out on the back of the first climb, up in the hills. It's not raining down here, and as you can see, they're running away from the weather again at the moment.
Many riders coming back to this move now, and in fact the entire peloton is coming back.
Well, it's time to sit up and wait, because the rest have done just that, and Cancellara's back in the tail of the pack here.
3 riders for the Swiss team. We see them all together there. Orica Greenedge, Michael Albazzini, who was so important to Simon Gerrans' victories in Canada. Of course, Simon Gerrans, a prime candidate for the title here, but what he did in Canada was also thanks to Albazzini, to Peter Weening, to Daryl Impey, and they are of course not on his team today, though the Australians have a mighty strong team out here with Simon Clark, with Rowan Dennis, Cadel Evans of course, Adam Hansen, Vuelta stage winner, Heinrich Hausler, Matthew Heyman, Michael Matthews and Rory Sutherland.
That's
and they actually have 2 big favourites in this race, with Michael Matthews and with Simon Gerrans, all depending on how the race plays out.
It's got 3 survivors of that 7-rider break here. Little reminder, you can tweet your questions live from 11 to 1. That's GMT timings, and we should have with us Rochelle Gilmore for an hour, and then Marianne Vos, who lost her world title yesterday, but it was an extremely good race. There's how to do it at UCI_cycling.
Well,
or ask Rochelle or ask Marianne.
Marianne Vos was extremely gracious in defeat, as a big champion is, and she was very happy for her teammate, Ferrand Prévot, to take the title.
Yeah.
So the rainbow jersey stays in the same team.
Same team, different shoulders. 8 years, Marianne Vos had never finished outside of the first two, and it looked like she was going to crack it again yesterday, running into the finish. When she comes and joins us, we'll have a little chat about that, I'm sure. But they sat up the breakaway with a kilometre left. Nobody wanted to take the initiative. Very small group came back with the sprinters, and it was the sprinters who had their day.
Kevin Reza asking for assistance there. The Europcar rider had a pretty good season, first season in the World Tour for Kevin Reza. And of course, Europcar always in with a wild card in the big races. I saw him race in the Amstel Gold Race last year, doing a very good job. Very good rider, this, from one of French's top teams. They've got 3 of those.
Rode his first Tour de France last year, Kevin, and finished. And this year, finished again for Europcar. They tried desperately hard to get a stage win as well. Finally, the team cars got through. Heading up towards the summits, and these people have been up here all night as well, so I should imagine they've been pretty wet on top of the climb. Looking at Savicas here, Vecina, and it's Carlos Quintero, the Colombian rider, in the white, and the other rider is Alexander Polivoda. So practically the same group surviving from that 7-man escape.
It's half-half.
Yeah.
And we see the Spanish taking control there. André Greipel, who is the recent winner of the Brussels Cycling Classic. Steven Kruijswijk having his glasses down. But André Greipel won the Brussels Cycling Classic, and he said on the World's team that he hoped to be a road captain today for John Degenkolb. Of course, John Degenkolb, after his crash in the Vuelta, had a little stay in hospital, an unplanned stay in hospital with an infection. He had very swollen lymph nodes, and of course that would have taken something out of him. And it's still a little bit of a surprise whether he can be okay here. He says himself ahead of this race that he is not going to be one of the contenders for the world title. Of course, it's a very long race. It's 254.8 kilometers, and well, you actually separate the boys from the men at around the 200-kilometer mark, as you do in all the big classics as well. And that is probably the turning point for John Degenkolb, or that is at least what he says himself. But maybe he downplays his form a little bit, because with 5 stage wins in the Vuelta, there's probably nothing wrong with his form at all. But it has to remain to be seen whether that little stint in hospital, what it did to his form, to his stamina. Antibiotics are never good, Phil.
No, but this is certainly a course for him. He's got the ability to conquer these climbs and still be in at the sprint. And so have 1 or 2 of the other big sprinters as well. Tom Bonen won his title back here in 2005 in Madrid, in Spain. He's been riding extremely hard, especially in the Vuelta de España, which has just finished. Not very far away from here, actually, just a couple of 100 kilometers it finished in Santiago de Compostela.
A couple of 100 kilometers brings you all the way through the Netherlands, so it's quite a while.
Yeah, and it would take you around this course as well, nearly enough too. And that's where they finished the Tour of Spain, and Tom Bonen was very much a feature of the race all over the 3 weeks. These boys trying to keep it together here. They've nudged it out, 45 seconds. We're now getting our first visit to the dam wall, which has claimed, no, we've left the dam wall, I beg your pardon. We're now racing down towards the home straight again. It was just about here where the 4 leading women yesterday, looking like they were all going to fight out the medals, were caught by what was left of the front bunch.
Well, it seems like these 4 are going to be our break of the day in these 2014 World Champions, with Zydrunas Savickas for Lithuania, Matija Kvasina for Croatia, Carlos Julian Quintero for Colombia, and Alexander Polivoda for Ukraine. And this is a flag from Brittany in the west of France. Of course, we had a World Championships there once before in Plouay.
Yes, what a great place to have a Worlds Tour. It's the hotbed of French cycling, but it really was a wonderful World Championships there.
All riders then making their way towards us.
This is the home straight, and you see that Savickas is looking behind him. Of course, you can already see the Shimano neutral car indicating that the gap is over a minute. That is something the riders do know. If it's about 30 seconds, Shimano or the race commissaire, who's in the first car of the convoy, calls up on the race radio for the Shimano motorbike to ride behind the breakaway. If the gap is over a minute, the Shimano neutral car can follow, and if the gap is over 1.5 to 2 minutes, it depends on what kind of course we have. The race commissaire usually calls in the team cars to follow this breakaway.
So, a first chance to look at the finishing straight as they come through to complete the first circuit. 4 riders. The last check they had was 45 seconds. It might well have nudged on a little bit now. Savickas, Savashina, Quintero and Polivoda take the race out onto lap number 2. There's the 4 names for you as the clock has started down at the finish. 13 laps still to go.
We have 204 riders in this race. Savickas is actually not the one with the highest race number because they added Gatis Smukulis, the Katusha rider from Lithuania, to the lineup. And he has 204.
Yes, they must have somehow mislaid his entry because they don't normally do that. They didn't put him on the full list of riders. They added him at the bottom of the list.
A very late entry was from Greece, and he only entered the race very last instant. Georgios Bouglas, the Greek national champion. He only came here on Friday. Relays on his team, on his coach Vasilis Anastopoulos' knowledge of the course, because he is the personal coach of Johan van Summeren, also Thomas Becker, and he has been out here with the Belgian team. The Greek national champion Georgios Bouglas, he wanted to be in the break today because he says, well, it's pretty hard for cycling in Greece at the moment, as it is for any sport at the moment in Greece. There's no funding whatsoever. But he didn't make it to the break. Unfortunately for him, he's sitting there in the pack and hopes to finish the race. That will be already quite an achievement for him.
Certainly would be, to finish the World Championship. They've gone through then, 1:31, and Andre Greipel in the white, we affectionately call the Gorilla, just having a chat with the teammates as they went across the line there.
Greg Henderson in the middle of the pack, sporting the silver fern for New Zealand, together with Jack Bauer and George Bennett. And here's the 2 road captains for the Germans, Tony Martin and Andre Greipel. Of course, Sylvain Chavanel is up there. He was chatting casually this morning at the start with Nasser Bouhanni. And Bouhanni might be a mighty weapon for the French team. They did deliberate a little bit of what kind of riders they had to take here to Spain, and they decided on taking Bouhanni, and I think it's a good thing. If he can survive these kilometers, he might be very important in the final.
He might be, but he's been falling out with his team manager. He's changing teams next year, and so his team manager, Mark Madio, decided not to run him in any races. So he's been freelancing around Belgium in the one-day kermesses, they call them in Belgium, and so he might be short of good action.
Well, last year Bouhanni did the Tour of Beijing, if I recall correctly, and he won some stages there, but he's not going to be there. He's actually won 3 stages there last year, thanks to his Canadian lead-out guy, who's going to join him next year again in Cofidis.
He's a superb sprinter, and he's had a great season. It's a shame that they're parting ways with FDJ in France, not on a friendly basis.
Well, it's actually the same thing happening on Giant Shimano with Marcel Kittel and John Degenkolb. They do acknowledge, both of them, that in the near future they might not be staying on the same team. They have the same thing at FDJ Ponferrada with Arnaud Desmar and Nasser Bouhanni. But Bouhanni won 3 stages in Beijing, and that was largely thanks to Dominique Rollin, there wasn't a place for him on the French team this year, but very gracious of Nasser Bouhanni. He's going to sign with Cofidis next year, and he called his Canadian friend to join him. So that was, I think that was a very gracious sign, a very gracious gesture. So if I'm going to a new team, I need Dominique Rollin. This is Christian Meyer, the Orica Green Edge rider, with Alessandro De Marchi, the future BMC rider.
And had a great season
He had
this
a
year.
fantastic season, really breakthrough season. Lion's heart kind of guy, kept on attacking, attacking and attacking.
Won the King of the Mountains in the Dauphiné and tried to do the same in the Tour de France. He was a challenger for a long time. He tried to do the same in the Tour of Spain as well. Just catching a glimpse of Chris Froome there on the far right, sitting near the back of the peloton at the moment. I remember last year all of the British riders had retired from the race before we got to the halfway mark because of the atrocious conditions in Italy. It was a great shame, especially for the national television service who was covering the race. When they went to her, there wasn't a British rider left in the event.
That's very unfortunate indeed.
Yeah,
well,
it was terrible conditions, and of course it was a great race too in the end, because Rui Costa was a very, very good world champion.
Well, with a little thanks to Alejandro Valverde. The Brits have a pretty good team here with both the Yates brothers, and happy to announce as a commentator that Adam Yates is still sporting his beard, so you can tell them apart. Geraint Thomas is there, Ben Swift, who is a little bit of a favourite here if you can stay with the top in the final. Luke Rao, David Miller, as you said, Phil, for his last World Championships, Peter Kenyock, Christopher Froome and Stephen Cummings.
Yes, watch out for Kenyock, he's riding pretty well. He's a good friend of Swifty. They train together on the Isle of Man when they're there these days.
It's good, it's fertile cycling ground, isn't it, the Isle of Man?
It's a beautiful island. If that was bathed in sunshine like Corsica, you wouldn't keep the people out of the Isle of Man. It is a very pretty island, but it gets a lot of rain. But good terrain. 232 kilometres left to go of a 254 kilometre race today. We've just rolled onto the second lap. The peloton quite disengaged with the four riders who got clear. Last check we had 1:31. We'll get another one very shortly. Just waiting for the peloton to arrive at the foot of the start of the climb up through past the Templar Castle. And yesterday evening, when the UCI held their closing banquet in the castle, all of the Knights Templar of the castle, all dressed up in the original regalia, and welcomed all the dignitaries. It was very, very impressive. Just a few spots of rain again. As we climb up, we're probably going to go back into the showers up on the hill there. This peloton has pushed on a bit now. This is going to rapidly shoot out to quite a large gap, and that nobody's going to worry about the four names up front. Timing mechanism is just under there, so they've gone through. A gap now is 3:03. Well, I must say, this is the most animated the crowd has been all week here, and the biggest one we've seen as well. Everybody loves the elite professional men's road race, not least the Italians. And the Spanish are expecting big things today. No medals so far this week for the Spanish. In fact, none looked like there was going to be any either. But today, they're ranked in with the favourites.
Everything and everyone is behind Alejandro Valverde today. Even Joaquim Rodriguez, or so he says, because you never know, of course. There has been quite a feud in the Vuelta. And furthermore, a lot of assistance from Valverde's own Movistar team, with Jonathan Castrovejo, with Imanol Erviti, with Jesus Herrada, with Johnny Zaguirre, the national Spanish champion. Then from Katusha, Dani Moreno, from Cofidis, Dani Navarro, and Luis Leon Sanchez comes from Caja Rural. and he of course is going to join the Astana team next year.
Back on the world tour.
But Javier Minguez, the national selector, explained that he did not take Samu Sanchez despite his 6th place in the Vuelta, because he says, I don't need an extra leader on this team, I need helpers, and I need helpers. So he has everything and everyone backed for Alejandro Valverde, and that's where it went horribly wrong last year with Rodriguez. But you can never count it out, you know, Rodriguez, Valverde, not the biggest of friends, you could see it in the Vuelta. And when it comes down to the final and both of them have glory happening for them, you never know what they're going to do. I am a little bit in doubt if Rodriguez is going to sacrifice himself entirely for the world title chances of Valverde. But that remains to be seen.
Well, give it ask me the question in about 5¼ hours, you know, and see what's going on out there. But right now, these are going to be up front for quite a way, I think, at the moment. They set themselves an awful long challenge and a very long day in the saddle up front as well.
This guy is, of course, with the Colombia team. There's also a Duber Quintero on the team, but this is Julian. They get a choice of bikes in the Colombia team. They can have the bright green ones, the bright red ones, or the bright yellow ones. This year everybody went for the yellow.
So they're all bright.
Oh, they're very bright.
I've seen it. He's the man that was first to start putting the move in. A little reshuffle of the original 7, kept a couple of them, and now they've got the move they wanted.
This is going to be a very difficult race today, Phil, when the rain is already starting in the first, well, what was it? It started raining at the start already.
Same place again. We're going back into that. It might be just below cloud that's causing the rain, just on top of this hill here, because we're getting up to 700 meters above sea level at this point. Certainly the big names are not going to want to make any moves at this stage. They'll keep the riding at tempo and shed the weaker riders over the first few laps, but at the same time now they've got to keep an eye obviously on that rider up front. With a service on the move here for the 3rd oldest man in the race, Greg Henderson.
I don't say that. Well, it's a fact, but
it's a fact.
He doesn't really like that kind of statistics.
Nobody likes getting old.
Well, if I tell you that I do, it might be a surprise.
You do like getting old?
I don't mind it.
Okay.
Every year I get is a big is a present.
Okay, well that's a good way to look at it.
The tall structure of Johan van Summeren there. He has found a new team because he was waiting for a proposal, a new contract proposal by Jonathan Vaughters, and it didn't happen. And he's following Jan Bakelands to AG Desert La Mondiale. Another reminder that we're having a little Q&A session later today. Joining us in the commentary box, former Commonwealth champion Rochelle Gilmore and former multiple, I can't even recall how many world titles she has, because she has them on the track, she has them on the road, she has them in the field, Marianne Vos. So send in your questions for either Marianne or Rochelle using the hashtags you can see on the screen.
We're going to try and hold them with us for about an hour each during the mid-term of the race. Obviously we'll be keeping a close eye and showing all the pictures of the race while we're chatting with the 2 women.
Well, if you have questions at the moment, you can always send them in via Twitter, of course. We'll be happy to answer those. Should we have a hashtag, Phil?
Hashtag Ask Marianne and hashtag Ask Rochelle.
Well, if they want to ask us something, they can just use any random hashtag, or you know where to find me on Twitter anyways.
There you go. 3:45 is the gap as they continue to just move away. They're on to the long drag up Confederation as we come up to join the highway briefly. They're saying 3:50 now. The gap has moved up. This will continue for a while like this, although the tempo this time up the climb has increased somewhat. We may not see that make too much of a gap. Johan van Summeren, Belgian, on the left of our picture there, sitting up near the front.
One of the tallest riders in the peloton, of course. Other tall riders, we've seen him in the U23 race, was kind of done. Also, Mirko Zavacci is pretty tall, and it's time for a little nature break. And then you will see loads of other riders doing the exact same thing.
Once the signal's gone out, we'll all be discreet now and look the other way.
All systems go. Of course, riding in these rainy conditions means that you're having a little lower tyre pressure. The Dutch team, I asked, are riding with 8 bars, which is pretty normal, but if you let out a little bit of the air from the tyres, it makes the tyres less round and makes that you have a little bit more grip. And there we had a nice little view of our Greek champion, Georgios Bourlas. There's 5 teams with only 1 rider, including, curiously, Luxembourg. There's many of the riders. Bob Jungels, he's injured after the Vuelta. Frank Schleck is focusing everything on Lombardia, the Tour of Lombardy. So Ben Gastauer, the Luxembourg rider from Agi Desert, is the only one for his team today.
Well, there's Chris Froome, the winner of the Tour de France 2013, and had a torrid tour this time around, crashing and going out as early as stage 5. Had a brilliant attacking ride in the Vuelta de España, shoulder to shoulder with Alberto Contador.
Well, the Moroccan riders, the Greek rider, are trying to get a little bit of TV coverage here. Of course, they missed the break. They're not going to make it to the break anyways, but this ensures them to get a little bit of attention on international television. Well, Andre Greipel goes to his team car. Great season by Andre Greipel so far. I think he's on top of the list of most winning riders at the moment. Did win 1 stage in the Tour de France, just like he did last year. Another stage for Lotto was for Tony Galopin, who was also one of the riders to take into account today, because Galopin has been on great form. And if you look back to that Brussels Cycling Classic won by Andre Greipel, at about 600 meters from the line, Greipel was absolutely nowhere near the front of the peloton, and then one stellar lead out by Tony Galopin brought him straight to the front, winning that race. That was marvelous work by Galopin. New to the team, also because of the business interests of Belisol in France. Those things are important in recruiting riders. If you look at Vacances Soleil last year, for example, they recruited riders in countries where they had business interests, and in their case that was campsites. So they wanted riders from Poland, they needed riders from Italy, just to get a little bit of media exposure in the countries where it mattered most to them, and also to use these riders as billboards for their company. And those kind of things do matter and do play a role in signing riders.
Well, the dismal picture there from the helicopter looking down as we make the sweeping descent away and down to the dam wall again. The sharp right-hander here has had a number of crashes on it, usually by individual riders, because of that sharp right turn. When the pressure goes on, they take risks on that bend. And the 4 riders here just doing the best of things at the moment. Alexandra Polivoda, member of the Kols cycling team, and the crack 1 week ago at the team time trial with his team, finished 24th though, almost at the end of the lineup there. But he's never ridden a Grand Tour, but he's certainly got himself into the breakaway today for the long ride, as the rain quite miserable as we hit 4 minutes the marker.
questions coming in are regarding the team size. Yeah, team sizes are related to your ranking on the UCI ranking as from mid-August. So all the top countries have 9 riders. There's a little but in that as well. If, for example, all of your points are being down to one of your nation's riders, it does not mean that you can get 9. That happened in the past, for example, with Luxembourg in the time of the Schleck brothers and Kim Kirchen. They got a huge amount of points in the Tour de France, but Luxembourg didn't even have 9 riders to fill the squad.
That's right. Yeah.
So that's why they implemented a rule that if your points are down to only 1 or 2 riders, you cannot have a full squad. But it's down to your position on the UCI ranking based on mid-August. So that answers your question there.
Nice little gentle ride through suburbia now as we head to cross into the Mirador climb, which takes us back out into the open. Rider sat at the back here is Carlos Quintero. He rode the Giro d'Italia this year. It didn't look like winning a stage there, but he did finish the race. And he's had a good ride around. He's rode the classics as well. He rode Liège-Bastogne-Liège, again finished quite a way down the field. Well, they've pulled back 5 minutes, apparently. 3:55 they're now saying from the 5 seconds rather, 3:55 at the moment.
Portugal coming to the front there with Sergio Paulinho. He's been around forever.
He
was,
has.
he was second.
2004 silver medalist, wasn't he, in Athens?
Exactly.
Road's quite wet here.
Well, in these forests, it won't dry up easily either. But this is pretty wet. But there's actually no safe place in the peloton. Some people sometimes ask what's the safest place to be, the middle, at the front. Crashes can happen anywhere, everywhere. And we saw in the women's race that they happened on the most unlikely of places, just a straight road ahead.
Yeah, and it's happened a lot. It happened in the junior races as well.
Here you can see a good view of that ridge on the downhill. Usually, of course, the riders are taking the outer bend, when they're going down, but that ridge is a little bit dangerous.
Oh, the crowd here, very brave souls, and what is rather, it's not unpleasantly cold at the moment, but it's clearly quite wet, and it may stay with us the whole day. That's the bad news. 5 kilometre point there from the end of the circuit. It'll be from the end of the race later on this afternoon, somewhere around 6 o'clock. 5 o'clock rather, 5:15. Well, it's gone up again now. 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
I must say that in recent years in cycling, Phil, we have seen that 14, 15, 16-minute gaps. The gap that in the end won Oscar Pereiro the Tour de France are not so they don't happen anymore, not as much as they did in the past. No. They usually keep them on a 4, 5, 6 minute margin.
Well, at some stage they've got to chase it down, and it can take a while. As I've seen it in this breakaway, another rider who's had a long career. He turned professional back in 2004, but he's never won a bike race, and he's never ridden a Grand Tour either. Does a lot of his racing on Italian roads and in Central Europe, Austria. Finished 3rd in the Croatian Road Race Championships this year. That's about it.
Well, these teams, these continental teams, they race a lot of the 1.2 and 2.2 races. In cycling, you have 4 categories. You have World Tour level, then 2.HC or Hors Catégorie in French, then 1.1 or 2.1 races like Kuurne, Brussels, Kuurne, and then you've got 1.2. And that is usually the place where the continental teams ride. They are not allowed to race World Tour teams, not even if they get a wild card for it. and they can only race the 2.8C or 1.8C races if they are in the same country as their license is. With the current shortage of pro-continental teams, however, there is sometimes an exception being made, like this year in the Tour de Luxembourg. But normally the rule is that continental teams can only ride those kind of races in their own country.
And it is becoming quite a problem for them too to get into bike races, which is some of the problems faced by the British continental pro teams, having a job to be invited to races in Europe.
Well, the Tour of Britain is now 2.8C, so the British continental teams are allowed to race there, but they will not be able to race, for example, a 1.8C race in Belgium.
That's right. Sitting here at the back, a lot of it's boredom when they come to the back at the moment. Dominic Nertz of Germany. Looks like Simon Clark on the left there, asking for service.
Bottles allowed from the next feeding zone, I reckon.
Yeah, out onto lap 4 is.
Oh, even lap
bottles.
4 today.
Yeah, lap 4 today, same as for the women yesterday. Again, we've run through the rain, although it is beginning now to reach the finishing line. It's not in any way heavy, but it is on the windows of our commentary box, which is not a good sign. The clouds moving off the mountains into the bowl of the town of Ponferrada. On the express lane now, heading towards the end of lap number 2. So, just 4 pretty lowly riders determined to get something out of this World Championship today, spending a lot of air time in front of the camera as the peloton continue to lay down their own tactics and decide what they're going to do probably much later on, maybe 2.5 hours away. The Italians moving up to the forefront as well. Absolutely no effort here. Well, I think we might see this breakaway go through 5 minutes. Sabicas, Quintero, Bassina, Polivoda are the 4 riders who have just disappeared off the radar now.
Fischer for Brazil.
Yes, best bike rider to come out of Brazil.
A little bit of control there from Sergio Paulinho. 6 Portuguese riders here today, of course, with the defending champion Rui Costa, André Cardoso for Garmin Sharp. He is Thiago Machado, Sergio Paulinho, Nelson Oliveira, and José Pimenta Mendes. José Mendes for short.
Back down towards the finishing line come the 4 leaders, while we're still waiting for the main peloton to go over the top of the climb. It's about the biggest lead 4 rides have ever had over any of the bunches since we started the road racing sector of these championships. But we're hearing from the race, the gap is now heading towards 5.5 minutes. This has been a complete turn-off by the peloton this time through.
Well, we had a little nature break that cost a little bit of time. It's now time to eat and chat a little bit in the peloton. This time of year, of course, a lot of transfer talk between the riders, who's going where. There's a lot of riders waiting for new contracts. The Alonso team, well, I don't see it happen. They have to have 10 riders, 10 side rider contracts on the 10th of October at the UCI in Aigle. And it's a bit of a chicken and egg story, because he can't have a team without 10 riders, but he can't sign 10 riders if he doesn't have a team. And it's not really helping. He's got a huge bag of money from Dubai, Fernando Alonso. But at the
plenty
moment,
of riders on the market just at the moment.
there are, of course, in the Cannondale merger, there's a lot of riders not having a contract. Guys like Phil Gaiman, but also Ted King and some other Italians on that Cannondale team. 8 riders have the possibility to sign with the new Garmin Sharp, with the new Cannondale team. So far, only 2 did.
Well, you saw the time check there, 5 minutes and 57. It'll be over 6 minutes now.
Dan Martin all the way at the back there. Same goes for Peter Wening.
Already out, heading up towards the climb. The gap of 5 minutes.
There's no radio communication in the World Championships. The Belgian national selector Carlo Bomans resorts to an ingenious system of boards, like little signs that him and his helpers are holding up at certain points in the championships. Sort of a sign language to communicate a little bit with the riders. In Valkenburg, the national Dutch selector Leo van Vliet did the exact same thing, but then with matrix signs that were already on the Kouberg. He just completely took them over to communicate with his riders. But that's why it's very important to have road captains like André Greipel on board, to and experienced guys like Paulinho, like Chavanel on board to determine what kind of strategy they are going to do and going to employ today. So not like World Tour races in-ear communication. It all comes down to your own race savviness.
Which is the way I think it should be. I'm not an advocate of race radio, which is renowned around the world, because it's the cyclist who is riding the championship and not the team manager. 6 minutes 10 now. We haven't got down to the finish yet by the main field. We've still got 203 riders in the pack. 1 retirement so far. 204. It's really pushing on a bit now. These are the 4 leaders very shortly as they cross the centre of the town of Ponferrada up towards the castle again, which is where the climb starts to drag up. This is probably the only flat section of the course. It's about a 3-kilometre stretch of road where the riders have some chance to recover. And you see the rain has hit us downtown as well, but it's still in patches. It's not by any means heavy. And nothing like it was in Tuscany last year. Savikas, Quintero, Rasina and Polivoda. Ukraine, Croatia, Colombia and Lithuania are the 4 riders on the attack. A show of bravado. None of them nurture thoughts of becoming the world professional champion by the end of this day. We'll see how long they survive and see how far they are allowed to go up before the chase starts. At the moment, they're sitting just on 43 minutes behind the peloton, or just over 6 minutes in front. They're out again. They're on the climb now, and the crowd warming it once more to the occasion. This is going to be a terrific area as this builds to its climax this afternoon. That crowd is going to become very animated. Alexandra Polivoda at the back here for the Ukraine.
Christian Meyer having a little bit of trouble there for Canada. He's already lost his transponder. He's been at the back of the peloton for most of the race so far.
That is a shame.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Pushed out another half a minute at the moment, this group here. Still waiting for the
quietness,
field to come through.
A bit of air to breathe, and closeness to the race. It's perfect. I'm from the United States, and from San Francisco specifically. So far, this has been all win here.
But don't be deceived. A deserted corner in the media centre is a rare thing at the UCI World Championships.
Norway,
Belgium,
Germany,
Denmark,
Portugal,
Italia,
Latvia,
Belarus,
Ireland,
South
Africa.
Nearly 400 journalists and photographers of 30 different nationalities were on site, keeping the world informed the first weekend. For photographers, keeping the world informed means finding a place on the finish line.
For a photographer, we have one chance to really get that shot. The finish line is the key moment of the day. It's where it all comes down to the pivotal spot. It's always a race to the podium. It's a critical shot as well. All the newspapers like to see this shot, the gold medal on the winner.
Meanwhile, the journalists are chasing down stories, mixing in the mixed zone with the riders.
It is more like racing itself. You have to decide your own tactics, where you're going to first, in order not to miss a thing. And of course you have to be fit to cover all these meters. Yeah?
I cheat because I always have a bicycle with me, so I can get around faster many times because it's a lot of walking involved and equipment, etc.
After the podium, we all run back to the media center. We have to get those pictures selected, edited, and distributed. So we've spent all day shooting the race, then we come back to the media center, and the second part of the day begins.
I work for Cyclisme Actu, so it's a French website, so we need internet to send video, to send text, to send photo, to send a lot of things all along the day.
I noticed since the internet and the social media, the job changed. Now you have to fill all these websites, the social media. So that I think is a pity. There isn't much more time just to walk around and talk with colleagues.
The fortunate few who cover cycling for a living never forget the magic of their profession.
Photographing cycling is not a job, it's actually a pleasure, it's a passion, and also it's a privilege. The cyclists travel the world, we travel the world with them. Once a year we come together for the World Championships, which is great for a whole week or 10 days, and just brings all these cultures together. You have to travel to experience the best of the sport.
Hopefully, if we do a good job, the fans see what we see, and they get to share in sharing that experience, and that's what makes cycling an amazing sport.
Yes, apart from the riders, I think the photographers are the hardest working men at any bicycle race, because they have to get the shot that makes the story, and that means they've got to be in so many different places at the same time.
They're always the last to leave the press room anyway.
Yeah. But in the old days, of course, they used to have to develop film, dry it, and then they get it out to the media. Nowadays, of course, it's all done electronically, but very, very hard-working guys. Well, while you've been away, we brought the peloton through there onto the lap number 3. 12 to go, and they added 6 minutes to their advantage on that one lap alone, because the latest gap now is 7 minutes and 17 seconds for the leaders. As we look at the back here, Daniel Navarro, stage winner in the Vuelta a España, one of the few Spanish riders who races on a French professional team. He's come back for his racing cape here.
Well, he has been a big friend of Alberto Contador, been on his team for a few seasons, then decided that it was time to go for his own chances. Had a bit of a terrible season last year with Cofidis. This year he did a little bit better. Of course, he was pretty good in the Tour de France, but I think from his own perspective, he would have expected a little bit more from having his own team and riding as a team leader for Team Cofidis.
As he did in the Vuelta a España. In fact, he gave Cofidis their first Grand Tour stage victory for 4 years in the Tour of Spain this time around. Anyway, these boys don't look as though they're pushing on, but the average speed is very quick at this stage of the race. It's over 40 kilometers an hour as they push on. That's the average, of course, on this climb. They're probably down to about 32. Just to remind you of the names again. Zaidrunas Savikas, Mathieu Vashina, Carlos Quintero, and Alexandra Polivoda. Representing Lithuania, Colombia, the Ukraine, and Croatia. Lap 3 of 14 18.2 kilometer circuits today.
Only 212k to go. Almost there.
Yeah. If you like it in miles, that's 132 miles. downtown, but I'm delighted to report that it looks to be getting brighter down here in Ponferrada.
Ah, there's our Greek friend.
The man who's late entry, he's in, and he's promised us he's going to show himself in front of the cameras, and he is.
Might be Michal Kovac covering that move. It is indeed.
Well, it's a bit late to get across the gap, I fear.
Well, it's very interesting that Poland seemed this move worthy to counter. This is Michal Kovac, one of the two Poles on the Belgian team, of course, the other one being Michal Kwiatkowski. But yeah, Boulas told in an interview with Cycling Weekly that he wanted a little bit of TV attention, but indeed, Phil, he leaves it quite late.
Maybe he's found it unable to get away from the bunch. The bunch are strung out a little bit just now. As they start the climb again, they've got themselves a little advantage now.
Well, this seems to be what the Belgians call a shospatat. It's nice to have a little bit of TV exposure if you come from Greece, just like I said in the opening segment of this broadcast. It's pretty hard being a cyclist in Greece, or being any athlete in Greece. If you look at the state of affairs at the Athens Olympic Games venues, it's absolutely horrific. But well, the Greek hardly have any money to do the upkeep of all their historical monuments, let alone all the stadiums and sporting venues from the Athens Olympic Games.
Up past the castle again. Douglas and Dolas setting off on quite an adventure here, leaving the peloton when the leaders are 7 minutes ahead. Dolas, 30 years of age now. 5 times he's ridden Grand Tours. He rode for the now defunct, sadly, Bacon Soleil.
Well, he was one of those riders from Poland, because the guys at the Vacances Soleil head office needed Polish cyclists. One of them was, of course,
advertising
Tomasz.
holidays in the Tatars.
Well, yeah. Well, it's very pretty in Poland. If you can see every year in the Tour of Poland, especially that region in the Tatars, in the mountains. Also, Tomasz Masinski, of course, part of that Vacances Soleil team. And some other Poles as well.
Now, Georgios Douglas looks as though he's pushing a bit too hard here for Golas. Don't forget, you can tweet your questions. We'll be discussing them live between 11 and 1 GMT time. We'll have Rochelle Gilmore with us for the first hour and Marianne Vos for the second hour. And just at UCI-cycling, and then ask Michelle. Ask Rochelle rather, or ask Mariana. Hashtag. Douglas getting himself into a nice little tempo now. I think that Golas has just fallen away here.
He has. Part of the Greek SP tableware team, where also the former Greek champion Yannis Tamoridis, who you might remember was on the Euskaltel team, is part of. And they also, like the guys from Coles, like Pulivoda for Ukraine, they ride those races in Central Europe, Tour of Slovenia, things like that, Tour of Romania, Sibiu Tour. That's a program they do.
8 minutes 40 is the latest check coming out from the race of these 4 riders. 7:35 will be the chase to this man.
Only 23 years old, divides his time between riding on the road and on the track.
Enjoying his cycling, but finding himself in the hottest field at any World Championships, the elite professional men. Never ridden any of the one-day classics nor Grand Tours. But he's decided to make sure we all know he is here, and he's gone off the front as he predicted he would do. For some reason biding his tie, he missed the acceleration with those 4 riders who got clear at the end of lap 1. We're now on lap number 3. I'd see him begin to close down on those 4 leaders. Whether they get across the gap, I think that's very much debatable, but we'll see how he goes. Nobody interested back here in the peloton of anybody that's up the road. Going back into the rain zone as we continue to climb up towards 700 meters above sea level. Well, I've just heard a service call for one of the British riders at the back. Well, Chris Froome was the rider who was riding quite a lot at the back. I don't know whether we can get any pictures of that. I think chase is the wrong euphemism there. I think it's just a little ride along the road at the moment. Peloton currently riding at 5 kilometers an hour average, slower than these 4 riders, so the gap will continue in the ascendancy. Descending down to the infamous corner, which is still wet there. I think the rain has eased a little bit. A lot of the spray could be coming off the back wheel of the rider in front of the camera. .207 kilometers still to ride here. We crossed the top of the dam wall. Disappear momentarily through the tunnel, looking back to the peloton. They look through the feed as they've started to climb. They've left the castle behind them. This is the second feeding station. And next time round is when it'll become active. Been a very, very quiet start to the championships. I think to be a little bit anticipated. There's a great deal of respect being shown for this circuit. There's no major challenges on it, except that it doesn't suit any particular style of rider. So there's a lot of riders here will feel that they have a little bit of a chance. Daniel Moreno on the far side for Spain, dropped back now. They've worked out the rain starts as they leave town. So they've gone back for the rainwear. See if this man can make any impression on those riders up front. Difficult task for him for sure. Just checking on his progress. Not that far ahead of the pack at the moment. Still 203 riders in the race. One's gone missing, but I'm afraid we can't tell you who he is.
No, it's Christian Meyer, who hasn't got a transponder.
Oh, that could be so. Christian Meyer. Which means we've had no retirements at the moment if Christian Meyer's transponder's gone AWOL.
Yeah, Christian Meyer, one of the many riders living in Girona in Spain. This really is for the North American and also English riders. And more Dutch riders going there as well. It's one of the hot spots for cycling. A guy like Dan Martin lives there as well. They train together.
Yeah.
Always good weather, or not always. There's always also the possibility of having snow, even in Spain.
Yes, Goras has just dropped back. He was still pedaling just in front of the pack. He's come back. Douglas is still away. Well, the gap now up to almost 10 minutes. Time out for the peloton. Just talking of Christian Meyer there, he's a Canadian and rode his first Tour de France, very late call-up this year for the Orica Green Edge squad, and
finished
121st and rode a pretty good race. Daunting prospect when you've not had the intention of starting the race. But Michael Matthews had a problem, and in came Meyer. Well, we'll get the clock time check coming up at us at the 50th kilometre of the day. These four on the long steady slog up Mirador. And then we'll see just if any Georgios Bouglas is making any progress at all. The area surrounding Ponferrada is like this. It's absolutely beautiful, quiet roads, and plenty of opportunity to cycle. And for many of the professional teams that knew the area, they've stayed away from the town in the villages surrounding.
Well, as far as Leon, which is about 1 hour, 10 minutes from here. The British team stayed in Leon, Venezuela as well. The question on Twitter from David: do the riders ride their own trade team bikes? Yeah, they do, because these bikes, they have been made specifically for them. All the measurements that have been adjusted and adjusted over and over again during the year. So they all ride their own bikes, and some teams even have got their own mechanics with them, or the mechanics that work on the trade teams are working here. Same for the soigneurs. So the National Federation just hires the mechanics, the soigneurs, to come over here and to work on the bikes. So everybody's got their own trade team bike, actually. And that's for the best, because these riders, they are on the bike so much that even if the measurements are off by half a centimetre, they feel it in their back, in their calves, in their thighs, anywhere.
And they'll have an identical second bike on the spare vehicles behind if the worst happens. This seems to be still the wettest part of the course. There's a hint of sunshine down at the finishing line just now. As we continue with the same four riders, they got away towards the end of lap 1, consolidated on lap 2, and then leapt away on the completion of, as we went out onto lap number 3. They built the lead to 7 minutes. It's gone more than that now. There's no reaction at all. It's a 14-lap race. It's a long time in the saddle. And the riders in the pack, the strong riders, won't be moving at this stage, but they could be getting bored just now. 8 minutes, and that's back now to the Greek rider who is chasing, Georgios Bouglas. We're pushing perhaps nearer 10 minutes now for the field. Here they are. Life at the back. Luis Leon Sanchez just moving off, taking a drink out of the car.
This is Jonathan Castroviejo, also for Movistar. They are allowed on the national kit to have a little bit of an expression of their personal sponsors, but there's strict rules on where and how big it can be. You can see here that Tony Martin has Omega Pharma Quickstep, and so you can recognize them a little bit from the sponsors on the bib shorts as well.
Wettest part of the course as we start to drop down towards Ponferrada again. Speed's well down. We've been coming down this hill at 80 kilometers an hour, showing a little bit of respect for the wet just now. Well, we're showing 10:50 to the peloton, but the race is saying 11:05. The latest time check coming from out on the course. So the early morning breakaway underway, and it could be the early afternoon one as well now with a gap like that. They've been in the saddle for about an hour and 25 minutes. Looking to start very shortly lap number 4. In the distance there is the last kilometre, but that's still a little way off. Average speed come down a little bit since they came over the last climb of the Mirador for these 4 riders. 38.5 kilometres now, down from 40. Might pick it up a bit as they run through to the finish. There's the kilometre at around 5:15 this afternoon, local time of course. No retirements from the 204 who have taken the start, as we're now looking for the start of lap number 4.
First 55 kilometers done in this road race as Idruna Savickas crosses the line first with his breakaway mates Carlos Julian Quintero for Colombia, Mattia Pazina for Croatia, and Alexander Polivoda for the Ukraine. 3 riders on continental teams. One of them is on a pro-continental team. That's Team Colombia with Carlos Julian Quintero. Average speed after these laps, after 3 laps, is approaching 40k an hour. It has been raining from the start here in Spain, and the roads were already wet this morning from the fog over the mountains. Of course, you can ask your questions for later today to Marianne Vos and Rochelle Gilmore using the hashtags Ask Marianne or Ask Rochelle. If you have questions for me and Phil, you can use Twitter as well. Just use my Twitter handle at Tour de José. The gap going up to 11 minutes at the moment for these 4. We have one lone chaser from Greece, Georgios Bouglas, and then the peloton is nice and relaxed, eating, drinking. It is something that it's sometimes something you forget in the rain, to eat and to drink, because you're not as thirsty as you would be on a warm day. But as you all know, if you're doing a little bit of sports, if you get a headache and if you're getting thirsty, it's too late. So these riders, they're experienced. They are in the World Tour, most of them, or in pro-continental teams, and they know what to do. It's the turn where we saw some accidents happen with Italian riders, but André Greipel steers through very well. Of course, he knows very well how to handle his bike. He's got one of these sprinting handlebars on his bike. I've seen a few of them around in the rider compound. These aerodynamic sprinting handlebars also on the bike for some of the Dutch riders. And André Greipel has them as well here. Well, our Greek friend is 8 minutes behind these 4 leaders. So
I think he's losing ground, isn't he? He was 7.
Well, it's not easy.
Well, it's not easy at all, because they're still riding at 38.5 kilometres an hour, the front 4. And they're through the finishing lap, of course, and heading out towards the climb of the castle. So they've got quite a lead in distance now over the riders. They're probably something like 8 kilometres behind now the peloton on what is an 18-kilometre circuit. no concern yet. In the World Championships, when they were held in Geelong and Melbourne back in 2010 in Australia, the breakaway that got going on the long ride from the Melbourne start to join the circuit in Geelong came within about 4 minutes of the field lapping on the circuit when they entered it. But fortunately there was a reaction. And,
but what theoretically, if it would happen, Phil, what would they do?
Question. Well, I was wondering, at the time I was commentating, we had worked out that they're going to be within 4 minutes of coming round, and one of those riders did survive in that breakaway. He was caught by the peloton, but had he been lapped, I think he would have gone round in the bunch and he would have been declared the world champion, because he would have been a lap ahead.
Exactly. Well, it's just like track cycling, isn't it?
Exactly so.
Luke Rowe there for...
I don't think we're going to see that today, but you never know, do you?
Well, the circuit is pretty long, and it's not going to happen.
No, there's still about 10 kilometres spread between the two of them on course just now. Well, Douglas is on his way down to the finishing zone. These boys are on the way back to visit the castle, and the gap for Douglas at the moment, 8 minutes and 8 seconds. And another couple of minutes before we see the peloton. These boys are reaching the 58-kilometre point of the race.
Still all 204 riders in this peloton. Nobody has withdrawn. Luckily, there have been no crashes. And everybody's just casually riding along here. 40k an hour. It's quite an easy pace for these seasoned professional bike riders.
The most popular tourist attraction here in town. Part of a World Heritage site there, the Templar Castle. Still waiting for Douglas to come down through the finish. It'll be a short while yet as he started his descent off the mountain. The peloton are still climbing the Mirador. They haven't got through the timing check on top of that climb as of the moment. So it gives you some idea where they are. Here they are, still labouring up the climb as best they can.
Rose there, Michal Govac is there for the Polish team. Some control from one of the Spanish riders from Movistar. Just like the Spanish national selector says, we need helpers. And who better to be on the team than all the helpers that Alejandro Valverde usually has on his Movistar team, with Castroviejo, with Reviti, with Jesus Herrada, one of the two brothers, and Jon Izagirre. Those are his loyal helpers in any Grand Tour, also the guys that do all the work for Nairo Quintana. And Valverde just signed a new contract with the Movistar team, so both Quintana and him are staying on board. Interesting what Unzué, the team manager, is going to do with that, because Quintana seems to be the star of the future. But Valverde still has a few good years in him, and it's a bit of a controversy, those two, but they're staying on board. The Spanish team there.
Well, no pace at all here. Clearly a little bit too respectful of the long way today in damp conditions. 254 the overall distance. There's still a long way to go.
Well, it shows that the World Championships is a totally different race, Phil, because in all the classics this year we haven't seen breakaways with this much of a gap on the peloton. No. The World Championships on a circuit race are always a different ball game. It's the only time of the year that you ride for your country, and that makes for different strategies. There's no in-ear communication, and all these factors taken into account to make for a different race there.
Support for Joaquim Rodriguez there, Purito, a little cigar. On the side of this, we've gone down to the finish line here to just see the Greek rider through, Georgios Douglas. I think the clock will tell us, though, he's not making any progress towards those four riders at the front. I don't think there's a lot he's going to see much by looking over his shoulder right now either. That's the entrance into the sprinter straight there. Should it come down to that at the end of this day. And it's 450 up to the line. Meanwhile, up on the hill, high above Ponferrada, this is the highest point of the course. The peloton are just about going to pass through the timing check here. Seems an awful long way to me. They're going through the 50-kilometer point. Douglas has gone through the 55-kilometer point, and the leaders have gone through the 59-kilometer point. That's the situation out on the course. He's gone through at about 8:26, the deficit there. The leaders are now, the bunch rather, is now at 13 minutes 20 seconds here. Very casual start to the long day for the main field. And although he's making progress away from the pack, he's losing ground, in fact, Douglas here on the four leaders. Four leaders again pushing it back up to the nearly to the 40-kilometer now. At 39.6 now, and they're riding 3 kilometers now quicker than the Greek rider, and goodness knows that'll put the peloton down to about 34, I would think, when they come down here.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we see a little few rays of sunshine here when they pass the boxes where they can get some drinks out. Of course, the breakaway is composed of 4 riders, so they share the workload, while Georgios Bouglas has to do all the work by himself. Not a lot of wind out there today, so that really benefits the lone rider, but it's quite a monumental task that he's putting onto himself to bridge to that breakaway, and I think the chances are pretty slim that he's going to make it. But he has himself a little bit of TV exposure, and that is what it's all about for Bouglas before coming into this race.
Good for him, not riding anonymously round in the pack. Of course, many of these riders will do so all the way to the finish, if they get to the finish. Hour 31, the time for Bouglas at the moment. Gap 8:23. Now beginning the descent with the peloton down towards the finishing line. It's still a little bit of way away. He's the leaders. 2:03 there is Žydrūnas Savikas at the back for Lithuania, and as we speak the sun is definitely coming through at the finish line, so this might inspire the riders now to warm to the occasion.
Literally warm to the occasion. I say hooray. Pretty successful team, this Coles cycling team. Did a good job in the Tour of Azerbaijan, for example, with Vitaly Butz. Won some other races in Europe and in the Asian circuit. The world divided into 5 tours. You've got the Oceania Tour, the Asia Tour, the America Tour, and the Europe Tour. And all these races grant you points towards the classification. For example, the Europe Tour is currently led by Tom van Asbroek of Topsport Vlaanderen. He signed a contract with the Dutch Lotto team. And next year we're going to have 2 Lotto teams to make matters a little bit more confusing next to the Belgian Lotto team. But he's got the most points in the Europe Tour races. And that makes him the leader, makes him wear the white jersey as well.
One of the beautiful little villages up in the mountains here overlooking Ponferrada.
Well, we're here on the Camino de Santiago, which means the road leading to Santiago de Compostela.
Yeah, the Walk of St. James. A little reminder for you about our live session between 11 and 1 o'clock GMT. Tweet your questions to Rochelle Gilmore or Mariana Voss. They'll be with us. Ask Mariana, ask Rochelle, UCI_cycling.
Well, I've seen quite a few interesting questions popping up on the Twitter already. So we'll ask Marianne of them. But also keep sending your questions to former Commonwealth champion Rochelle Gilmore and current manager of the Wiggle Honda women's team, one of the biggest women's teams around.
Yeah.
And she'll know a lot about the development of women's racing in this year and in the past years, because it's definitely on the up. Well, these are obviously beauty shots made ahead of today.
Very nice. As we go down here, the club run continues as the peloton head down towards the finish area.
Fabian Cancellara in the middle of your screen there. He had a little bit of mechanical early on in the race. Smiling Sepp van Marken, smiling Steven Kruijswijk, Jörg Kelderman, Fabio Aru. They were all in the Vuelta. And looking at their nice, all these faces. With Kirienka there for Belarus.
Some of these countries must be thinking this is a very easy way to ride a World Elite Championship, because they don't normally race against these professional riders. This is a pretty slow start by any aspect, but they've already gone through 14 minutes since the leaders went down here.
Tom Dumoulin there, one of the Dutch hopes, bronze medal winner in the time trial. And there with his beautifully airbrushed helmet, Alexander Kristoff. He's got a custom-made helmet, Katusha rider riding for Norway.
Yes.
And though Norway only has 3 riders here, they are pretty strong with Edvald Boers van Hagen, Lars Petter Nordhaug, and of course Alexander Kristoff. And if you look back at Milan-San Remo earlier this year, we saw the likes of Kristoff, of course, but also Ben Swift, André Greipel doing pretty well there. But it's so difficult to predict what kind of race this is going to be. We've seen different scenarios.
Well, one thing it's going to be is a real good race in the last couple of hours, because now at 14 minutes and 38 seconds spread, there'll have to be a reaction in the last 3 hours of racing to bring those riders back to hill. It's feeding time through now as we enter lap number 4, if there's anybody who wants it.
Interesting question on Twitter by Sherry. How do nations cope with all the infrastructure of this race? Well, if you were able to have a look at the parking behind our commentary box, you would see all the World Tour buses. For example, the German team have the giant Shimano bus, the Slovakian team, Peter Sagan's team, have the Cannondale bus, the South Africans are in the MTN Quebecer bus. So all these World Tour teams, they are lending their buses, their facilities out to the smaller countries, like for example South Africa, who are only here with 3 riders, but they have a big MTN Quebecer bus to use. If a country is unable to provide soigneurs mechanics, there's always the Shimano neutral service, and the World Cycling Centre, the UCI World Cycling Centre, is also a possibility to help out with these kind of things. But the big countries, they just hire the mechanics from the big teams in their countries to help out. They already know the bikes of the teams. For example, the Movistar mechanics, they know the Canyon bikes that most of that their riders ride. So they're brought on to the team here, to the national team, to help out. So that's basically how it works. Portuguese have one of their continental teams in Portugal. They use their bus. So you see all these big team buses standing on the parking here, providing for the riders and giving them an opportunity to take a shower as well after the race. So I hope that answers your question there.
Good roads, which seem to be drying out now, because this is where the rain actually started on the course on lap number 1. Becoming a pleasant day, which wasn't, I don't think, anticipated. We still can't see the mountains, but the sun is definitely out over the race just now, and it may come and go during the race, but it's far more pleasant now. The peloton's average speed is only 33.5 miles an hour. whereas the breakaway are riding around at 39.8, so it's going to continue. At UCI_cycling using hash Ask Rochelle or Ask Mariana, and we welcome your tweets between 11 and 1 GMT. If you're in Spain, for example, that's between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Just during your siesta.
Time to stay awake. No sun, no reason at all to go to sleep today in Spain. It's not hot enough.
Well, I think siesta is more a thing of the south anyways.
Yeah. Oh, there's been a crash in the peloton. Goodness knows how it's happened there, because they've just been cruising along. They were heading towards the bottom of the climb.
Navadauskas is there for Lithuania, one of the Italian riders as well.
Wrestling with his bike. There's a Danish rider down at 2. It looks like Valgaard may have fallen there. He's still got a problem with his bike. And also down, Vincenzo Nibali is gone. The winner of the Tour de France. Oh, and that was a bad fall by Nibali there.
I think it was Morkov, pretty sure it was Michael Morkov for
Danish
Denmark.
boy.
Yep.
That's Nibali in the blue lying on the floor. He got caught out there.
The New Zealand riders, it seems, though with the Gabba jackets, everybody has a black jacket anyways. Navadauskas is pretty sure he's there, and this is the Shark of Messina, Vincenzo Nibali.
Vincenzo Nibali. The peloton are only meandering, so it shouldn't be difficult, but he looks as though he's getting himself up and riding again. Well, this is what happens. They're meandering along, they're hardly racing at the moment, and yet even the professionals of this level make mistakes. They're now showing a time gap of 15 minutes and 14 seconds as they go onto the climb on this, the 4th lap. The crash was just leaving the bottom of the town of Ponferrada. Douglas is also still losing time. He's a few seconds behind on what he was when he went through the finishing line. He's 8:32 back.
Well, on Vincenzo Nibali, he has not been racing much since his Tour de France win. He's been doing a lot of criteriums. Of course, financially, that's very interesting because it will get you between 50 and 65,000 euros per evening racing around Belgium, France, or the Netherlands. He has been racing in these Tritico Lombardo, these 3 races in the north of Italy in Varese. He's not been doing particularly well. He actually went down, and that crash opened an old wound he already had before. He says, if I'm warmed up a little after an hour of racing, it doesn't really bother me anymore. But his personal soigneur, Pallini, says that he's absolutely not at the top of his condition. Nibali says that after the Tour de France, after 20 days or so, he shut down all the commitments, all the things, all the commercial things that he had to do to start training again. But if your focus has been one thing all year, and that was the Tour de France, it's pretty hard to get back into focus again. He has to race one of these races in Kazakhstan, of course, for the sponsor, and he's also going to Japan to do the Saitama Criterium, which is organized by the ASO. Last year won by Chris Froome, and I can pretty much guarantee you that it will be won this year by Nibali.
Right, even though Froome is going to ride again to defend his title. 15 minutes 14 seconds, the last check we got, and that was at 58 kilometers. This is Nibali coming back.
I hope he didn't crash on that same hip.
Well,
I don't know if
down on his left side.
Yeah, I don't know if it was left or right that he went down on.
Yeah.
We also see Thomas Skujins for the Hinkepie development team from Latvia. And one of the French riders here. One of the Europe car riders, and Murkoff. Well, despite our initial hope for sunshine.
Well, again, this is on the other side of the hills where the rain is still persisting. It's okay on our side just now. It's Kinziato sitting at the back here, waiting for Nibali to come up.
Well, I think it's a safer guess for the Italians to go for a guy like Fabio Aru instead of going for Nibali. Though Nibali is, of course, a fantastic descender, he is not on top of his form, and many stories confirm that, including, like I just said, his personal soigneur. But the Italians are here, of course, with a full 9-rider team, 10 9-rider teams here. And they're here with Fabio Aru, with the very seasoned Daniele Benatti, Damiano Caruso, Giampaolo Caruso, Sonny Colbrelli, who I think is a very dangerous outsider today. He's been winning a lot of races lately. Alessandro De Marchi, Vincenzo Nibali, Emanuele Kinziato, and Giovanni Visconti, the Italian rider of Team Movistar, who's also a name to be reckoned with. So the Italians have a few cards up their sleeve to play, but I don't think it should be Nibali today. He's going to have a little discussion there with the team car, holding on to the window pane, which is, of course, absolutely illegal.
Just working their way back through the convoy now.
Daniel Martin sitting at the back of the peloton there. Also coming back, Javier Quevedo for Venezuela. Venezuela being the last team in today on the team parking with the Androni Giocattoli team bus. Quite late to the party they were, but it was a long way into town from Leon, which is over 100 kilometers from here. Here's the capital of this province, Leon, biggest city also.
And it's an awkward drive too, it's over the mountains, so it's not...
My little rental car has a lot of trouble with those mountains.
Well, he's the man we've almost forgotten about here. Georgios Bouglas is absolutely in no man's land. He pedals along some 8 minutes behind the leaders and about 7 minutes in front of the peloton just at the moment. All the riders now getting back from that crash they had, leaving Ponferrada on this 4th lap. And of all the riders who fell there, to me it was Vincenzo Nibali that fell the hardest, as he fell onto his hip on the left-hand side. Wasn't able to break the fall at all. He seems okay, he's got back to the peloton now. Xavier Quevedo of Venezuela, the last man on the field at the moment. And maybe not now, because a couple of more riders have just come through from the crash.
Now Vadauskas coming back to the peloton. He was down on the ground too. Over 15 minutes already for our 4 leaders. To repeat the names again, for Lithuania we have Sidrunas Zavickas, for Croatia Matija Gvazina, for Colombia Carlos Julian Quintero, and for the Ukraine Alexander Polivoda. They have a 15.5-minute lead on the peloton, and in between swimming is our Greek friend Georgios Bouglas. There comes Morkov back to the bunch. He was on the floor, on the ground as well. So now we wait to see if Nibali made it back. Well, Nibali went down the Trevale Varesine, which is the hardest race of the Trittico Lombardo 3 races in Varese. He went down on his hip, which kind of opened an old wound, and well, we don't know if it's actually the same hip that he went down on a few minutes back, but well, having pain on both hips will not help him any further in this race. But the Italians have a good team, and they have other riders to cope if Nibali is not going to be up there in the final, which I expect he will not be, considering his form and considering his crash, his second crash in 10 days' time.
Yes, the Italians really the only standout of who we might expect to be in the action would be their team leader Fabio Aru. But really everybody else is on okay form, but hard to imagine them becoming world champions. Big call there for David Catani to select the team he has for the Italians.
Well, the Italians have gotten it right in recent years, contrary to the Spanish team, which always seems to be quite a beehive of feuds and rivalry. But with Bettini, who has now left the team to do something with the Fernando Alonso team, which might or not happen in the near future, because Fernando Alonso himself having a lot of trouble with his Ferrari team. But anyways, Bettini left Italy as national selector, but he did it quite well, getting everybody on the same page in terms of riding for Italy. Of course, himself also being a multiple world champion, Paolo Bettini. But you cannot have 5 captains in a team, and that is exactly what the Belgians do. They have 5 riders who say themselves that they can win a world title. They're here with Jan Bakelands, with Tom Bonen, a former world champion himself, who thinks he can win here. Philippe Gilbert, of course, he thinks he can win here. Ben Hermans, Greg van Avermaet, who thinks he can win here.
Well, Jelle van Endert. Trouble if they all think they're going to win.
Yeah, Sepp van Marken thinks he can win here. Johan van Summeren and the very young Tim Wellens. So that's the Belgian team, and the Belgian national selector Carlo Boomans. Well, in Belgium you just can't leave out either Bonen or Gilbert, because you have got the 2 sides of the country. You've got the Flemish and you've got the people from Wallonia.
Yeah.
So you have to have riders from Wallonia, in this case Tim Wellens and Philippe Gilbert, and you have to have your Flemish riders as well. So it's a pretty hard call for the national selector. And if you've got 5 riders on your team who think they can become world champion, well,
the course will decide, won't it? I mean, it's definitely a course that would suit Philippe Gilbert if he can jump away on that last hill.
Well, you have
a lot of riders will plan to do the same thing.
Well, you have to be not selfish in saying to your teammates, okay, I am not good enough today. So if a Tom Bonen or a Gilbert or Greg van Avermaet says in an early stage, okay, guys, I do not feel good, but will they do that? Because of course they're 3 very big stars on their own. Sepp van Marken, a big star as well, had a fantastic spring campaign. So that's the biggest problem with the Belgians, and has been for years.
And Tom Bonen also thinking this is a course for him as well.
Of course he does.
Yes. Might make us all bite the bullet there, because they had Gilbert won a couple of years ago at the end of a magical season, and the last Belgian after Gilbert was of course Tom Bonen in Madrid. Well, we've seen them go out onto lap number 5, the 4 leaders still awaiting the Greek rider to pass through. Meanwhile, out on the climbs, the peloton continue to have their little tour of the Leon hillside here, with very few wheels turned in anger, but it could have been an expensive fall for Vincenzo Nibali as he stiffens up over the next couple of hours.
I just got a message from our British colleague Brian Smith that it is indeed the same hip that Nibali went down on, the left one. So he crashed in Trevale Varesine and he crashed today. He should be back in the pack at the moment, but going down on that same hip and that same old wound again. Well, it must hurt. The Polish are the ones to lead here.
Starting to lift the pace a little bit too, by the look of it, since we've gone over 15 minutes now.
Oh, time to get a little bit of action. The Polish have probably their strongest team in years at the World Championships, are here with a full 9, thanks to, of course, points by Rafa Majka, by Niemek and by Kwiatkowski. They're here with Bodnar, with Michal Govash, Bartosz Usarski, Michal Kwiatkowski, Matysiak, Przemysław Niemek, Mazes Paterski, Michal Podlaski and Pavel Poljanski. You might miss the name of Rafa Majka, but Majka's had a long season, and he's finished. He's tired, and he is looking forward to next year. Got the late call up for the Tour de France to replace Kreuziger. Did particularly well in the Tour, getting the mountain jersey, but it has been a very long season doing both the Giro and the Tour for a young rider like Majka. But They have a very strong team with, of course, as absolute leader, Michal Kwiatkowski. Ryan Anderson there for Canada.
Gently does it as they come down towards the sharp turn onto the dam wall again. Still nobody over the top of the next climb, which is where except the 4 leaders, which is where the next check is.
Ryan Anderson is actually the only rider of his trade team. A lot of only riders of trade teams, of course. For example, Luis Leon Sanchez, the only one for Caja Rural. Biggest team here are BMC Racing Team with 12 riders and Team Sky with 12. Then Tinkoff, Garmin Sharp, Orica and Omega Pharma Quickstep with over 10 riders, 10 and 11 riders per team. Most international team in the World Tour peloton is Track Factory Racing, but they don't have a particularly big team here, with only 3. Arredondo's here, Cancellara and one more.
Douglas over the top and now losing ground. He's now 10-10 back of those 4. So the peloton are shortly going to close in on him. Still showing 15-10 for the peloton. Greipel, a little bit of tempo riding by the German sprinter here at the front. Well, the rider's still not lifting the ante at all here at the moment, as they're running onto the upslopes now of the Mirador. A little reminder, 11 till 1 o'clock GMT. You can come on board at UCI_cycling and use #AskRochelle or #AskMariana, as we will speak to those 2 top elite women riders for an hour each during the live coverage here of the men's elite professional road race. And we'll get underway at 11, that's GMT.
Before that, you can also ask some questions to me and Phil using Twitter. Some interesting questions already been coming in on my Twitter handle, Tour de José. So just keep them coming.
A bit more urgency down there now. Now we've hit the 15 minutes deficit. We're only on lap number 5, of course. Next time through, it'll be 9 to go.
Pretty interesting question I just got on Twitter is about Tom Dumoulin, who just wore his giant Shimano Gabba jacket with a very big giant Shimano or giant logo on it. And actually that's not allowed because you can only have very small sponsor logos on your kit. For example, on the shorts it can be a maximum of 9 centimeters. On the jersey it can be maximum of 9 centimeters. So what Dumoulin did with wearing team clothing is actually not allowed, because the provisions also apply to waterproof jackets, etc.
Well, the saying now is just gone inside 15 minutes, that little flurry of activity at the front of the peloton. The gap getting a little bit unmanageable now, I think. Peloton are still awaited at the 68 kilometer point and already through and heading on to the 78 kilometer point are the 4 leaders. That's a big spread.
Well, 1 minute 50 to go. 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 1
they come up the climb. The Vuvuzelas sounding up on the hillside there. This is coming through at 68 kilometers of the race now. Four leaders through, 10-10 to Douglas, and then we'll see where they stop the clock under that banner there. 14:53 out on course, so the time check was pretty accurate we just got from the race.
Well, the Poles are out in full force at the front of the peloton. You can see them all there.
Yeah.
With the Polish champion Matysiak, Podlaski, Niemek, Poljanski, Bodnar, Govash, Kwiatkowski, Husarski, Paterski. The entire team is up front, basically.
See how they go as we get onto this race now.
All the Germans grouped together there. Dan Martin, like the entire race at the tail end of the peloton, I haven't seen him in any other place but there.
Something he does in stage races as well until he decides to make a move, and then he likes to stay out of trouble and out of the main body of the pack of riders. He doesn't seem to enjoy riding in that pack. Had a pretty bad accident during the opening days of the Giro d'Italia in Belfast. So anyway, it's always difficult here to show you the Tour de France. I think we can show a little video now, and you will see just how we pull it all together.
To televise cycling, you need vantage points close enough to see the sweat and far enough away to get the relative positions of the groups, which means motorbikes and helicopters, which explains why this is the sound of international cycling. David Valcarce is in charge of production for Televisión Española.
Estamos utilizando 4 motos, un helicóptero con una cámara, helicóptero Westcam, 2 helicópteros que sirven de relé, es decir, que sirven para llevar esas señales hacia meta, y en el caso de que la climatología no fuera la correcta, es decir, que no pudieran volar los helicópteros, tenemos un avión. Es necesario usar unos puntos intermedios. En el caso de Ponferrada, en un monte cercano que se llama Pajariel. Las señales de las motos van a los helicópteros, y de los helicópteros van a ese punto intermedio, a Pajariel, y desde allí nos llega a meta, que es donde la realización hace el programa final, junto con las demás señales de meta.
12 fixed cameras cover the final kilometre and the ceremony. The slow-motion camera on the finish line can make the popping of a balloon last most of the day and produces some of the most memorable images. The race footage is turned into a coherent whole in the outside broadcast truck beside the commentary tribune.
Y después cada televisión tiene la posibilidad, ya sea aquí en Ponferrada mismo, o ya sea en su país, de personalizarla en su idioma y con sus características propias.
Yes, and those pictures being beamed to a record number of countries and territories this year by the Televisión España, and in conjunction with the Unión Ciclista Internacional. I think it's 158 countries and territories these pictures are being offered around the world. At the moment, though, what we're seeing is a little bit of a livening of the action in the World Road Race Championship. The last of the 12 titles to be decided here in Ponferrada in Spain. We're on lap number 5, 4 riders clear. Georgios Douglas of Greece is losing ground. He's now 10:32 behind at the 73-kilometer point, but I think we're going to see a steady reversal of that large gap now, because Poland are putting into effect some sort of a plan.
I just took a little look outside, Phil, and I saw that the sun is out shining, but it's still raining. So very apt today, we should have a rainbow.
Yes. Good point.
Stretch out peloton here as one of the Polish riders for Team CCC leading the race there. Niemek is there for Poland. Tim Mellon's in the middle of your screen. And there's Alejandro Valverde. The first time we saw him today. Matt Heyman, Christian Meyer is there, though he does not wear a transponder on his bike anymore. He is in the peloton for Canada. And all the riders, David Miller with the POC glasses that Team Garmin offers their riders.
Riding his final World Championships and his last race of his career, David Miller. They're going through now, 10 laps to go, and the gap is 15 minutes and 2 seconds.
Well, this is probably the biggest we're going to see it, because it's time to chase them down a little bit at the moment.
I think we've had 15-15, but the Polish boys now are lifting the pace just that little bit. Currently, they're riding 5 kilometers an hour slower than those 4 riders up front, and that really can't be allowed to continue. Out through the traffic jam, which is here the feeding station, as riders strain to see their charges out, as the mechanics and the masseurs rather look to see their charges out in the peloton.
A lot of the riders are wearing their team jackets. You can see here the black rain jackets. Officially not allowed according to the UCI regulations. They might be fined for it, but they might not be. Depends on the commissaires.
Well, the commissaires tend to choose certain rules to strictly apply. As we look at Miguel Indurain down there, 5 times a winner of the Tour de France, and a very, very popular person still to this day in Spain. He comes from Pamplona.
He just turned 50.
Yes, and looks very good. We had a chat with him last night at the function. A very, very well respected person. Well, we're getting out at the top of the climb again, out onto Confederación for the leaders. They're still well away, 15 minutes advantage. Douglas, well, he's dropping back slowly but surely to the peloton. He might survive another couple of laps though, with a gap of about 5 minutes over the field just now. These 4 riders, not big players in the world of professional cycling at all. No major wins to their credits, but nonetheless, to their credit, they're out in front today and have been since the first lap. The first lap, when the breakaway established, was the fastest lap we've had so far, getting around in 26 minutes. And as they've got themselves a 15-minute advantage there, the peloton themselves have got to beware of the embarrassment of being lapped, which is highly unlikely, but you've got to keep a close eye on it. Just 10 minutes over the 2 hours in the saddle for the riders now. Remember, they're going to be in the saddle for about 6.25 hours, 6.5, depends, before they complete the distance. It's the classic distance, this race. It's actually some 18 kilometers shorter than the professional race last year in atrocious conditions in Italy. This is running out at 254.8. As this is our latest visit over the dam wall. Just to the left there is a medical emergency centre which they set up throughout these championships, and they've been called into use during every race at that point. Poland is down in Ponferrada at the minute. So just now it's about a half lap lead for those 4 riders. And Poland have got control of the front of the peloton here, but they don't look to be pushing it too much either. They're about to head up the hill again. where our crowd is getting thicker by the minute on the slopes of the castle grounds. Well, I certainly think there'll be no complaints about the road closures from all the restaurants which exist in this area and bars. I should imagine they're doing pretty good business right now. Grey's still wet there. Well, they've gone through there, lost 3 seconds on the 3 kilometres between the finish line and this climb. It's now down to 15:05, or up to 15:05, the gap. And on this beautiful blue sky peering now behind the bells here on this Sunday as we move into the afternoon. Snefikas of Lithuania, Krasina of Croatia, Quintero of Colombia and Bolivoda of the Ukraine, setting the pace at the front at the moment. Shouts of bravo from the crowd, seeing 4 riders making such a gain over the field. Very appreciative of the crowd as they head up the Mirador climb. They're probably also celebrating the fact that it's now stopped raining up here and we've got the shadows on the road of the riders, so it's going to change now. It does get quite warm and very pleasantly warm once the sun gets through, and blue sky is all around us just at the moment. Leaders heading up to the 86 kilometre point.
Some riders behind with Tom Skujins for Latvia, and also Alex House for Team USA, and Sergei Tsvetkov, the Jelly Belly rider who had a fantastic campaign in North America in recent months.
He certainly did.
He is about 1 minute 20 behind the peloton at the moment, riding for Romania, coming from Moldova.
Well, Alex House may have just dropped back with a slight problem. He's only a few seconds back.
It's not much.
Because he's one of the big hopes to strength of the Americans. Alex House really come through this year with his Tour de France performance.
And an almost stage win in Colorado.
Yes.
Fantastic work that day also by Phil Gaiman, who's not part of the American team today. Let's see who's here for Team USA. It's Brent Bookwater, Alex House, the American champion Eric Marcotte, Kiel Reine, Andrew Talansky, TJ Van Garderen. Pretty interesting story, Eric Marcotte, who is the national champion. He's a chiropractor in daily life. Races with Michael Creed's Smart Stop team. And just snatched away the American title, which is
a huge result for the team as well.
Absolutely.
Took his chances, won those championships that went a bit wrong for the favourites, and Marcotte profited by it. And that's earned him his selection to ride with World Tour stars in the American team today.
He had Travis McCabe in second place for that same Smart Stop team. Alex House was a third there in the national championships. Not all teams bring their national champions to the race. For example, France does not have Arnaud Demar here. And the Dutch don't have Sebastian Langeveld here. And that goes for many teams as well. Also many, of course, many national champions here, but not all of them. But USA Cycling said, if you are the national champion, you are going to be on a world's team. So Alison Powers was there in the Midwinds race. and Eric Marcotte is here.
This is the second feed where the peloton are going through. The 4 leaders have just been told there's been an accident involving motor vehicles on the course 4 kilometers before the finishing line, and I think they're going to reach there before they manage to move them off the route, so we'll see as they come down towards the finish. They're just through 88 kilometers on the day covered at the moment.
Still everybody in the race, 204 riders.
Yep, nobody's telling us any retirements anyway. Just a couple of guys still riding behind the peloton. Alex House must have had a problem, I suspect, but he was only a few seconds behind.
Well, that is exactly what Maciej Bodnar just did. He said to his teammates, just slow down, because on the race radio we hear that their leader, Michał Kwiatkowski, needs a new rear wheel. You saw the Cannondale rider just tell his colleagues, slow down a little bit here, because Michał has a problem.
Now it looks as though they're beginning to liven up a little bit now as the sun warms them up on the lower slopes of the climb up to Confederación. No, perhaps not. Perhaps there's still time out on the far left there as the riders just continue to set the tempo here. With the Polish riders, the message hasn't got through about Kwiatkowski. It'll be a good wheel though for Alex House to get in with once he gets a new tyre. Leaders over the top at 86.3 kilometers. Douglas continuing to fall away, is now 11.5 minutes behind the 4 front runners now.
Dan Martin with some of his Garmin Sharp teammates, Tommy Elter-Slachter.
Andrew Talansky, the American, just went through as well.
And House is back in the peloton.
That was House just went through camera, yeah. So I think it was a little problem, but I don't think it was a serious one.
Yuki Doi all the way at the back. Dutch Skills Shimano team for a few years, but now rides in Japan. Cycling incredibly popular in Japan. Guys like Fumi Beppu, who's not here today, but also Yuki Arashiro are absolute rock stars. When you go to the Saitama Criterium, or you see it on television, you see that they are practically more popular than Tour de France winner Chris Froome.
Yuki Doi had actually called for his team car. That's why he came to the back. I don't know whether he wants a drink or whether he's got a problem. The car just arrived. As we just arrived down here at the finish line again.
We're one rider down in our breakaway. We're missing our Lithuanian friends.
We've had no information he's been dropped. He might be behind in the cars, or he may in fact have called it bets. Which can't see him at all. They're looking round for him, but they are certainly down to 3 here.
I'll just look in the finish straight then. Yeah, he's following in the convoy. He's about 20 meters behind them. There he is, back together with his breakaway mates, Sidrunas Zavickas.
Normal service
resumed.
As we go out onto lap number 6 and 9 laps to go. They've been in the lead now since the end of lap number 1.
Back to the breakaway. He'd obviously gone back to the team car to have a
heading out through the feeding zone once more here as they head out of town. The accident to the vehicle which they mentioned on the radio tour in French doesn't appear to have hampered the race progress anyway.
And speed is going down every lap. Had a pretty fast first lap when the brake was established.
Yeah.
And now it's only 37.8 k an hour average on this 18.2 kilometer lap. Which means that they are on the, let me see, well, slowest schedule.
For the moment, often the case of the World Championship, it'll pick up 14:45, so they've knocked about 15 seconds off the race at the minute. It'll have to come down a lot quicker than this, though.
Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg for South Africa, passing through your screen. In Daryl Impey, they have quite an outsider, I think.
Absolutely.
He was pretty good in the Canadian races, of course, won the Tour of Alberta in the last stage with bonus seconds on Tom Dumoulin.
That was his first race back after the imposed suspension on him for a diuretic, which he had to prove, in fact, that he didn't take it, and it was proven that the trace of the stimulant was on the gloves of the serving pharmacist who previously just served the same product to a woman who'd gone in the chemist. Quite amazing, really. They were able to find the receipt and the timing of that receipt to prove Impey's innocence, and but it ruined his whole season.
Well, he couldn't do the Tour de France. He was ruled out of the Tour de France, in which, of course, last year he wore the yellow jersey. Came back to the Canadian races and did, well, extremely well by winning the Tour of Alberta.
Yes, he did. That might be full of enthusiasm now.
Well, I think it's really amazing. If you look at guys like Michael Rogers, Roman Kreuziger, they are left in a bit of limbo when these suspensions are being called out. And guys like Michael Rogers, they just kept on training, even though he didn't know if his clenbuterol case was going to be a 2-year suspension or if he was going to be acquitted. He was acquitted in the end, and only like 2 weeks later he did the Giro d'Italia and wins 2 stages. So you have to be, well, pretty headstrong and pretty motivated to keep on riding if you don't know if you're going to ride in the near future. And the same goes for Kreuziger, the same goes for Daryl Impey.
Yeah.
But, well, Impey is clear to ride here. He is riding here. Of course, the UCI can still appeal the verdict, while Cancellara seems to be in trouble again today.
Going back up the cars once more.
Of course, the UCI, I think they're still within range of appealing the decision to acquit Daryl Impey by the South African Olympic or the Olympic Committee. And they can also do the same thing with Roman Kreuziger's case, who's been acquitted by the Czech Federation. Kreuziger is not here today. Impey is. He's here with the two Janssen van Rensburgs, Reinhard and Jacques, who are not related.
Correct.
So that's that.
It's been all Poland driving this peloton. Nobody bothering to break in with them as they're running down. We've still got our 4 leaders through. We haven't had Georgios Bourglas come through the finishing line yet. Time is ticking on. Nearly 5 minutes gone at the moment, so he's still about another 5 minutes before we'll see him pass through at the finish line. So that end is beginning to dry out a little bit now, but the 2 crashes we have are the 2 Italians, identical crashes, 2 different days. The roads are perfectly dry. They just were at a crucial stage of the race and they took the risk and they didn't get round. This is Azzedine Lagab of Algeria on the left of our picture. That's where they start to run onto the Mirador climb there, which runs around that hillside. And over the other side is Ponferrada. Massive long line of riders. No abandons at this stage of the race, and we're on lap number 6 with the leaders, not with the peloton. race time, 2 hours 20 minutes. And as it's 14 laps, they've got to really start to make inroads very shortly, the next hour or so, to prove that they're going to bring those boys back. They're just expecting 4 riders to actually just not have the strength to pedal at this sort of speed over the race distance, and they might just come back of their own volition as they begin to tire on this circuit, which really does bite away at the legs on these last 2 climbs each lap.
Speaking of tyres, there was a question on Twitter, what kind of tyre pressure the riders are riding in the rain. Well, if it's raining and you decide that before, you have of course a different choice of tyres, but mostly it's done just letting a little bit of air out, making the tyres less round, so you get a little bit more grip on the road. But
maybe 9 bar instead of 11 bar.
Yeah, the Dutch team started today with 8 bar. I asked their mechanic, and in terms of gearing, they have a 53.39 and a 25.11. I think that's pretty standard for most of these teams here.
Well, the Polish boys have got themselves well organised as a team here, taking the responsibility of the peloton at the moment.
Rory Sutherland for Australia in the front of the bunch. He just signed a new 2-year contract with a new team, not staying on with the Tinko Saxo squad. Unknown yet where he is going to sign, but probably all will be revealed soon.
Yes, he was with the United Healthcare and he won a stage of the USA Pro Challenge, and that pretty much signed him up then for Tinkoff Saxo, which at the time was Saxo Tinkoff. But he hasn't really excelled with the team.
Well, he's a very valuable helper, and he's been
very strong rider.
He's been on great shape recently. He was 5th in the Grand Prix de Wallonie, which is not an easy race. So he's doing pretty well. And signing a new 2-year contract shows that he's still a very valuable rider. And not every rider can win 20 races a year. We are not all André Greipel or Peter Sagan. We also need the helpers on the team, and Rory Sutherland is a very race-savvy guy. He knows how to read a race. He's a very good race captain. I wouldn't be surprised.
Very strong time trial rider.
Exactly. Can be a great addition to your team, time trial team. And also teaching the younger guys on the team. A team like BMC has so many youngsters on the team now that they need experienced riders like Rory, for example, to help out the young guys, because, well, the majority of races they are doing are not World Tour races, so they do not have the in-ear communication. So they're being taught on the road, in the peloton, by these road captains, by these more experienced riders like Rory Sutherland. Wouldn't be surprised if it was indeed BMC or Orica Greenwich where Sutherland is going.
Well, as you can see the gap there as they've gone over the top with Michał Podlaski on the front for Poland, 14.5 minutes. They are closing in rapidly on Buglas. He went over 13.09, so he's only just over a minute ahead of the peloton right now. Last rider in the race is the British champion Peter Kenyuk at the tail of the peloton there, just taking in a drink. Riders on the descent, and they've been told that there is an accident on this descent involving a vehicle which is off to the left hand side, and that's it there, I think, which they've managed to negotiate safely. So still down at the finish, just the 4 Musketeers have gone out onto lap number 6. We're going to very shortly see the capture of Georgios Buglas of Greece. This time, a little bit more urgency, stretching the peloton on this descent. Kilometre point will be there eventually. 3 to the end of the circuit just now. Podlatsky just racing away from the head of the peloton, taking them down the descent. We come to cross the dam wall once again. All hands on the brakes. Road still looks a little bit damp here.
This is actually more dangerous than having a soaking wet road, to have these damp patches here and there.
Oh, sorry, we're coming off the Mirador right now. The peloton not taking any chances at all down there. It's a long line of riders. So there's still a peloton of 200 riders here. This time they are stepping on the gas. A couple of laps ago they came through here almost talking to each other and chatting. Now it is a long line of riders. Must be nearly half a kilometre long, that line. And all of the Polish team sitting at the front of the race.
All 9 of them.
Yep.
Well, they have one absolute leader, and that is Michał Kwiatkowski. Well, there's 8 of them actually.
Well, the one that might not be there might be Kwiatkowski himself, but I would have thought he'd keep a close eye on his teammates.
Polish cycling absolutely on the up at the moment, thanks to big stars like Rafa Majka, Kwiatkowski and also Niemiec, who won a stage in the recent Tour of Spain. Yeah, Kwiatkowski is up there.
And here comes our lonely man from Greece here, Georgios Bouglas.
Well, it's a very courageous effort.
It's been superb. He's not going to be far ahead of the field now, because they're in that last kilometre behind him. And they're the same straight as him now. 13:13 the time gap for Bouglas, but they're 400 metres behind him here in the peloton. I think by looking at some of these faces now, a little bit more urgency written across the road. I think this is the lap they decided the chase has to begin. As they go through out onto lap number 7, the gap is 14 minutes precisely. Nine circuits to go, out onto lap number 7. The gap 13:13 and 14 minutes. This time they'll pick up the Greek rider out in front, leaving just the 4 with still 14 minutes to bridge. This time the ante has gone up quite a lot here. The pace has really picked up at the front now. It's all down to the work of the Polish team, with 8 riders of their 9 sitting at the head of the peloton. Maciek, Podlaski, Niemiec, Poljanski, Bodnar, Golas, Kwiatkowski, Paterski. Those are the riders, and Huzarski. First non-Polish rider is Max Ricchesi, the Argentinian rider. A sprinter still up there. Designed, I think, now, Douglas, for the capture on this climb as he heads out towards the castle to start the hills all over again.
There was an accident, Phil, at 4K from the finish, where one of the cars in the convoy ended up on the side of the road and hit one of the spectators.
Well, I hope it's not too serious. No update on that. We could only see what we could see on the descent. The vehicles and the police were in attendance, parked on the left.
Well, we have 100K done. Exactly.
By the leaders.
Mm-hmm.
And about 94 by the peloton. Maybe even less than that. Maybe 92 by the peloton. This man still dangling now right off the front of the actual pack of riders as he goes up towards the castle. Paul Lead has already gone over the top of that climb some time ago. Nice support from the people of Ponferrada here. Well, a very impressive formation down there, these Polish riders. We should see an improvement in that time gap now as far as they're concerned as well. The castle lies dead ahead. You get some idea of the incline here from this angle.
Wow, crowds are gathering there. The sun's out, blue skies even. So instead of all the rain-soaked finals we have so far, we might have a dry final and a very wet start.
Well, they reversed the weather forecast. The rain was going to start at noon, and instead the sun came out at noon today here. And the crowd warming to the occasion as well. Here comes the peloton. And as they go through, just 22 seconds now behind the Greek rider. And the Poles now beginning to excite everybody here, driving on the front, and you can tell now they're stretching out the pack. They're all saying to themselves now, this is it. The shadow boxing is over, it's down to business.
All the names through your screen at the moment. While Vincenzo Nibali takes a new bike. He went down a few laps back on the in the feeding zone, or just after the feeding zone, and went and landed down on his left hip, and he went down on that exact same hip in the Trevale Verezine only a few days back. And there's already been some doubts about the form of Vincenzo Nibali. Hasn't raced much after the Tour de France. Of course, a lot of obligations with sponsors and criteriums and what have you.
Well, now we're getting down to the sharp end of the action. The speed lifted considerably. We'll just see if Nibali can position himself well for what might happen in the next few hours. I was thought we're going to get a little smile then from Georgios Douglas, who's looked over his shoulder. Here they come, and they are flying at the moment. This is gently uphill here, very gently, at that initial kicker. They went through with 14 minutes disadvantage, and look at that, nearly 3/4 of a minute taken off now.
Well, Georgios Douglas did what he promised in an interview he gave to British media this week. He wanted to have a little bit of TV time. He missed the early break and then went on to a veritable chaspatat, as the Belgians call it, or a pretty useless attack, as you would say in English.
Nonetheless, we know he's in the race, and we can't say that about everybody. He sees the Polish riders come. Going to try and lift his tempo. It won't be easy to lift the tempo now. He's been out in front since the 4th lap, I think he went away. No, he went away, yeah, on the 4th lap. Towards the end of lap 3, actually, he was leading when he came through on lap 4.
Being on the attack does not really make his chances of finishing this race a lot bigger. But just like you said, Phil, we have seen him, we know he's here, and let's hope for the best for him, because it's not easy being a cyclist in Greece. No, it's not. And just another reminder that you can tweet your questions to us here at the commentary position by going on at UCI_cycling, and you use hashtag #AskRochelle or hashtag #AskMarianne, and that's Marianne Vos and Rochelle Gilmore. And we'll be talking to them for a total of a couple of hours this afternoon before we get down to the last couple of hours of action here at the World Championships. Time to get ready now for the action. Nibali on the far side. You can see his shorts there marked by the fall. Seem to be okay. Headed up the Tour de France when he really distinguished himself on the 2nd day of racing. Tour de France starting in Yorkshire, England, and into Sheffield he won the stage. And that was the beginning of his march to victory in Paris almost 3 weeks later. Well, what I loved about Nibali was that he was a very attacking winner, taking several stage wins, not waiting like, for example, in the past, Miguel Indurain. He just went for it and showed that he was the true champion of the Tour de France. Absolutely. He had a good lead over Alberto Contador when Contador was forced out with his broken leg, hairline fracture. And shouldn't be seen as a lucky winner. We'll never know the true result, but certainly Nibali was the man of that race. Well, I think it's a bit sad that everybody keeps saying, well, Froome wasn't there and Contador wasn't there. Yeah. It does make the achievement of Nibali look unimportant because his 2 top rivals were not there. Contador is not here. He's not in the Spanish team. That didn't really particularly sit well with the Spanish audience and with the Spanish national selector Javier Minguez. But Contador said, I am tired after this Vuelta, that of course he won, coming back exactly 2 months after he broke his leg. So he's not here, and that's a decision that the Spanish team has to respect. Of course they have been talking with him endlessly to have him ride here. This is a home crowd, this is a home race. Everybody wanted him here, but Alberto Contador does not think this circuit race suits his capabilities, his qualities, so he's not here. The only Grand Tour winner who is here is Vincenzo Nibali. Yes, and all 3 Grand Tours to his name as well throughout his career. He was only the 5th Italian to win the Vuelta a España back in 2010. No stranger to these roads at all. But we're yet to talk about the big names firing in this race. They're watching and waiting. They're seeing the time gap now on the reverse. It's approaching 13 minutes to these 4 riders. They've got just over 15. About 106 kilometers into the race now of 254.8. And there is the actual crash scene on the left there of involving vehicles and apparently a spectator. Not showing any signs of getting tired yet. They're wisely making sure they eat little and often now. As our picture's frozen. Having shown today how we actually bring the pictures into your homes, it's very complicated. And it's full of potential disasters, but especially when we have cloud, low cloud. That's when the fixed-wing aircraft has to get above that cloud to continue to bounce the signals off.
But we've cleared up now, and it looks as though we should be in for a lovely day of racing. Down in the bottom of the town there, and I think we've got Nibali calling for service, I think, at the back of the peloton, maybe to discuss the situation after his fall. But that's behind the race. A very different shape, that peloton now, as they start the climb. This is 2 kilometers out from the eventual finish here. Somebody's descended a little bit quicker than everybody else.
Our Ukrainian friend.
It is, it's Polivoda. But he's realized it, so he may as well wait, no point in heroics. And it is the Croatian rider, Krasdasinia, who brings them all together. So 4 riders again, shadows on the road, Swiss flag waving, the Polish dictating the World Championships. It's a big international affair just now. So we have a team time trial at the front, has been now for over a lap and a half by the Polish teams. They've tried to incite a little bit of action from the field. Concerned that the gap had gone out to 15.25 minutes. .46.7 kilometers to go, 8 laps to go. Next time the 4 leaders come down here, and they'll be just on 3 hours of racing, and still more than 3 hours of cycling still to go.
Because these days and years here as well. We see now the 4-rider breakaway as they head towards the conclusion of this lap.
There's no doubt that these 4 riders will be away for a couple of laps yet. They're still looking, they're pretty relaxed here at the front. This is Carlos Quintero, the Colombian rider. They were determined to get in a move today. He was the second Colombian to put in an attack, and this one worked for him. Alandondo was the first rider. His little group of 7 got picked up. They're still all looking pretty well out there, nice and strong. So they're coming up towards the finishing line this time. 8 laps to go as they go out onto lap number 7. So the 4 leaders going through, led by Savickas. Lap number 7 now, leaving 8 more circuits. Still a long way to go in this championship. These riders know it. They're not thinking long term, they're just thinking how long will they hold off the pack. The way they're riding, and they're still looking extremely good, the 4 of them. Now time to take on a little bag of food there by Savickas. As you can see, the first lap was the quickest so far. They're saying it's now down to a flat 13 minutes. We'll have a check on that when they come through. Nobody in between, remember now. Picked up the only rider in the back of the pack here. Just another reminder, Rochelle Gilmore has now joined us in the commentary box, and we'll be talking to her in a few minutes' time. And you can tweet questions at UCI_cycling and use #AskRochelle, and we will be able to put your questions to her. Rochelle Gilmore, top Australian women's cyclist. She now owns the Wiggle Honda team, as well as still rides in its colours. She's also Commonwealth Games former champion. She won a title in New Delhi. First time the Commonwealth Games have been held in that part of India, or indeed any part of India. And very nice championships too. And Rochelle was delighted with her sprint finish there. Basically a sprinter, Rochelle Gilmore, throughout her career. Had a World Cup victory in Geelong a few years ago.
It's lunchtime in the peloton.
It's also time to get undressed by the look of it.
Well, let's not go there.
It was the last man to enter the race. We almost missed him off the start list, just taking off his feet warmers there. Gatis Smukulis of Latvia, only Latvian in the race. 14 minutes showing on the board. Peloton were 14 minutes last time they went out on the course. So those 4 riders really are putting up quite a show of defiance now. As we're waiting for them to come through. The peloton were waiting for them to reach 105 kilometers. Well, we'll get a check on them. These boys up front are already some 7 kilometers ahead of them. Polish team bring them safely around that bottom bend there again.
Niemiec being one of their road captains, apparently he's doing a lot of talking with the other riders. Of course, the names of our leaders, let's repeat them again, with Matija Kvasina for Croatia, Carlos Julian Quintero for Colombia, Zydrunas Zavickas for Lithuania, and Alexander Olivoda for Ukraine.
Champion of the USA, second rider up in the red, Eric Marcotte, getting his first taste of elite World Championship racing here in Spain.
It's an absolutely amazing story, Phil, because these guys, they just have a regular day job in between the racing they do in the USA Crit Series mostly. So he just flies back to America and then goes back to his chiropractor practice and just does the racing on the weekend. These guys are not full-time racers like many riders on the continental teams. Do not earn a living with racing. In the Pro Continental scene and the World Tour, so the 18 World Tour teams, the 17 Pro Continental teams, they have a minimum salary that UCI imposes. Unfortunately, that is not the case in women's cycling, but we're probably going to discuss that a little bit later with Rochelle. So they can earn from like 400 euros a month to a little bit more, because in France, the French Federation does have minimum salaries for the continental teams like La Pau Marseille and Roubaix Lille Métropole, Big Mat. Those teams do have minimum requirements. But most of them just race for a shirt and a short, as it's called.
And, just like when life used to begin for all professionals in Belgium 40 years ago. Well, La Pau Marseille is one of the best feeder clubs to the top teams in the world, and I think their last count they put 24 riders saw the progression from La Pau Marseille to ride in the Tour de France. It's a terrific team based in Marseille, and if they decide you can ride for them, then you can set your table out and try and become one of the world's best riders, because they give you the gateway and the pathway. 142 kilometers, 104 kilometers was the last check for the 4 leaders. We're not too far away from getting the peloton at last through that point. Haven't got the latest time check on them since the 14-minute count. No doubt who the workers are in this race at the moment. Rory Sutherland in the white jersey bobbing up and down the left of our picture there of Australia. The Australians nursing a possible 2-pronged attack when it comes from Michael Matthews and Simon Gerrans. But there's so many teams got riders capable of taking this day. It's a very, very open championship, I feel, this year. We'll just see what happens as we get down towards the latter stages of the race, and just who can go with the moves that will surely come as we leave Ponferrada each time. British rider just sat here at the back is the Liverpudlian Stephen Cummings. Looks like a little stop on the right there, and that was Daniele Bernardi, I think, who just pulled off to the right, and I'm pretty sure he had a soft tyre, because they wouldn't be taking time out up a hill with this sort of speed now. Big Steve Cummings here, riding for Great Britain. Eric Marcotte, the champion of the USA, as Jose has said, not a full-time professional by any manner of means, and won the American Championship in Chattanooga this year. Well, I think we're inside 13 minutes now, and the clock will tell us coming up the hill. Nobody willing to interject with the Polish team time trial. Very happy to let them keep this sort of pace as the lead is coming down regularly now. There's the clock counting, so it's going to be inside 13 minutes as they go over the top of the Mirador. And a very large pack is still here. There's the four leaders. And we go over 12:33 behind with the whole Polish team, the first names up.
Well, they're taking a lot of weight on their shoulders in this race at the moment, leaving all the work, all the other teams, the French, the British, the Belgians, have not done anything yet. And of course, the smaller teams like Peter Sagan's Slovakia are profiting from this. Maybe the Polish are chewing off a little bit more than they can handle, but all the other big countries are happily leaving all the work done by these guys in red and white.
Well, we saw this with the Australian team in the under-23, and they did get second place in the end with Caleb Ewan. They did exactly the same as the Polish are doing now. We'll see how it works out for the Poles. So the gap at 12:33 now. Still waiting for, we saw the leaders go out with 8 to go on lap 7. Now running away down towards the last 4 kilometers for the peloton going back into town. Last time they were 14 minutes behind. This time I think we're going to see them pretty close to being exactly 12. May have been a couple of minutes recaptured here on the road. And that split the field there, as you can see in the middle. There's some, all of a sudden, the club runs has hurt. And we've got about 5 to 10 riders just split on the climb there, on the back. Next time it might be a little bit harder to close the gap. It should be okay this time around. This is the fastest part of the course, I think, for the descent, running away from the top of the Mirador.
And more blue skies.
Hey, yippee. I think everybody will be happy about that.
We can almost open the window here in our commentary box.
Don't get too serious now, Jose.
Getting a bit excited now.
Well, it's time to reverse the situation, and the pressure's going on, and we've seen as soon as the pressure has gone on up that climb, there's quite a few riders at the back of the peloton who were hurting, started immediately to yo-yo. This is very much a wall of attrition on this circuit. All the Polish team down there.
Well, the car that
in
we
fact,
mentioned...
there are 9 now, so the missing man has come up under orders probably to make it the full squad.
We mentioned before that one of the team cars skidded off the road. Well, the car is total loss, and it is the Norwegian team car that skidded off the road, ended up against a tree. No news about the spectator that was allegedly hurt, but...
let's hope it was only the tree that took the impact of the vehicle. That was on the descent there, down towards the dam. This is all coming through on Twitter, by the way. We don't want to cause any alarm, as we're looking at the 9 riders coming through the finishing line this time.
Matthew Heyman in the middle of your shot, followed by Chris Froome.
Yes, interesting. Chris has come from the back, right up towards the front now, top to his helmet.
Also Saramotis for Latvia. No, it can't be. It wasn't.
Now, don't start arguing with yourself, George.
No, it is, of course. Well, you said before there was only 1 entry from Latvia.
That's all we've got.
But it's not. Because it was Saramotis, and they also have...
they do. They've got 3 more in the right places.
Yeah.
They must have put a late entry in of just Smukulis because his teammates are all numbered.
Because there's actually only one Latvian on the YAM cycling team, and that is Alexis Saramotis. But yeah, they put Smukkel is now up on our start list with Saramotis and Tom Skujins, who's been with the Hinkepie development team, and who I think absolutely deserves a place in a Pro Continental team. Has been having a good development recently, especially riding on the America Tour.
There we are, not quite 12 minutes, 12:12 actually, or 12:10 officially.
Michal Kwiatkowski on the wheel of his Omega Pharma Quick-Step teammate Michal Govash. Patrick Lefevre had been a little bit depressed about losing 2 world titles already with the team time trial and with Tony Martin. So he says we have 1 shot left, and that is on Sunday, and then it has to come down to, well, guys like Tom Bonen or maybe Michal Kwiatkowski. Not the best of losers, Patrick Lefevre.
No, it's very well put, very modest indeed.
Well, let's be friendly. There are Belgian neighbours.
Exactly. I think their team have had around 70 victories this year, so they have a right to feel a little bit conceited, if you like. Very good.
Well, the great thing about Omega Pharma Quick-Step is that 20 of their 30 riders won this year, so they really have a very strong team all around. It's not only down to 1 or 2 riders like other teams have, but it's 20 riders winning, and that is a lot.
They weren't too happy at losing the World Team Time Trial Championship, which started these championships, and getting only the bronze medal. Team in a little bit of disarray this time around. Team BMC striking for the USA, taking the gold medal. The field now rushing on as it just turns 1 o'clock. I think we can ask Jose to sort herself out here, because we're going to chat with Rochelle Gilmore, former Commonwealth Games road race champion, a World Cup race winner as well, and the owner of the Wiggle Honda team, which is one of the top women's professional team. Feel free to tweet your questions to us. I've been giving you the address on screen all morning, because this lady knows everything about cycling, and not just women's cycling either. How nice is it to have 2 women alongside me talking about the men in the World Championship?
You are a
Jose.
lucky guy, Phil.
I am a very lucky guy. I accept that. I accept it.
Well, as long as you realise it.
Keep an eye on the race and chat away.
Okay, Rochelle, yesterday we saw the road race. What's your take on it? Because Marianne Vos was, of course, the top favourite, but she didn't win it.
No, it was a very, very messy finish, wasn't it, with the sprint there, when the 4 leaders were caught just in the last 500 metres. It looked like Mariana was certain for the victory, and then when they came back really fast, the bunch, it got very messy. There was riders all over the road, and it was very hard to pick from that group who was going to win. But she definitely had a great race, was on top form, as was Lizzie Armitstead, but the 2 of them, they were the 2 favourites, and unfortunately outside of the medals yesterday.
Women race with 6 riders. They do in the World Cup. Yesterday, of course, we had slightly bigger teams with the Italians, also with the Dutch team, who were with 9. But in World Cups, do you think that riding with 6 riders makes the racing a lot more exciting? Because in Grand Tours, in men's cycling, and in the classics, there's always 9 or 8-man teams, and there seems to be a lot of control.
Well, I do think it's quite exciting with 6 riders in the World Cups for women. It's been working quite well this year. We've seen very aggressive racing, and having six riders in each team, I think it's a good number for now for women's cycling. And we've seen this year in the World Cups that every single race has just been on your edge of your seat kind of excitement. So that worked really well. Yesterday, some nations had 6, some had 7, some had 9. So that was depending on which nations were higher ranked and qualified more riders. So it was a little bit of an uneven playing field in that respect, but the stronger teams like the Netherlands and Italy were expected to go out very hard in the race and make it hard, because they had the numbers and they had the strength. But we saw that the race didn't really get going to the last 3 laps.
Well, we also expect that to be happening today. The race really gets going in the last 2, maybe 3 laps. Is it such a hard course that you have to wait, and that you really can't spend all of your energy early on in the race?
Well, that's what a lot of people are saying about this course. For the women, it compares a lot to Plouay World Cup type of course, and perhaps the riders were a little bit worried about being isolated, not having the numbers in the final end of the bike race. And that may have been a reason that they didn't race so hard, and they thought we'll just have a race of attrition and then we'll get it going in the last couple of laps. And I think a lot of people predicted that there'd be fewer at the finish.
A lot of people say, well, this is a 245 kilometers race. They say, why not just make it 100? But that attrition is something that you also need to separate the real great riders from the lesser ones.
Well, I think it's in the history of men's cycling that these races are generally a lot longer, and that's what the males are used to with training. And with the women, I think yesterday was on the slightly longer side than they're used to racing. But so some of the riders that come across from track or are perhaps capable of having a good race over 80 or 90 kilometres might have struggled with that little bit of extra distance yesterday.
People say, well, it's only 125k race. It's half of what the men do. Why is there such a big difference? If you have the big monumental classics in men's racing, they're over 250 kilometers, while the maximum in a women's race is about 135. Why is there such a big difference?
I think it just comes back to the history of the sport and the tradition, and women's cycling is very, very new at a professional level, in my opinion, in the last 4 or 5 years, which means athletes in the past have not been able to train full-time and perhaps had jobs, and that wouldn't allow them to train more than 3 or 4 hours a day. So therefore that's the distance of the races that have been chosen, and now that the sport's getting more professional, there's more demand for longer races to see which riders are capable of handling that extra endurance. And there are certainly, the majority of the peloton now are full-time cyclists.
Of course, your Wiggle Honda team is one of the biggest teams on the women's cycling, but you have how many riders for next year?
We have 19 signed, which is a huge team. A lot of teams only have 12 or 13, but with Wiggle Honda we have a lot of young development talent and also track riders that don't do so many road races, and like you said, there's only 6 that can start a World Cup, but we have a lot of different focuses within the team, and that's why we have quite a large number.
Question from Deborah De Silva. What's the biggest challenge facing women's cycling today?
I don't think challenge is the right word, but obviously everybody wants things to happen overnight. But in fact, in my opinion, things have happened overnight this year, because we've had some breakthroughs with new races like La Course on the Champs-Élysées, the Tour de France, and also the Women's Tour in the UK was just a massive, massive success. So things are happening very, very quickly, but I guess the women would like the media and the TV coverage to be increased and to be more predominant, so people can turn on the TV and watch as much women's racing as they do men's. But I think we're heading in that right direction, and there's certainly a lot more women's cycling on TV, and people are enjoying watching it, so there's a high demand for more.
Yeah, from my own point of view, I've been quite new to the sport, and I've been absolutely amazed by the level of competition and about the incredible races we've seen on the World Cup this year. So I think that it would be great in the future that a big audience could see these races as well.
Well, I think women's cycling, from where I sit, and I have witnessed it pretty closely and intensely over the last 10 years, that the female athletes are as professional as the men in every sense of the word, if not more, in regards to the way they eat and the way they train, they look after their body, their preparation, everything. So now we're just catching up with the environments that are surrounding them and the professional teams, and I think now that that's being established very quickly, that'll come with TV coverage, and we already see that there's a lot of networks that are getting the women's packages, and they're showing them, and people are enjoying watching it because it's exciting racing. Women's racing, like you said, it's a little bit shorter and more spectator friendly, because it's it's not a six-hour race, it's a 3-hour race, and the women are racing more aggressively right from the start.
A question from Aiden van Nieuwkerk. Do you think it was a mistake yesterday that the leading 4 women with Longo Borghini, Lizzie Armistead, Emma Johansson and Marianne Vos waited for the bunch? Should one of them have tried a final attack?
Well, it was in hindsight, that's something that a couple of the athletes that are in the break will be thinking about. Emma Johansson and Elisa Longo Borghini. Emma did quite well in the end, but Elisa Longo Borghini knew that she had a sprinter in the Italian team, which was one of the favourites, Giorgia Bronzini, trying to come back. So the card that she was instructed to play was to try and win the bike race rather than push the pace and stay away and go for a chance of, second, third or fourth. And in reality, she could have made the difference if she'd done a bit of work for that 4 to stay away, but it wouldn't have made sense because then she would have been racing just for the minor placings. She wasn't one of the fastest 2 there, so she sat on the back, and she did have one last attack to try and race for the win, but that was closed down very quickly by Marianne Vos, which may have cost Marianne Vos the legs in the sprint. So I think it's in hindsight, there's not you say what could have happened different. Okay, we could have had some contribution from Elisa Longo Borghini, but that wouldn't have been the right tactic for her and the Italian team to try and win the race.
Are tactics in a women's race very different from a men's race? Of course, you have been racing, and how do you determine these tactics?
I can only go off what I've heard from directors that have swapped over from men's cycling into women's cycling, and they say that the tactics are very, very different. And I don't know exactly what the answer is for that, but I think the environment in which the men have started the sport perhaps was with radios and more communication, and the women, they're only just getting used to in the last couple of years riding as a team. And I said about 5, 6, 7 years ago, you could go into a race in women's cycling and win as an individual without a strong team around you, or you jump into a mixed team and you just start and you can win a bike race. These days you cannot. You can't win a bike race without a strong team around you and tactics, and I think that the tactics are changing a lot in this period in the last couple of years, having directors come over from men's cycling give their insight into how you win as a team. So athletes are looking now to sign with teams that are particularly strong, whereas in the past they may have been looking for a team where they could be the leader. Now they realise that you need to be a part of a strong team that has cards to play to win bike races.
Well, just to remind you that we're listening to Rochelle Gilmore here, the former Commonwealth Games champion. She chatted with Josie Ben as we watch the men's elite championship here. We're getting up to the checkpoint on top of the Mirador climb here, but the gap is still there at the moment, which means that ladies, off you go. I'm enjoying this.
Oh, good. Do you have any questions for Rochelle?
I've known Rochelle too long. I can't ask any questions.
Okay. That's pretty clear.
I was very interested though talking about tactics though, Rochelle, in all seriousness, and do you think it's just a show of respect for the course that there's just been no action from the peloton for a long time, and this is going to make for a very hard closure of the event, isn't it?
Well, I can tell you my reflection of riding the course was that I did the first lap and I thought, this is not very tough, this is not as tough, and this is going to be a course for the sprinters. And then we got into the second lap and I was like, wow, this is really, really tough. The legs started to burn and it was a completely different sensation. So I think that you're right, Phil, that the course is a lot tougher than people think in the way that it looks, but it's very taxing, and I think that's why the riders are not going right out at the start in the first laps and putting the pace down, because it's just very demanding.
What is the absolute most difficult point in the course? Of course, you've ridden it with your riders. I
think it's different for different people. I was a sprinter, so the longer slow drags like they're on now is probably the tougher part for a sprinter, and that short, steeper, punchy bit is a bit where you can see the top of the climb and you're like, okay, I'm just going to punch out and get over the top. But this long, slow drag for a sprinter is what takes the toll out of the legs. And then for a different type of rider that's more of a climber type rider, we'll find it a lot easier on this part that's just gradually going up, and perhaps a little bit tougher on the steep part.
Isn't it an advantage for the Spanish riders on a Spanish course? Is there something of a home advantage in a bike race?
I think first of all, you've got to have the legs. You've got to have the condition. You've got to have done the work, come into the race very confident. Knowing the course can be an advantage, but that's only when you've done the work and you've got the legs. And then for that last little bit of percent, I guess having a home crowd and a lot more media attention than normal can sometimes lift somebody's morale. And to have all the cameras around you before the race, you feel like you're a real star, and I'm going into this race as somebody that's going to be watched by many people, and your adrenaline can get going and you can have a better race than usual on home turf.
People always say in bike racing there's a moment that you are very, very tired, but then you can still find a second leash of life. How does that work? How do you just not get off your bike and lie down on the floor?
Well, it's a little bit difficult to describe, but I think a sprinter often has that, because a sprinter can be suffering and just hanging onto the back, and a lot of the stronger type bike riders don't like sprinters because they think that they're bluffing. They can't do a turn and they're just, they're hanging off the back and they can't come through, and then all of a sudden they just dart up this little power climb and make it into the front group. And people find it difficult to comprehend how a rider can be suffering so much. But when you get that, sense that the finish is just there, you can get a second wind, and it's pretty amazing how the body works.
Well, I spoke to Tiffany Cromwell about that, one of the leading Australian cyclists at the moment, and even if you're cramping up in every muscle of your body, your head still wants you to go on.
That's right. You don't actually, if you can get past that point and close enough to the finish, and the adrenaline and the atmosphere overrides the pain, sometimes you can't feel if you've had a crash and you have an injury. And we saw that yesterday with a few bike riders that had a nasty crash in the start of the race, but it's the World Championship, so they got back into the peloton, and in the final closing laps, I don't think they would have even remembered that they'd had a crash, because it was 4 laps ago, and they're refocused now, and then after the race they may realise they have some broken ribs or wrist, and sometimes that's just the case, that you don't feel that when you're on the bike and you're in such a big bike race.
Yesterday we had quite a nasty crash with collarbone fractures, even a broken pelvis for Carol Ann Canwell. Why is breaking a collarbone such a cycling injury, and how long does it take to recover from that?
Well, a collarbone these days, athletes are tending to recover quite quickly. Some riders, myself, I broke my collarbone and my pelvis. The collarbone was pinned, and I was able to use that within 2 or 3 days. So once they pin it, it's as good as new if you can tolerate the pain, and you can get back on the bike and train, and there's not too much danger there. But with the pelvis, that's a whole different story. With my pelvis, which was broken in 2 places, it was a rehab of 2 months and just learning to walk again, so the simple tasks of taking a first step.
Well, we're just coming through to complete lap number 8, and Josie Bain is talking to Rochelle Gilmore at the moment, and will be for a short while yet. So if you have any questions to her, please send us your message via Twitter, UCI_cycling, and then hashtag it Rochelle. As we watch the 4 leaders go through, they've been out since the end of the first lap of 14 here in the Elite Men's Road Race Championship of the World in Ponferrada in Spain. The 4 names on screen for you now, and the gap at the moment, at the last check, was still 12 minutes and 3 seconds. Back to the entertainment.
A question from Mitrut Dokan, if I pronounce that correctly. Do you work for your trade team leader and not for your nation? How does that feel? Because some people felt yesterday that Marianne Vos was doing a fantastic lead out for Pauline Ferrand-Prévot.
There has been a little bit of talk about that, and for me personally, obviously I'm the founder and owner of Wiggle Honda, but I'm in this sport because I love it as a whole, and I love every single thing about it. And I was describing to someone the other day that I don't know Lisa Brenner well, but when I saw her on the podium with the gold medal in the individual time trial, I'd only met her a couple of times, but I had these overwhelming emotions of tears in my eyes, because I know it's an athlete that's had sensational results this year and worked very, very hard and tirelessly for her teammates. So I just had that overwhelming emotion. So it's the same with the Australians. I work very closely with the Australians, some of the athletes there, and I have a lot of support from the Australian Cycling Federation, and staying in the same hotel as them here at the World Championships. So obviously there was a part of me that wanted a British rider to win, an Australian rider to win, but at the same time, like I said, it brought tears to my eyes seeing a German rider win the individual time trial that I have only met a couple of times.
Well, I have the exact same emotion seeing Pauline win the world title. And it also works like that if you look back at Flèche Wallonne, where Marianne Vos had a comeback race after a cycling cross season, and she helped Pauline Ferrand-Prévot take that win in Flèche Wallonne. If you see the pictures made by Marianne Vos's brother, you can see that she's genuinely overwhelmed with joy for her teammates.
Well, a lot of people ask about Marianne Vos, what type of person is she? And when we say actually how she is and say it out loud, it's hard to believe it yourself, but she'd take as much pleasure out of working for a teammate. I'm not saying that she did yesterday, because it's not really the way that I saw it. That she definitely would have been 100% committed to getting a result for the Netherlands. That's for sure, if I know her well enough. But maybe perhaps it looked like that to some people. But we've seen Marianne Vos work for her teammates and give up wins a number of times, and she's so passionate about giving wins and experiences to her teammates, just as much as she likes to win herself. She loves to do that for her teammates.
We have a question coming from Celtic Dragon. What would be your ideal event to showcase women's cycling?
Well, you're going to get a response from a sprinter here, but I absolutely love criterium racing. I really do. I love the tight corners and I love the technical aspect of it and the punchy in and out of the corners, and I love the fact that the whole course can be lined deep with people cheering, and it's a real atmosphere that I enjoy. So I love criterium racing, and I've always said that I'd love to have a World Championship criterium race, because it's a type of race that suits me, but it's also a very spectacular race to watch.
Well, I'm just thinking, though, why don't we have a World Championship criterium race?
Well, for Australia, I mean, obviously, Phil, you go out to Australia for the criteriums in the summer, and we have a series of criterium racing that's very spectator friendly, and also for the TV coverage, it's a lot easier for the networks to cover, and it's very successful. It's very successful because it's great to watch. It's action packed, and takes a lot of technical skill and intensity. So I think that would be great to see a World Championship criterium.
A nice question from Alex Benfield on Twitter. What has been your proudest moment as a cyclist?
I would have to say that it was the gold medal that I won in Delhi when Lizzie Armitstead was second. And that was, for me, a special moment because I'd been second. Okay, I've just got a message from Phil. Don't forget about the moment when you met Phil Liggett. But yeah, that was a special moment.
I'm still trying to recover from that moment last week.
That was in De Grande Cycles in Geelong about, 15 years ago, a long time ago. But I'd won 2 silver medals at the Commonwealth Games, one in Manchester in 2002 and one in Melbourne in 2006. And going back to the Commonwealth Games in 2010 in Delhi, I really didn't want to hop on the plane and go back to Australia with a silver medal. So it was a very satisfying moment for me because I had worked so hard for it, and I'd spoken out about it. I'd said I want to go to the Commonwealth Games in Delhi and win a gold medal. So when you have a target and you work very hard for it and you sacrifice a lot, you really appreciate those type of victories rather than the ones that just come when you least expect them.
Well, knowing what you thought and how you wanted to win that gold medal, Rochelle, it was my pleasure to work on Australian television. You, of course, are Australian, and to call you across the line was quite a pleasure.
Thank you.
You didn't let the side down, did you?
No, we had a very strong team, and like I said, it makes a big difference to have that confidence of having strong riders in the team, and we certainly did have a strong team there.
A question by Mark Jeremy. Are the riders working with team radios today? And I add another question to that. Who makes the decisions on the road?
In a team?
Yep.
So you normally will appoint a team captain and somebody that speaks for the whole team and makes those split, moment decisions when there's an accident and do we wait. And we saw yesterday, for example, Giorgia Bronzini was the favourite for the Italians. One of the favourites in the race came in with top form. And there was a big question mark about was there going to be a Voss-Bronzini showdown. And early in the race, Bronzini crashed. And it was interesting to see that none of her Italian teammates waited because they had to make a decision. And one of the riders that passed Bronzini from the Italian team saw that she was laying on the ground, not moving. And in that case, one of the captains on the road, and it's not normally the strongest rider in the team, it's somebody who can make those decisions confidently and very quickly and believe in that decision. So there has to be a road captain appointed for each team, and it's usually somebody who's capable of making those. They can read a bike race really well and not scared to make a firm decision.
Of course, Mark's first question was, are there team radios? Well, they're not. So then you need a pretty good road captain. Is that something that comes with age? Is that something a rider over 30 normally does? Or do you also have very young road captains who are very race savvy and can read the race very well?
I think it's nearly something that you're born with if you can or can't read a bike race. I personally couldn't read a bike race. I wasn't good at that, but there are athletes that can read a bike race really, really well.
And who are the professors, who are the experts in the women's peloton in that?
Well, you've had Emmy Johansson herself can read a bike race really well, but that goes with the fact that she always has really good form, so she can be at the right place at the right time. Lizzie Armitstead also can read a bike race really well. Tiffany Cromwell for Australia, she's been a road captain at the Commonwealth Games this year, and she's a rider that's quite young and able to make a very, very fast decision.
And of course the other riders do have to trust in the decision that the team captain makes.
That's right, so they'll need to be on the same page with the team captain before the race and believe in that person's decision. And if that person makes a decision at national level when you're representing your country, you don't question it.
Just a reminder that we're chatting here with Rochelle Gilmore, the Commonwealth Games champion of 2010, as we watch here the men's elite race. It's going into, we're looking for the peloton to come through to go out with 7 laps to go. This is the breakaway, which established itself towards the end of lap 1. It's 14 laps, and the time gap, as you can see at the moment, is hovering on 11 minutes. And you know, as they go out with 7 laps to go very shortly, Rochelle and Jose, I'm just wondering if they're leaving this a little bit late, because they're not exactly running down, these 4 riders, are they?
Well, I'm
go.
not the former bike rider, but I think it's plenty of time. These guys are on continental teams. There's one pro continental race, and it does show a little bit of their quality.
And the distance is a long way.
And the distance is a long way. These guys don't ride 200k races very often. And, well, the bending point is around 200k. It's where you separate the men from the boys, as they say. And it's also why all these monumental classics are 250k and over. So, yeah, maybe they're leaving it a bit late. It has been down to the Polish team all day. Maybe the Germans should help a little bit. Maybe the French should as well. And you will see that those big teams, the British, will help the chase. But I don't think we're going to have a miscalculation with the 4 riders that we have up front. These riders know exactly who's in the breakaway and what their qualities are. And those last 60k, so the last 3 laps that we're going to have, they are going to be reeled back in.
Rochelle, I know you don't like us to say you've retired. You still hold the current racing license. You're still on the Wiggle Honda team, but you selected yourself because you own the team. But nonetheless, would you like to have ridden the World Championships this week?
Well, the weather was great, so I would have liked to be out on the bike, that's for sure. I just didn't like that feeling that I got in my legs on that second lap that I did when I was doing the course recce, and that made me feel like, oh, I'm not sure about this. It was a very, very tough course for a sprinter, so I would have liked to be on the bike, but the World Championships this year, I think, no, maybe in 2016 when I'll be well and truly retired by then, but flat course, I might be thinking, yeah, that could be my course.
Well, you did a bit of racing in the Tour of Chongming Island this year.
That's right. I had to fill in for one of our Wiggle Honda athletes who failed to obtain a visa in time. So I jumped on the bike and had a bit of a race, and I really, really enjoyed it, I must say.
So you still miss like the kind of adrenaline in the bike race? That's something that you can never, ever mimic in a training, can you?
No, absolutely not. And it's difficult for someone who's trying to retire to try and find those pleasures in training and just for general fitness, and that will come in time, but still in that transition period where you crave to have that race intensity and all of, everything that's going on around you, and the not knowing, are we doing the right thing or are we not, and how the race is going to go in the anticipation.
10 minutes 55 is the gap at the line as they go out on lap number 8. 7 circuits still to go. And sooner or later, and I think it's more likely to be sooner now, they have to start eating into this breakaway, because the stars of the race, the men we expect to succeed, are going to have to start planning the moves very shortly. They've left it all to the Polish team today. All 9 riders on the Polish squad for 3 laps now have been the only riders at the head of the peloton. Well,
a question.
We're still talking with Rochelle. Carry on, Jose.
A question from Tyrone Craig on Twitter. Do you feel that Brian Cookson has so far lived up to the promises he made with regards to women's cycling? Of course, his manifesto in becoming the new UCI president last year in Florence in Italy, women's cycling was one of his key aspects. What kind of things that you think he lived up to in his promises?
Well, the most significant thing for me was that when he was appointed, it was also announced that UCI would fund TV coverage of women's cycling. And I think that's the most significant thing, because there was always a lot of talk about that. It was the chicken and the egg. Are we going to, when is women's cycling going to get live TV coverage? Do we need the races? Do we need the men's pro teams to have women's races? And what the answer was, and Brian Cookson he came in, he was appointed, and he said, okay, let's allocate some of our budget in the UCI to funding a production team to cover the women's racing. And now Eurosport and BBC and SBS in Australia, and there's South Africa also. There's a lot of nations that can show women's cycling that's going on in Europe, and I think a lot of these networks and broadcasters wanted to in the past, but they just couldn't. It didn't exist, and now the UCI have made that possible. It exists, and broadcasters can get hold of that and show women's cycling.
I think it's very important from my point of view that as a women cycling follower or new to the sport, as I recently was, you need your stars, you need your cyclists to become a fan of. One interesting thing on Twitter, one of the female cycling advocates, Sarah Connolly, she says, tell me the rider that you love in the men's peloton and I'll give you the exact same rider in the women's peloton. But most of the viewers of women's cycling, they only know Marianne Vos, they only know Lizzie Armitstead, maybe Emma Johansson. So I think exactly what you say, it's a chicken and egg thing. If we can show more women's racing and see how exciting it is, like this year, for example, in the Friends Lives Women's Tour, over 500,000 people were watching that and could see every night how exciting the racing actually is, and then more people would become fans of the racing and fans of the riders as well.
Well, that's right, and that's why I say what the UCI and Brian Cookson have done, and they've allowed a production company to go to the races and do feature stories on the athletes and give our fans and followers some insight into who the athletes are behind the scenes, and those images and interviews that we get without the helmet and sunglasses on, and we really get a connection with the athletes. I think that's fantastic for our sport.
I think one of the great things about women's cycling is that almost all of the women cyclists are fantastic ambassadors for their sport. They're quite usually very highly educated, holding university degrees and so forth, and they are great ambassadors for the sport, and they only need a stage to showcase what they're capable of.
That's right, and we've been given the stage on a few occasions this year, and at the La Course race on the Champs-Élysées, was an amazing feeling for the women to be able to race in front of those crowds there, and that's another thing that I see as a positive step from the UCI and also ASO, supporting women's cycling and putting on these fantastic events, and also in the UK with the women's tour. That race was always going to big, but that was really overwhelming, the way that was done. That's like going to Tour of California for men, and it's just like you expect it to be big, but you don't understand that it's going to be. It just was so much media attention and hype, and the fans and followers on the road. It wasn't just in each suburb, it was the whole road the whole time.
Yeah. The greatest thing was that in the Friends Life Women's Tour, the people came to see the women bike races. It was not a support act to the men. It was not something happening like Flèche Wallonne or La Course happening on the same course. These people, and the crowds were enormous despite the absolutely dreadful weather in the UK, they were there only to see their stars in the women's peloton. So I think that was a very important step forward. An interesting question for Mark Simons. What kind of road does an Aussie cyclist, a young Aussie female cyclist, have to take to make it in Europe?
Well, there's been a lot of discussion actually this week with Cycling Australia at the Australian Hotel about the pathway for a young Australian to come over in Europe, and they have the Orica AIS team, which is a professional team set up to nurture young riders from Australia who have done the NRR series, which is our national road series in Australia, and bring them over in an environment that's controlled. And also they're looking at places to put athletes like Wiggle Honda, and with people that they know well, that will look after their athletes and have a little bit more of a mentoring environment for these athletes rather than sign them as professionals, and it's their responsibility to get themselves to the race in form and all that. So there's a fantastic program in Australia. Obviously the AIS is what I came through. They supported me as an AIS athlete for 3 years, and they bring the athletes over to Europe for 2 months or 3 months at a time, and they give them some European racing, and they have a base, Australian Institute of Sport have a base in Varese in Italy, so they've got a really good pathway, and that's why we see a lot of strong Australians. And it was a fantastic result by Tiffany Cromwell, the World Championships this year, coming 5th, and we expected to be on the podium next year because she was 7th last year, 5th this year, and perhaps she'll be on the podium next year, and that's an athlete that we've seen come through the system.
Well, I think we can conclude, Rochelle, that a lot of very important steps with regards to women's cycling have been taken this year with La Course, with the Women's Tour, with showing the World Cups through funding of the UCI. And what do you expect for next year? Are we going to build on this one and going to build on the momentum?
Well, I expect a few more exciting races to pop up in the future. Whether they're UCI in the first year or not will be a question, but I'm sure there'll be some some new nations or organisations that put their hand up and say we want to put on a women's race because it's lucrative now. It can be a very, very big success. So I think we'll see some really exciting races pop up on the calendar and increased TV coverage. More networks and broadcasters taking the packages that the UCI have put together, and perhaps even a little more live TV, which is what our fans and followers are demanding.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming in, Rochelle.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
And we already have the other one big star of women's cycling waiting here to answer all of your questions. So if you have a question for Marianne Vos, multiple world champion, I can't even count how many world titles there are. She is here to answer your questions on Twitter. So just send in your question to UCI_cycling and please add the hashtag #AskMarianne. And then we can see all your questions popping up on the screen here.
And just to remind you that indeed we are watching the World Men's Elite Road Race Championship, which has been the same now virtually since the end of the opening lap. 4 riders versus the rest. Maximum lead of 15 minutes and 15 seconds. That gap has now come down to about 10.5 minutes at the moment.
Als je naar beneden
as
doet,
they
is
are,
die aan.
they are on as they're on the way down here towards the finishing of lap number 8, which at the moment 7 to go. Next time round 6 to go. Well, we've heard from Rochelle Gilmore. We can now hear from the lady until yesterday, for the last 8 years, has never been outside the first 2 in the World Road Race Championship. I've lost count, as you say, Jose. I don't know how many times she's won the World Cyclocross Championship as well, but she's done just about everything. She is the #1 cyclist in the world. There's no one better now to answer your questions than Marianne Vos. Welcome on board, Marianne.
Thank you.
Let me just ask first of all, are you very disappointed about yesterday?
Well, of course, a little bit, but one day later, yeah. Well, it is like it is, and I think we did our best with the Dutch team, and I just didn't have the legs in the final sprint. So then you have to be happy with the result. And
difficult race that last kilometre, wasn't it? The race coming together like it did. You had to make some big decisions. If you led out, you would have been passed. If you hesitated, they were on board.
Yeah, well, of course, I felt I didn't have the legs to go. So yeah, the decision, my decision was to not lead out the rest of the break, the 3 others. And let the others come back, and then it was a sprint of a bigger group. But yeah, it was quite a hard race.
Ray of sunshine, in fact, one of your trade teammates got the World Championship.
Yeah, of course. We raced with the Dutch team, and then you want to take the rainbow jersey to Holland. But I really think Pauline from Brevo is a worthy champion. She had a great year, won big races, and she will wear it with pride.
You were incredibly happy for her, Marianne, when she won the Flèche Wallonne. Yesterday was, of course, a little bit more bittersweet that she won it.
Yeah, but yeah, she did a really good race, and I think she really deserved a win. So then you can be happy for your teammate. I mean, in such a race, you race for your country, and you do your best to try to grab the jersey. But I know she was in a really good shape, and she was capable of taking the world title.
An interesting question by Hilke Visser. How does it feel to have a full team of riders riding for you? Is that a big responsibility?
That's of course an honor to have to race for your country or to race for a team, and everybody is riding for you. But of course also a pressure and a responsibility. Yeah, if you feel well, it's really nice, and you want to show it. But if you feel if you have some doubts, then it's sometimes a big pressure.
A question from Christian Stockdal: what do you think is the crucial point in the race?
Here in Ponferrada?
Well, if you project your own experience from the races yesterday onto the men's race.
Well, it gets in the legs, especially this long climb. You don't really get away easy, but you're gonna feel it in the final that you've done that many altimeters, and then the final climb is pretty hard, but still difficult to get away. So I think the crucial thing on this lap is to try to relax as long as possible and to keep calm as long as possible.
And we're just hearing on race radio, in fact, that one of the Australian favourites, Michael Matthews, is at the back of the field with a problem. Let's hope he gets itself together. This course, Marianne, it really does wear you out, doesn't it?
Yeah, and when you do it for the first time, you don't really have the feeling that it's so hard. Yeah, but if you do it a couple of times, and as the men do it 14 times today, it really gets in the legs, and yeah, it wears you out.
Interesting question from Andy on the bike. Very proper Twitter handle that is. Of course, this season we're going to have a first Cyclocross World Cup in the UK in Milton Keynes, but that's already in November. How does your cyclocross season look? What is your cyclocross season going to look like?
It seems to be too early for me. I'm gonna have the race yesterday was my last race of the season, so I'm gonna have a little break, some holiday, and then proper build up to the cyclocross season, and there will be the later part, the second part of the cyclocross season. So I miss, and that's a shame, the World Cup in the UK.
Question by Simon Rees, and that's of course a very difficult question that I also asked your parents during the women's tour. Which of your multiple wins stands out as your favorite?
It's always hard to answer this question. The wins are all have their own special feeling, and but if I look back to the Olympic Games of London 2012, that has been my biggest win, with the most pressure after 5 times silver on the World Championships. I really wanted that badly, and yeah, that gave me such an incredible feeling passing the line as first.
Well, that's exactly what your mother said as well.
Well, Michael Matthews did have a front wheel puncture, but he's back in the pack at the moment, and it's still under the control of the complete Polish team here. All 9 men on the front of the race as the distance moves on now. We've gone through 141 kilometers with the leaders. We're still awaiting the pack to come through to go out on lap 9 with 6 to go. We're talking with Marianne Vos, who's joined us in the commentary box here, and if you want to send us a tweet, then please do so with the questions, and Jose will put them to Marianne, UCI_cycling, and hashtag Ask Marianne. Off you go, Jose.
A little bit of a technical question. How do you determine the length between your saddle and your bottom bracket? Because the measurements on a bike, they come very exact, don't they?
They come really exact, and I've been on the bike since I was 6. So I grew up with being on the bike and trying to feel comfortable on the bike. But it's personal. Of course, there are ideal measurements and ideal angles for your length and how your leg should be, but still everybody has his own feeling, and well, for me, I think I found a good one.
You're one of the very few racers riding with oval chain rings, aren't you?
Yeah, well, you see them more and more in the bunch, but I've been on oval chain rings for quite a long time now, and I really like it.
A question from Herman van der Breggen, quite a familiar name that is. You lost your title, but you think, well, it's a bit of a trick question, but you lost your title, but you think that women's cycling won because now the world sees that women's cycling is more than only Marianne Vos?
Well, of course, I knew that women's cycling was more than only Marianne Vos, and it's good that the world also sees it now. but of course, yeah, I didn't lose the title because because of women's cycling. But no, it really shows. I think also the races this year, the World Cups has been really high quality, high level racing, interesting racing, and the depth of the field is really, really good. And yesterday's race, we saw it again. So it was a good race for women's hockey.
Another tack question. I don't have the person who sent it because it was a few hours back. But do women have the same bikes as men do?
Well, there are now bike brands producing different bikes for women, special bikes, because we have, of course, women are not the same as men. We have a different anatomy, and so we have some shorter top tube, some lower stems, some lower. How do you call? What do you say?
Well, different saddles and shapes.
Yeah, but not only the saddle, but the frame
stem
size, and it's good that their bike brands now also producing special women bikes, and our bike is a giant bike, but it's now a special bike brand, and that's Liv. So you see it more and more often.
6 laps to go as we count down now. The 4 leaders are going through here, and the gap is coming down now. It's inside at 10 minutes. I saw the check there for 9:45. Just a reminder, we are watching the Elite Men's Road Race Championship of the World, but we're delighted to have alongside us in the commentary box at the moment Marianne Vos, who's talking with Joji de Ben, and we will actually continue tweeting with her for a few more minutes yet.
Yes. La Course was a very important race. You were vital in getting it together with Emma Pooley, Chrissy Wellington and Catherine Bertine. You, of course, have been talking to ASO. And what's the next step? We know that it's going to be on for the next 2 years, but do you hope for more?
Oh, this year has been really great for women's cycling. And, La Course was a big platform for us, for the women's field, to show the beauty of women's cycling, and that worked really well. And I'm really happy that we have it for sure for 2 more years. So next year it's back on the calendar, and not only La Course but also some other new races are up in the calendar. And it's the ASO that did a great job for us, but it's not only the ASO that can do the work. Also UCI does a fantastic job promoting women's cycling, and together we can make the difference.
You are, of course, on the UCI Women's Cycling Committee. Are you happy with what happened this year in terms of the development in the sport?
Yeah, and I see in 1 year a lot has changed, and of course you can't change a sport in only 1 year, but we're really making steps, and I see the sport growing.
A question from David McKenzie. It's a bit of a crystal ball, but where would you like to see women's cycling in 10 years? We're now only talking 1 year, but what's your biggest wish for the sport?
Well, if I see the changes in only 1 or in a couple of years, then I can see a bright future. And I think in 10 years, we might not be equal to the men, but I think cycling can be cycling as well, men and women cycling. We don't talk about men cycling, and we don't talk about women cycling anymore. We talk about the different categories, and that's my wish for 10 years.
In women's cycling, there is the junior category, and then the women move into the elite. You won your world championships when you were just 1 year out of the juniors, but is it something you would wish to have a U23 category in a few years' time when there's larger numbers of female racers?
I think the dropout of junior or of young riders is really big because of the big step that you have to take from the junior category. So it would be good to have a separate category. And races that the young riders can go for their own victories, their own wins, and take their own jersey and titles. But well, yeah, maybe if you look to the results yesterday, you see a lot of young girls in the top. So maybe they're still quite competitive in the elite bunch.
Question by Evion Weinschweig. What do you eat for breakfast before a race?
Well, normally we eat 3 hours before the race the last time, and I don't really prefer pasta or rice. That's just like muesli, yogurt, and some bread. So a normal Dutch breakfast, actually.
Cheese?
Well, bread and cheese and
pindakaas.
Yeah. Well, for example.
From Felicity Morris, who do you look up to in cycling? So who is your idol, both now or across all time? Of course, many young racers look up to you, but who do you look up to?
Yeah, I didn't have one idol, actually. I just loved cycling. I love to watch, and I went to the Tour de France every year with my parents, and not cheering for one rider. Of course, the Dutch were my favorites, but no, it was just I liked attacking riders and was cheering for the best.
Question from Peter Mullins: will you return to mountain biking?
Well, yeah.
She's probably saying that hoping you don't, actually.
Yeah, Peter, of course, is a mountain biker herself, so maybe she hopes that you won't return to mountain biking.
I don't know, but no, I really liked my return to mountain bike after the junior category, and yeah, for sure, I enjoyed it a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna go back.
Now let's just bring it up to date here, Marianne, as we've been watching while we've been enjoying the conversation with you here. The men's road race now, it's still very much as it has been the whole time, nearly 3 3/4 hours, 4 men up front. About 9 minutes later, the whole pack all together, nobody's dropped out the race. So who's going to win?
Yeah, of course we know a lot now already.
Yeah,
it's still 100k to go, and well, yeah, they did about 150 kilometers now, and still you can't say anything. But that's the World Championships. You see the favorite riders will wait until the end, and it's always a waiting game.
And you guys in the women's race, in the junior race, in the under-23, it was that first climb away from Ponferrada where all the attacks seemed to come, and that's what we would expect here, I think, today, isn't it? That first long climb up to Confederación.
Yeah, you see a lot of attacks there, but we didn't see an attack making it to the line from there.
No, not at all, no.
So, yeah, I will, of course, I expect attacks there, but I actually expect the fine of them, the decisive move will be later in the lap.
And do you think we're going to see an escape of a lone rider, or are we going to see a little group come to the finish as with your race?
I expect a little group making it to the finish, and there will be some firepower and some sprint power, I think.
Yeah.
A question from Peter Newton. Who influenced you to take up cycling? Because I know you started very early.
Probably can't remember, can we?
Oh yeah, I was 5 and I got my first bike from my parents because my dad was into cycling and my brother was into cycling. So actually that's the normal way of seeing it around, and want to do the same as your big brother is doing.
Yeah. How many brothers have you got? Just one?
One brother. Yeah.
Okay. And no sisters, of course. We'd have heard of it if you had one.
Well, I don't know, but my brother is around here, so yeah, he's a photographer.
My first memories of you, Marianne, was from a very young age. You seemed to have a fan club. I kept going to the championship scene, Voss everywhere, pictures in the cars. Have you always been well supported?
Yeah. It's always amazing to see fans around all around the world. Doesn't matter which discipline, doesn't matter where it is. Yeah, it's fantastic to have people that are always there for you.
And how do you keep your motivation across all the spectrums of the sport, not just the road racing, but everything, mountain biking, cyclocross particularly?
Well, yeah, that's the interesting thing. If you combine different disciplines, if you try to challenge yourself with the different races, it's always interesting, to try to be up there in the races you do. And sometimes, it's not perfect, but then you're gonna try to find a balance again, and that's that challenge that keeps me motivated.
Jose, have you any more questions there? Otherwise we'll let Mariana go and enjoy the rest of this race. Hello, are you still there?
Sorry, I have to read the tweets as well. It's a bit of multitasking here, Phil.
I'm not complaining, just asking. Any more tweets?
I'll just find one more question.
Okay.
From Mitrut. What's your favorite book to ask for the last question?
Well, interesting question. It's I read a lot, especially in training camps or in races. I like to chill with a book in the evening or in the car, going to the race or driving back from the race. And the most easy is to read a thriller or. You read it. It's normally it's page turners, and I like a lot the Dan Brown books.
Well, I'm going to ask your favourite music then. I always like this. What's your favourite music?
Well, that's a difficult thing.
Do you ride with music when you train?
No, I like to just hear the birds singing and the nature, the things around, and don't listen to any music. But like yesterday before the race, some up-tempo music is I like quite a lot. And then it's sometimes it's 80s or 90s, or sometimes it's pop music. Queen and Coldplay are always around, or the Red Hot Chili Peppers, but it can be also more pop music.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mariana.
Thank you.
And we'll see much more of you next year in cyclocross, on the road.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Of course. I hope so. And thank you for having me.
Okay.
Enjoy your brief break before the cyclocrosses.
I will.
Thank you very much. Well, we were talking there with Mariana Vos. An intriguing conversation. Before that, with Rochelle Gilmore, the Commonwealth Games champion of 2010. And now we'll come back and bring all your attention to the World Championship, which is now inside 6 laps to go to the finish. The gap has come down to 8.5 minutes. Last lap they took a further 2 minutes off the advantage, so they pulled back about 4.5 minutes in the last 36 kilometers of the day. It's a double question now, really, of the peloton chasing them down, but also the same token, those 4 riders slowing down because of the long effort they have been making here. Because we've gone through 149 kilometers with the leaders now, and they have been in the lead for 130 of those kilometers. So they've got to be getting tired, haven't they, Josie?
I reckon they will. Of course, the pace has not been incredibly high, and most of the riders can just keep up with this. But once they really start to race in earnest and really start to make this heart racing, you're going to see some tired legs and people falling off the back. But it's still the Polish team doing all the work. And, the others will just say thank you for doing this.
The wiseness of this will become evident or not towards the end, actually, as we've had 4 riders through onto the climbs again. Here they are heading up towards Confederation. We're just waiting for the main field now. Further back down, here they are, heading under the Tissot timer here. This will give us the latest gap, as accurate as it can be. And 8:26 is what we're saying now. 8:26 the gap as they go on to this lap number 9. And as we climb up past the castle again, everybody standing room only now. The castle's still there. Mind you, it's been there since the 12th century. It's not going anywhere just now. But the people enjoying themselves. And the weather starting to go a little bit overcast again. We've got blue sky. Depends which way you look now. Let's hope it stays dry. For what has been an interesting full 8 days of racing in the Elite World Championships.
I don't know if you already mentioned it before during the chat that we had with Rochelle Gilmore and Marianne Vos, but Christian Meyer has withdrawn from the race. He has stomach problems, so he's already back at the Canada team bus.
Well, the end of a long season.
Well, yeah, he's
Christian
been racing
Meyer,
mainly non-stop since doing the tour, after Tour of Poland, and on and on and on. There was not ever a break involved there, doing the Canadian races, of course.
Yes, and the Cannondale team merging next year with the Garmin team, named to be announced, but I'm sure we'll keep Meyer on board. He's a really strong Canadian, called in at the last minute, and it paid off for him.
He's riding with Orica, so he has a ride next
sorry,
year.
Orica, yes. That's why he was called in, to replace Orica's Michael Matthews. Matthews had his problems in this race already with a flat tyre at the front end, but he still remains very much a favourite if he can handle these hills right to the end, because he's a very fast finisher and he's not just a pure sprinter, he is a strong rider. He won the under-23 world title on a slight incline finish in Geelong back in 2010. What a great moment that was to be an Australian winning in Australia. This long climb here is where we expect to see the start of the flurry of attacks, whichever lap they start to make them on. And then they'll try and push home advantages on the climb of the Mirador before the run down to the finish. 8:34 the gap when they went through onto this lap, number 9, and it's come down just a few seconds more at the moment. 8:20 now. The 4 leaders here are Sarikas, Krashina, Quintero and Polivoda of the Ukraine. And still all the Polish team, all 9 men sitting on the front of that pack, and it's about 4 laps now. Nobody's gone up there to help them at all.
Last man in the race at the moment is Hutarovic, sprinter from Belarus. He's going to change teams next year. He's going to be on the Bretagne Séché team, leaving AG2R after many years.
Yes, and rather near the back of the bunch too, the Australian Cadell Evans, who rides his final World Championships, a title he won in 2009, and rode very well in defence of it in Geelong, although it wasn't the winner there. It's Tor Hushoft, who retired just recently, the great Norwegian god of thunder, as we always called him. And Cadell Evans follows into retirement next February, where there will be both a men and a women's world-class race in Victoria along the beautiful Great Ocean Road. And it's in that race where Cadell Evans has put his name to that event on the Sunday that he will announce the end of his career. He'll still stay with Team BMC. They're keeping him on board as an ambassador.
Well, there's many retirements announced at this time of the year. Belgium have Nico Simons. Nicky Sørensen is ending the sport. The rider from Tinkoff Saxo. Same for Karsten Kroon.
The oldest man in the race today, actually, Nicky Sørensen. David Miller also.
So it's that time of the year that we're going to see some familiar faces leave the scene. But that's life. Some of the riders that have seem to have been there forever are now hanging up the wheels and enjoying retirement. Of course, recently Jens Vogt,
yes,
who just recently this morning was under the shower admiring all his bike racing scars. Well, that's the great thing about Twitter. You can all share all that sort of stuff.
Here's a character. 1 year ago, Jens was staying in my house near London and suggested we go for a bike ride. Most painful experience of my life. I went for a 2-hour ride with him and he never stopped talking. And he kept on pointing out the scenery. I said, "Hey Jens, I live here, I know what the scenery's like." "Oh yeah, I forget." Okay. And then some cyclists going the other way in the beautiful country lanes around the house suddenly realised that it was Jens Voigt going in the opposite direction, and they almost rode into each other in shock. Yeah, great guy. He won't be gone from the sport, bet on it. We'll see more of Jens at some stage or other. It won't be as a cyclist though. So we're getting closer to the 8-minute marker. These boys have really had a day out today. They really have kept up the pressure. They're still averaging over 38.75 kilometers an hour. They got away at approximately 20 past 10 this morning. Another 15 minutes, they'll have been in the lead for 4 hours. And in fact, there's no pedals turned in anger behind yet. As we go back further down to the stretch of road where we feel this is where the attacks will begin. It's only a question of which lap. A long climb. We turn off this main road onto a 10% section of the road, going up towards the top of Confederation. As we bring to an end the 12 world titles decided in the last 8 days here in Ponferrada. First time they've been here. And it's not an easily accessible place, Ponferrada, because the nearest airport's 130 kilometers away and it flies mostly internal flights. It's really a long drive to Madrid and then fly out around the world, which is nearly just over 400 kilometers away. Well,
we see a little bit of Norway coming to the front there.
Well, yeah, I can't really work out why the Polish riders are doing this.
Well, the others should be extremely thankful, because nobody's doing anything at the moment. The French are just sitting there comfortably on the wheel. Same goes for the Spanish team. And nobody's doing anything and just leaving all the work to the Polish riders, with Kwiatkowski sitting there in last wheel just behind his...
They're protecting him and they're keeping the tempo up and they're closing the gap. But you think a few others would like to help out. They're not using their protected rider, that's for sure. Jean-Christophe Perrault, we just passed him there, wore number 31. Second place in the Tour de France for the man who's also a great expert in other disciplines, particularly in mountain biking, where he's ridden in the Olympic Games for France.
We're checking here in the peloton with the Australian guys, the French, the Dutch here, with Steph Clement, new Jump Cycling signing, as it is being rumoured. Paul Martens there for Germany. Dylan van Baarle, who got a quite late call-up to the Dutch national team after he won the Tour of Britain, riding alongside Geraint Thomas there. And all the big stars seem to be at the back, just relaxing here. Esteban Chavez for Orica Green Edge.
Well, just looking from the motorbike here as he pans down the pack, you can see now they really are going very, very quickly at the moment.
There's Daryl Impey, who is a bit of a favourite of mine today, considering his recent form. Yeah.
I'm sure he'll be in the final moves. 7 minutes 50 now as we're starting to come down. This is the Mirador climb for the 4 leaders and the high spot of the course. They've been through the wet roads early on today. It's now looks as though it might be returning to the wet roads for the last couple of laps, because it is starting to become quite overcast again to our left of the commentary box, although plenty of blue sky over to the right, but unfortunately it's to the right the race doesn't go. It swings round on the left hand. 10% slopes, this is on the Mirador. As looking at the peloton here, they're turning off on the left road that takes them up the Confederation climb. It will be very shortly. Inside 100 kilometers to go. This is now got to start bells ringing in the peloton.
We have 6 riders reporting as having abandoned. 3 from Morocco. We saw a very brief stint of them all riding at the front of the peloton. But Essaid Abelouache, Mouzin Laizani and Abdelatif Sadouin have all abandoned. Same goes for a rider from Venezuela, Javier Quevedo, Oleg Verdos for Romania, and of course, we reported before, Christian Meyer suffering from stomach problems.
Well, what a difference it makes in 1 year, because when this championship was in Florence last year, there was very few riders left in the race by this stage. The weather was so atrocious, including the whole of the British team. We're all watching from the finish line.
Last man in the race at the moment is Georgios Bouglas, He's 14 minutes behind these leaders.
And she's going to find it very... He's not going to give up without a fight, but I think they might well withdraw him if he gets much further behind that. He's the only man back of the pack. Heading up to 160 kilometers covered with these 4 leaders now. Top of the Mirador. And I'm waving the blue board on the right, that's the timekeeper. And you see the time on them and you show the board to the riders. It's the way they are communicating just now. Once over the top of that Mirador on the last lap, the strong men are going to make a run for home and not allow any recovery from the peloton coming up that climb, because this is the charge down back into Ponferrada now. 4 kilometers.
I have a little update I found on Twitter, and I just posted a picture as well of the crashed Norwegian team car, Phil. Looks pretty nasty, I'll show you in a minute, but the Norwegian coach is in hospital. He has a broken leg, and they share their team car with the Croatian national team of Krasina here, and he broke his arm, leg and hip, so that was a particularly nasty crash. You can see all the bikes in the ditch. It's
very sad.
It's now on my Twitter account if you want to see it.
Well, that is very sad indeed, because this has been, until today, a terrific week for Norway. They got a world champion, but they also got awarded the world championships themselves for Bergen on 2017, and they were really on a high. Very, very unfortunate. That was during the wet roads on the way down, just a little bit further back from where we are with the peloton at the moment. As the peloton head out across the dam. 7.25 minutes the gap. That's the latest. It's coming down. It was 8:34 at the start of the lap. 2 laps ago it was 12 minutes. And still all of the work and all of the glory going to Poland here. It's down to solely those riders from Poland who have done it. Spanish flags indicating the wind is light coming from the right of our pictures here. Riders not affected by the wind. This course pretty well protected. If there was a wind, and it's not very much, it would get them only on the climbs, but that's where it would hurt them, of course.
Of course, seeing all those bikes in the ditch with the Norwegian team car also means that Alexander Kristoff's Canyon bike is up there. They need another team car to salvage that bike and get it onto the roof rack of another one of the organization's car, and just hope that, for example, the spare bike of Alexander Kristoff, but the same goes for Boris Hagen and Lars Petter Nordhaug, are not too badly damaged, because I'm sure they didn't bring 3 bikes. They have a bike in the race and they have a bike on the roof rack.
I think they're damaged, because I heard about an hour ago the race referee saying that the servicing of the team car that had crashed would now be carried out by neutral service, Shimano. So I think the car and the bikes are staying put for the moment.
I spoke to the Shimano guys who do the service in the Netherlands, Belgium, etc. They said that never in their career before nobody has used a neutral bike, because they have the Shimano D-Race bikes on top of the neutral car, but nobody ever used them. They only hand out wheels or do saddle repairs or that sort of stuff. So maybe today will be the first time, but I do hope that they have quite a big size then for Alexander Kristoff.
Indeed, yes. And amongst the Norwegians being spoken about as the man who could win today. Certainly packs the finish if he can get over that last climb with the leaders. Might well be a done deal. 5 laps to go this time when they come around. And if you take a look at the faces, they look very cool, calm and collected despite the 4 hours they've spent in the lead of this World Championship. So swing into the home straight now. They've been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Or approaching 4 hours and 20 minutes. Well, the crowd continues to applaud them. They must be somewhat amazed now that these four have never been brought back. A little puffer on the face there of Polivoda, who drops the back of the line this time through. There's the clock showing 4¼ hours. And everybody now really wishing them well. It's an escape doomed to failure, but nonetheless they keep on going. We're now going out with 5 laps to go on lap number 10. Well, I hope you enjoyed our little introduction there with the 2 women, 2 very successful women at the highest level of cycling. Marianne Vos, of course, the #1, and Rochelle Gilmore, who is now moving steadily but surely into the world of handling her own professional team of 19 riders for next season. That's a big women's team, but a big indicator as how women's cycling is continuing to grow in the world of cycling in general.
Lap times are more or less the same over the past 4 or 5 laps. And somebody must have paid the Polish team a lot of money to do all these work, because they just keep on going and everybody's just profiting from it. The Italians, the French.
The Italians all sat there, the whole team.
The Belgians, nobody does anything at all.
We're all saying thank you very much.
Jan Bakelands there with Sepp van Marken for the Belgians. See the Brazilian riders there. Then Martin moved up a little bit into the pack. Wout Poels characteristically always at the back. Peter Weening, Matt Heyman, of course teammates Philip Degnen.
Yeah, Phil Degnen, and also
thanks for that.
Luke Rowe, the British rider, best placed of the group as they go through. Nelson Oliveira was best placed of the Portuguese riders up near the front. He's the champion of his country as well. Still no indication here. Didn't see any mention in the first 30 anyway of the defending world champion, but rest assured he's very much in this group, because 194 riders are still pedaling around this course of the 204 we had on the start list, which is amazing at this stage of the race.
Well, you see the average speeds are still in the 37k an hour, and though I would not be able to do it, that is absolute peanuts for these kind of riders. So the race is not difficult, and that will show also in the final, because there is bound to be some relatively fresh legs in the sprinters, like for example Michael Matthews and Nasser Bouhanni, if I have to point out 2 of them. And especially Bouhanni will benefit from this kind of racing, because he just sits comfortably there in the pack, not doing one pedal stroke too much. And he will benefit if this race stays a little bit dormant like it is at the moment.
Well, despite the fact it has been dormant, we did have that crash very early on when Nibali crashed on the 4th circuit. Crashed on the same hip. He's injured this year already, his left side. He seems okay, he got back up, he got back to the race, but we'll see as it all happens later. And they're still routinely pulling back 2 minutes a lap on that front group.
Quite a few people on Twitter, they tell me that it does remind them of the way Team GB rode in Copenhagen when Mark Cavendish became the world champion. They did all the work for the entire day and did round it up.
They were absolutely right, yes, and that's the finest world championship I've ever seen a British team do.
But it was also a very boring championship, Phil.
Well, some could say that Sir Bradley Wiggins' victory in the Tour de France was boring, because that's what all my colleagues on television thought, because he just completely put an iron grip on the race and controlled it. Not a great bike race, a great result, because at that time Great Britain never won the Tour de France, and that was the 99th edition of it. Well, we'll see what happens, in which case, if it does work out, we'll probably go home and say, yes, it was a boring championship, but the Polish had it right, and Kwiatkowski got the win. Doesn't always work out that way, though.
Nope.
But they're certainly keeping the tempo, and they're just holding the speed steady, just chipping off 2 minutes a lap. And if they continue at that rate and assume the others don't just crack up front, then going into the last lap, they would catch and they'd be all together. Just can't see that happening myself. across through Ponferrada, the last kilometre, as the peloton makes the sweeping right into the last 450 metres. Normally a sprinter's delight if they've got the legs left after the last crossing of the hill. Still the Polish riders and the men sharing the pace, Bodnar and Niemiec, Przemysław. Simon Clark in the white there, just checking out.
Sylvain Chavanel. Geraint Thomas there. All the Brits are basically more or less together in the second part of the peloton. Oh, we see a little bit of tiredness on the face with Tony Martin still captaining, still leading that peloton. Christian Knees, and also one of the very important support riders for Germany.
Well,
sad news.
Your friend has left the race from Greece. Georgios Borglas has just retired. Well, the gap is down now to just inside 6 minutes. Officially 5 minutes 47 as the head of the field go through. So that time they chipped off 3 minutes on the lap. So that's the big major gain there, I think. 5:47 now. A little bit of a problem here at the back.
Should be Marco Haller.
It is Marco Haller, the Austrian. First time I heard of Marco Haller. He was sprinting to a stage when I think it was in China. 4th day of the Tour of Beijing, and I had no idea who this rider was, who suddenly popped out the pack and beat all the sprinters, and he let out such a scream as he crossed the line. Won the 8th stage of the Tour of Austria this year.
Recently signed up for a new year with the Katusha team. Only 23 years old.
He's still very, very young, and of course when he scored in Beijing, he was only 21. Visibly going quicker now. Now, is this going to hurt the pack itself when they get out onto the climb up towards Confederation? Because that was a 3-minute pullback there. The riders up front are in fact getting tired. And I think that's evident by this picture here. A little bit of rain on the camera lens as well. It started on the finishing line too. Just a little bit of light drizzle. But that means out on the hills, it's probably already starting to come down quite heavy. As we gain altitude now, up to 700 meters. And in the last kilometer, they've taken off already another 13 seconds, according to race radio. So these boys slowing down. 14 circuits. We're now out with 5 to go on lap number 10. And not one attack since these 4 riders went away. Well, we should not say that really, because the Greek rider did go clear for a while and gained, Georgios Borglas, but he's now retired. To make that bend very, very safe, you notice there probably that they cut away the central grass centre of the road. All part of the enormous expense of running a bicycle race these days in a town of any size.
24 million euros I've read that this World Championships cost.
I think that might be a little bit overstating, but I don't know. So. I saw it would cost around 15 million, but hey, they're all guesses and figures done by people who never get to see the books, aren't they? One thing's for sure, it's expensive to lock up a town for a week, and that's what's happened here in Ponferrada. Some days we've come out of our hotel and could only walk, couldn't drive your car. The one-way street was facing the wrong way because of the barriers, and it was amazing And I have to say, I've never heard a single word of complaint when we've been out and about in the towns. Not one. The Spanish are very nice people, they're very kindly people, and they seem to enjoy the occasion here, bringing these World Championships right across to the far side of Spain. Last time they were in Madrid. It's only the 7th time, in fact, and there we have the Knights Templar. We got them to see them close up last night as they entertained, amongst others, Miguel Indurain in the UCI banquet, which was inside the castle itself. Boys beginning to cheer them forth now. 5:47 the check there. Still doing the work. Maciek Bodnar, Przemysław Niemiec. Norwegian flag there for Kesiakov.
Well, they're always flying the flag, don't they, the Norwegians? 3 riders in the race here. Boasson Hagen is going to be with MTN next year. MTN Quebecer, Alexander Christoph, and Lars Petter Nordhaug, who's also going to make a move away from Belgium, and which is going to be Lotto next year. And he's reportedly going back to Team Sky. 3 riders for Norway, only 1 for Sweden though, with Tobias Ludvigsson. And that is because the Swedes more have a time trial culture than they have a road race culture. There's a continental bike racing team in Sweden, but not a great many pro riders from that country. The women's cycling scene in Sweden seems to be thriving a little bit more than the men's scene.
Still on 11 minutes into lap number 10. Gap continuing to fall, heading towards inside 5.5 minutes now. These 4 riders on the long drag, where during the women's race and the under 23 yesterday we saw a lot of attacks, sorry, the junior race yesterday and the under 23 on Friday, a lot of attacks on this climb. Every time gaps were opened, shut down, reopened, and then those that got away tried to push it home on the next climb, the Mirador. At some stage that's got to happen here today now. There's far too many riders in that big pack behind, far too many riders with big reputations in that pack behind. And sooner or later these 4 boys are going to get mixed up in a decisive move from that peloton. Coming up to nearly 4.5 hours in the saddle now in this Elite Men's World Road Race Championship, and they've used the distance just to try and wear each other out because there hasn't been an attack. Vojvoda at the back beginning to hurt now. Not surprised.
Well, he's been pulling faces for a few laps now.
But he's let a little bit of a gap go there. Face of the Croatian, Macia Casina. Still they get the cheers of the few spectators on this part of the climb. We start to kick over onto the steep stretch in a moment as we go back down and have a look at the peloton.
There aren't a great many fans on the stands, but that might be the VIP section of it, which is still quite empty. There's paid stands here at the finish line. You could buy a day ticket or a ticket for the entire event to be on the stands, be sheltered from the rain, which in some events proved to be quite a big advantage. But most of them are just standing on the roadside, as it should be, I think, in cycling. Just hearing the wheels spin and smelling the oil on the rider's legs and getting the occasional bottle thrown at you.
Oh, so I can see now why you enjoy watching cycling. But we've also got those huge television screens placed at strategic points around the course as well, where you can watch the whole thing And
well, the umbrellas are out at the moment amongst the spectators because it is raining again.
Just started a little bit. It's not heavy yet.
Let's hope it won't be.
This is the second feeding stop up the climb before they get onto the hard part.
Dijkenen here all the way at the back for Team Ireland, who are here with 3 riders, Nicholas Roach, Dan Martin and Philip Dijkenen himself.
Only 4.5 laps left to go. I don't think I'd want to be too near the back of this peloton if I was still nurturing any ambition at all, because sooner or later this pack is going to split.
Well, all the way at the back is Carlos Betancourt. Of course, a lot of controversy about him, especially about his weight and his form and what he was doing in Colombia after he won Paris-Nice. His team, AG Desert La Mondiale, completely lost track of him. He was just like kind of missing in action. And then he suddenly resurfaced, came back to Europe to do the Vuelta. A lot of talk that he was going to join Omega Pharma Quickstep with Rigoberto Urán. But no, he's staying with AG Desert. He had a contract, a valid contract for next year. But the team were a little bit fed up with his behavior. And
well, he never came off the back of the peloton in the Tour of Spain.
No.
He just sat number 2 from the end of the line, and that's where he was. And he's a brilliant climber. And
just like drafting for like 150 kilometers behind the team car, finishing 20. He was like practically last in the Vuelta.
Well, he rode for last place. I was convinced, and then he kept dropping out just behind him, and he kept moving up a notch. Well, the rain's starting a little bit heavier, I'm afraid, down at the finishing line. I'm surprised we're not seeing it where the leaders are here. The crowd giving them a real cheer now and admiring the effort. Because we have to be brutally honest and say, without this attack, this race would have been totally boring throughout the 4.5 hours of racing.
And now it's semi-totally boring.
Yes, at least it's leaving us with a chance here.
Well, we had a very nice chat with Marianne Vos and Michelle Gilmore.
Most enjoyable, and I hope that the viewers enjoyed that innovation, because it was a UCI suggestion that we interview those 2 women today, and they both readily agreed to come. And I think they had a lot of interesting things to say.
Well, I saw a lot of nice comments on it, that people enjoyed it. So, yes, I think we should do it again one day.
I'm sure we will.
But now, please, let's hope for some action here. I've run out of Red Bull, so I need something to stay awake here.
I didn't even notice you were drinking Red Bull.
Well, onto the Coke now.
No, this is building up to an incredible finish. It has to be an incredible finish. The Polish cyclists just refuse to come off the front. They're controlling it by riding as hard as they can, using just 2 riders, and keeping, hopefully, the powder dry of the possible winner in Kwiatkowski. But the others are waiting. It's the Spanish who are also creeping into the picture on the left there now as well. But when you look at the names going over the finishing timing mats at the top of these climbs, the men who are going out as favourites are all up there now. Last time, for example, the defending champion Rui Costa was right up in the top 15 men. So they're all thinking and projecting in their own minds how this is going to happen and when. I'm beginning to find it quite exciting now, because sooner or later they've got to go. Well, we just talked about Betancourt, and the Colombian riders just asked for assistance at the back of the race, so they just called for the team car from Colombia.
Well, less and less Polish riders remain at the front, while the Swiss team keep themselves there with Danilo Wies, Michael Albacini and Fabian Cancellara, all 3 of them. Luis Leon Sanchez is here, Tom Jelte Slachter, Rory Sutherland for Australia. And now some of the teams are coming to the front, Slovakia as well.
I'm just wondering if this
difficult
time...
word. Slovakia.
Yes, well, I attended the World Championships there when it was in fact Czechoslovakia. The country is now separated. There's a lot of riders nervous there at the front at the moment. Now they're starting to look and expect an attack. This is Lars Petter Nordhog getting back up the gap.
vital to the victory of Steven Kruiswijk in the Arctic race of Norway. Also took the first stage to the Cape, to the North Cape, Lars Petter Nordhaug.
4:13.1 they're saying at the moment. Rowan Dennis peeking in and out, wearing number 4 for Australia. Simon Gerrans on the far side, 45, rushing up to the front now, scenting perhaps. And if anybody can read a bike race, it is certainly Simon Gerrans. He is the most canny tactician in a bike race, and he's coming here with great form, with wins in the 2 big races in Quebec under his belt. And that's the swing off now, and I'm wondering as we hit this 10% little kicker here, whether anybody is going to break in, and the answer looks to me as though it is yes. And you might know these riders, Jose, but all your mates from Holland.
Well, not my mates. Of course, it's Tommy Jelte Slachter at the front, the smaller rider for Garmin Sharp. And now the rain is coming down in earnest here at the finish line. No more drops. It's getting a little bit more heavy.
It's also out there on the top of the Mirador climb as well for these 4 leaders, which makes the descent a little bit more caution advised on the way down here. It's really coming down now. Not the rain, but the time I'm meaning at the moment, because they're now saying 4 minutes and 5 seconds on these 4 riders. A little bit of both now. The peloton, led by the Italians now, have upped the ante, and also the boys up front are getting tired.
We have a compact peloton at the moment. Only Carlos José Ochoa, who was in the first break of the day actually for Venezuela, is the last rider. But it's basically a peloton of 180 riders.
Well, Italy have put half the team up here. In fact, more than half their team. I think there's 7 or 8 riders come up here for Italy.
Italy have a strong team with Fabio Aru, stage winner this year in the Grand Tours in Italy and in the Vuelta too. Daniele Benatti, Damiano Caruso, Gianpaolo Caruso, Sonny Colbrelli, just watch him because he is on fire recently. Alessandro De Marchi, Vincenzo Nibali, Manuel Cinziato and Giovanni Visconti. Those are the 9 Italians, with De Marchi sitting there in third wheel, Cinziato and Caruso leading the chase here.
Inside form, and just look at that, 3:55 the chase. Now the Italians have taken it up.
Natmael Berhane, the last rider, last year's Tour of Turkey winner. Eritrean cycling is absolutely on the up, with future stars like Merhavi Kudus and also Berhane, who reportedly joins his compatriot at MTN Quebecer after a 2-year deal, a 2-year period with Europcar.
Well, more and more enthusiasm for the crowd trying to pull these riders up and over the hill, but behind the gap is such that it looks like the next lap will be the catch here as they go out onto lap 11, having spent 180 kilometers up front. Interesting too to note that the British riders have started to move forward. Luke Rowe, Peter Kenyuk, Ben Swift, Chris Froome, all going over the last time check in the top 20 riders.
And then Rui Costa, or as his passports say, Rui Alberto Faria da Costa, is sitting on Chris Froome's wheel. The defending champion, he thinks he has another chance at getting a world title here, and why not? Though the alleged rainbow curse did take a little bit out of him. It took him up to the Tour of Switzerland before he started winning again. Won a stage there, won the race for the 3rd year in a row, but he couldn't repeat his performance in the Tour de France, where he took 2 stages the year prior. So Rui Costa, yeah, he has his eyes set on this championship, but he only has a team of 6, while these guys have a team of 9, and these guys are the Italians. The Belgians are also sending some guys up front. That means that the work done by the Polish team has now been completed. Thank you very much for that.
3:15 now.
And the speed is going up. We're going to a 38 average speed at the moment. We're leaving the 37 km/h, slowest schedule behind, and picking up the pace and riding towards a final.
Well, it's just a matter of increasing the speed. There's nobody launched any attacks to break the field, but I suspect that the back of the field will be stretched now on this climb because of the new tempo. Come up towards the top of the climb. These boys are only this is the back of the race now, and the two Polish riders who work so hard. I'm not too sure why they work so hard, but they're now in desperate trouble here. This is the end of their race, I think.
It's Bodnar, Maciej Bodnar, who's going to be with Tinkoff next year. 4 of the riders of Cannondale going to the now Russian team. Of course, the Sagan brothers, Bodnar and good old Ivan Basso.
And Rowan Dennis of Australia also slipping off, because these are the riders now dropping right away from the action.
One of the Velits brothers, Martin Velits, who should be a good helper for Peter Sagan. And Sagan, of course, has the big disadvantage that he comes from Slovakia, which undoubtedly is a fantastic country to live in, but they only have 3 riders here. And
Knies also gone off the back.
Well, now the pace is seriously up. The Italians are doing the work there with Alessandro De Marchi.
I think they hurt one of their own riders there too. Italian dropping off the back, but didn't see who it was. Cadell Evans goes over the top there in the white jersey, gritting his teeth this time. There's a lot of riders. Chris Froome goes over the top, checking who's with him.
Checking his stem. And there goes Carlos Betancourt.
Yes, but there's definite splits there now. Rowan Dennis has gone this time. He hasn't come over. Heinrich Hausler in trouble there at the back, 2 Australians. The gap 2:57. They might just stay in front as we go through out onto lap number 11. But then the catch will be there. Then the racing will start. If it hasn't already right now, there's quite a few riders been dropped here. Rowan Dennis, Martin Velits, and surprisingly TJ Van Garderen of the USA, Eric Marcotte, the champion, dropped at the moment. Steph Clement, Christian Knies.
Same goes for Greipel, Johannes Fröhlinger, the Germans, and Niemiec and Bodnar, who've been working so hard for the Polish team. Michał Gowasz will be the one staying with Kwiatkowski into the final.
And the youngster Adam Yates also dropped.
But I'm pretty surprised that they already lost a guy like Maciej Bodnar and Niemiec. Those are strong riders, but maybe the Polish team did put in a little bit too much.
They did all that work for 4 laps at the front, particularly those 2 riders, and they paid the price. Meanwhile, we return down to the start-finish zone here. This time they will see 4 laps to go. 72 kilometers.
Well, Mattia Kwasina looks like he wants to hit the showers. Not looking particularly happy there. Then Carlos Quintero, Sidrunas Zavickas and Alexander Polivoda. Those are our riders that we have been looking at the entire day. They rode away in the first lap of this.
I think he's having a shower right now because the rain has come down here to the start line.
This might not be the temperature that he aspired to.
No, it's not too bad.
It has been a lot colder in Ponferrada, I should say, because especially when we had these bright sunny days, it was like 5 degrees in the morning.
Yeah, and it shot up to 23. Well, last time around, it was 5 minutes and 47 seconds. The average lap times are so consistent there. And we're going to see a gap of, I suspect, inside 2 minutes now.
There they are. There are the Italian riders doing the work here. Squadra Azzurri.
Yes, and two of the British riders mixing it up at the front there now.
It might be a little bit of a protected role here today for Giovanni Visconti, who of course has a good sprint in the legs as well. Greg van Avermaet is sitting there with his teammates Sepp van Marken, Philippe Joubert. They're all there for Belgium. And there comes Bauke Mollema for the Netherlands. And there's Fabio Aru, Caruso, Alessandro De Marchi leading the chase now. What a season he's had.
And it's not going to stop yet as he continues to drive on around.
No side of Vincenzo Nibali at the moment. He went down all the way at the beginning of this race, landed on his left hip, the same hip that he came down on in the Trevale Verresini only a week ago, and that was already an old wound for Nibali. So I'm quite curious to see if we're going to see him. But the Belgians have come out in full force. The Brits are there, the Dutch are there. Now we are having a bike race on our hands.
Well, now they're going, and we're hearing calls all the time of riders at the back of the race going off the pack and not returning. As the gap goes through, 2 minutes and 12 seconds is what they're saying now is the official time gap. 2:12 it is, and the names Cancellara still very much up amongst the leaders there. So too Romain Bardet, Philippe Gilbert, Simon Gerrans is there. These riders right at the sharp end of the peloton here, and this time as they climb away there could be some decisions.
Nibali is amongst the first 40, joining his teammate Manuel Quinziato. So Nibali is still very well up there as they ride through the zone, getting some more water on board, some more food on board. And these riders are not particularly enjoying the rain, especially if you've got white cycling kit. Well, Peter Sagan has actually lost 2 of his teammates because both the Velez brothers are crossing the line later than their captain. Also at a little bit of a distance, Stef Clement. And some riders gone now. All the team cars passing. If you're only watching this World Championships now, we've had quite a horrible accident with the Norwegian and Croatian team car sharing duties there. They rode off in a ditch, and the national team coach for the Norwegians and one of their mechanics are off to hospital with broken legs and broken arms. So quite a horrific accident there. Also one of the spectators involved and hurt in that crash. The Norwegian team car is completely wrecked. And the same goes for the bikes on the roof for the likes of Alexander Christoph, Boasson Hagen and Lars-Petter Nordhaug. They have been frantically trying to get spare bikes for these riders, and reports I've seen so far is that they have found new bikes with the Team Sky and Team Katusha. And those are of course the teams of Christoph and Edvald Boasson Hagen. 160 riders cross the finish line at the moment as we wait for the top of the climb here, where the spectators are still out in force. Portuguese flags flying, Polish flags flying. And the time gap for our 4 leaders is only down to 1:55. We have had a gap of over 15 minutes for our 4 heroes of the day. Carlos Julian Quintero, Mattia Kvasina, Zydrunas Zavickas and Alexander Polivoda. It has been a little bit dry, but now the rain is coming down. And it's still the Italians leading this race, leading this chase actually, while the Polish team has done an incredible amount of work so far. And the rest of the peloton will really thank him for it, because this has not been a particularly hard race so far. Still, many riders of the 204 starters that we have in this race are still riding here today few riders have retired so far, including Christian Meyer and Georgios Bouglas, who we saw doing a Shaspatat, a completely suicidal counter-attack. But he had his hours in the spotlight, but he has withdrawn from the race. Same from the only rider from Ecuador, Segunda Navarrete.
.134 they're showing now as they go up the side of the chateau, and the umbrellas may be up, but the enthusiasm isn't dampened at all here.
Well, if you look at how they crossed the finish line, Phil, you can see that practically the entire Polish team is now all together, with Polish champion Matysiak, with Bodnar, with Podlaski, with Niemiec. All these riders are now at 3 minutes from the lead of the race. Natnael Berhane is not in the main group anymore. Same goes for Greg Henderson, Ryan Anderson from Canada, and
there's the Polish team going into the pits. Well, then I leave a big question mark onto the tactics today of
they're all there. There's Bodnar is there, Niemiec is there, Podlaski is there. So that, yeah, I still question those tactics. But if Kwiatkowski takes the world title here, well,
68 kilometers, that's all that remains, and the Italian riders are really motoring through very heavy rain at the moment as they head away from Ponferrada again. 4 laps to go at the moment, 7 minutes since the leaders came through the start finishing line to go out onto lap number 11. 2 minutes 12 was the gap then.
Well, we're nearing that 200-kilometer mark that I've been talking about before, that separates the men from the boys, and I doubt if they will even make it. That gap is down to 1:15.
I think they'll be caught on the climb coming up now, because the field behind are racing them down now. Simon Gerrans, Simon Clark, Bauke Mollema, Sepp Van Mark, Jan Bakelants. These are the riders who are up. Mikael Kwiatkowski no longer got friends with him. He's only got one Polish rider left alongside him, Mikael Golas. And Peter Kenyuk looking to ride well at the moment. In fact, the team management felt that this might be a good day for Peter Kenyuk today.
We have the Colombian rider attacking the break. Carlos Julián Quintero thinks he's not going particularly fast, and he's absolutely right, because his 3 breakaway mates, well, that was just lactic acid captured in 1 minute. Of course, this guy is on the Pro Continental Colombia team, so that means that he's riding races in the highest category, and especially this team, the Colombia team, gets wild cards for World Tour races in Italy. And he's trying to do a little bit of an effort to stay away, but the inevitable is always going to happen, and the peloton is always going to catch him.
Final show defiance. 67 kilometers to go. We're heading down to the last 200. Heading down into the 200.
And Geraint Thomas has dropped from the back of the peloton. Of course, he crashed a while back, then he came back to racing in Canada. Didn't feel particularly well, but he said, well, I got the call up from British Cycling to represent my country, so I am going to be there in Ponferrada. But Geraint Thomas seems to be in a bit of a trouble at the back of the pack.
Well, this is the push now as we're climbing up Confederación. This time it is very, very serious indeed. We are 3.5 laps from the end of the championship, and now the push is on.
This is a serious effort by Fabio Aru, followed by Giovanni Visconti.
Visconti in his Movistar crash helmet there in second place. Looks like it might be Matti Breschel there. He's just joined him, the Italian. Got a little gap here now.
Well, to evade all problems with trade teams and national teams, the Danes just took all the Danes on the Tinkoff Saxo team. So all the Danes in the team are from the same trade team as well, so that is a good thing. We have a little bit of a gap for these riders, including Aru and Visconti.
And this is happening on the lap number 11 of 14 here. 3.5 left to go. First serious pull away, but look below you, because those circuits after circuits have really hit the bunch now. Now it's telling on them, because the peloton has split here. Group of maybe 15 trying to get across. And in that 15 we'd expect to find Kwiatkowski. Simon Gerrans, the Australian favourite, should be still in there. Aru's pushing at the front here.
Well, the Australians have quite a luxury position this year with having two of the top favourites, not only with Simon Gerrans, who won the 2 World Tour races in Canada, in Quebec and Montreal, but they also have Bling Matthews doing great work recently. He has absolutely a stellar year with Orica Green Edge, with the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia. Unfortunately for him, in a training ride just ahead of the Tour de France, he crashed and couldn't do the Tour of France, but it has been a great year for Matthews, and he is one of the riders to be reckoned with today on the Australian team. So that's quite a luxurious positions that the Aussies find themselves in.
Peter Kenyuk of Great Britain looks as though he's in that breakaway. Now a little organisation behind it as we go up to the 6 leaders up front.
Christopher Juul Jensen is the Dane in this breakaway.
Looks
and
like 7 now, doesn't it?
And you could know him from his fantastic column in Rouleur magazine. He is such a funny character, giving you a great insight into the world of a pro cyclist. There he is. Speaks impeccable English, grew up in England or Ireland, I'm not sure anymore, but not in Denmark anyways. We're missing one of the Belgian riders that's not been called up on the race radio. That makes 7.
Well, Tim Wellens of Belgium is here.
Of course he is. This is an attack, so Tim Wellens is going to be there.
There he is, far right of the picture. The 2 Italians are Aru and Visconti. And I think the 7th rider is in fact Savikas, who's come back from the breakaway and is momentarily with that group, but he's not going to be there for long, I don't think.
No, this is going to be one monumental thing if he's going to stick with this break. Tim Wellens, he had an absolute breakthrough year, won the Eneco Tour. Of course, last year we already got to see a little glimpse of his talent in the Dauphiné, where he kept on attacking. And there's the biggest problem with Tim Wellens, he just keeps on attacking. You can't stop him. And there's the Spanish Armada, bringing 2 of their riders to the front. And where are the Germans? Where are the Dutch?
This is the first shakeout now on the climbs, and where indeed are the Australians just at this moment in time.
Well, those 2.
This is the one man who's trying to hold them all off. They must know now they're coming, and here they come underneath the ring road around Ponferrada.
We're also missing the French here. And this break, this little move has been made by the Italians. Fantastic work by Fabio Aru. We can see him there for Italy. Peter Kenyok, Christopher Juul Jensen, and some riders from Movistar. That should be Dani Moreno on the left.
Well, the Swiss rider is Michael Albacini, just at the back of the group there.
And they're coming back together. There's the French, there's the Australians with Rory Sutherland, there's the Belgians discussing a little bit, and also Ireland with, I think that's
Dan
Nico.
Martin.
No, I think it's Roach.
There's a coming together of about 19 riders here. Have they got the strength to push on? Because this is the move now. They're scooting across the gaps here. Almost thought the Danish rider was going to hit the camera there for a moment.
Visconti and Peter Kenyok, they take over Carlos Julian Quintero, the last of our original 4 breakaway riders.
So there's no way that he can hold on to these 2 riders now, surely. This is Tim Wellens coming across. No, it can't be. Wrong country.
Yeah, though there's absolutely no blue in the Belgian flag, they do ride in blue. This is in fact Christopher Juul Jensen.
Yeah, yeah. Juul Jensen of Denmark, who's come across the gap. Throwing everything into the move at the moment. This is Joaquim Rodriguez.
Having a...
so disappointed with his second place a year ago in this championship.
He was crying on that stage in Firenze.
Now, we're swinging onto the steep section of the climb of the Confederación. This is where they could start to consolidate the gain here, or lose it. Kenyuk, Juul Jensen of Denmark up amongst the leaders there. Visconti.
And there goes Albacini.
Yeah. And thinking of Switzerland, no sign of Fabien Cancellara at this stage.
And Belgium is joining the party as well. This is a race.
Well, this is how it starts. Have they got the strength to push it home? This is the developing of a breakaway. Remember now, there's still three and a half laps to go of the race. So this is only the first reshuffling of the pack. This is the part of the course where we had attacks all of the time in the other races, but this of course being such a long race waited, but now they are driving. A little bit more urgency on the descent here as well. They've come over the top. Got to be careful on this way down now. Kenyuk, Juul Jensen, Visconti.
The Americans are losing quite a few riders at the moment, with Eric Marcots being distanced. Also Andrew Talansky, Kiel Reiner not in the main pack anymore.
Once we get off
also,
this climb, sorry, yeah.
Also Cadel Evans being distanced at the moment. No, he's in the main pack at 1:34. That was an alt reading. I'm sorry, Cadel is there.
He went over the top, gritting his teeth, but hanging in the last time I saw him, but it's almost a lap ago now. This is that corner, safely round, well ridden. In the wet there by Christopher Juul.
Yeah, born in Ireland, in County Wicklow, and lived there till he was 15.
Good heavens.
Is it such a bad place?
No, it's a lovely place, County Wicklow, but I'm just thinking he must have been born to a Dutch father. A Danish father. This is Kenyuk taking food on.
Down to 3 riders, Kenyuk, Christopher Juul Jensen, Giovanni Visconti. But there's more coming there. Here's one of the Portuguese riders. This is Tiago Machado. And they're very cautiously taking that turn where we already saw some riders go down in the other races. But luckily we haven't had big crashes so far, apart from the pretty horrific car crash by the Norwegian team car. Attacked by Germany.
Attacked by Germany. There are 3 Spanish riders in that group as well. Albacini and Bosenhagen is also up here now from Norway.
This is Michael Albacini coming back. And Tim Wellens. Simon Geschke. Visconti. 2 Norwegians in this group. Remarkable, as there are only 3 of them.
Yeah, Bosenhagen's there.
But they are, of course, working for Alexander Christoph.
There's the big figure of Edvard Bosenhagen on the left. His white jersey looking like he just washed it here today. Picked up all the mud of the others.
Simon Geschke sporting the beard. Luckily for him, it has been proved in the wind tunnel that having a beard does not affect your aerodynamic. So he's keeping the beard. Beards are getting quite predominant in the peloton, with Dan Cravens as being the biggest of them all. But even Tom Bonen is doing the beard thing right now. And I saw Romain Bardet even doing a little bit of a mustache this morning.
Now 10 seconds at the moment as they try to put this matter back to rights here. We've got 7 riders, I think, because peloton regrouping on the climb here.
Here are our leaders: Tim Wellens, Edvald Boasson-Hagen, Michael Albassini. We have for Denmark Christopher Juhl Jensen, Giovanni Visconti. For Italy, for Team GB, it's Peter Kenyok. And
yes,
then we're missing one, Simon Geschke for Deutschland. Germany, I'm sorry.
Yeah, same country. There he is in the back left. So that's the first flurry of excitement now, but there's another group coming across here. There's 7 riders here.
And we have a little bit of a discussion between Peter Kenyok and Simon Geschke. And Simon Geschke is repeatedly just shaking, no, I am not doing anything. Because he knows that behind him in this group are John Degenkolb and André Greipel.
I wouldn't have thought this was a course for Greipel, but you never know how it pans out. I do feel it's a course for Degenkolb.
He did particularly well in the Milan-San Remo this year, but he had a flat on the last hill of the day.
Yeah. Tim Wellens at the front now.
It's his first World Championships.
There is a German rider in that escape coming up.
Also one from Russia. And the Spanish are in this group. Tony Martin bridges to this group, as does Sepp van Marken.
Of Belgium. And here we can show you the names now, as they all Trofimov is the Russian rider who has crossed the gap.
Is that Rein Tarameh as well for Estonia? As Rory Sutherland leads the chase here with Adam Hansen on his wheel, followed by Daniele Benatti, Fabio Aru and Joachim Rodriguez. Rennert Jansen van Rensburg there for South Africa. Romain Bardet, and we see all the faces here. Johan van Summeren. There's still a lot of...
Well, they're going through with a gap of 22 seconds. That's quite a big gap at the moment as they start to tip down again over the top. They're giving a 30-second advantage. We've seen 22. And 1 or 2 strong riders have come across, Sepp van Mark particularly. Tony Martin, great time trialist, even though he lost his World Championship this time around after winning the last 3 years, has come across this group, a real powerhouse in situations like this. Rein Tarameh, he was riding last man for a long time in the peloton, suddenly finds himself up in the front group now.
He had a bit of a rough patch in his career, Rein Tarameh. He had some trouble with his respiratory system, then had a surgery and came back to the Tour of Turkey to take the mountain stage there on El Mali mountain. That was a great comeback for him, and he is going to move to other teams as well, going to leave Cofidis next year and is going to sign with Astana.
13 riders seem to have got themselves into this group now. Daniel Navarro is also there, the early guard for Spain, and coming across Gianpaolo Caruso as well for Italy.
Missing out at the moment are the French, and I should add also the Dutch.
And for that reason, there may be a chase back, and the Australians also allowing this one to go. Trofimoy is the Russian, Rein Tarameh. Rain still, actually the sun's coming back out at the finish, but the rain's still coming down. We're going back into one of those strange weather phases again here.
Still no rainbow. We'll have to wait another 56 kilometers for that.
Yep. Nice to see that Edvald Boasson-Hagen is looking for the move as well.
Well, this is Tony Martin.
And who else descending like that? This boy can descend. If he gets away and alone, about the only man capable of riding the whole remaining distance of this race on his own.
Well, he almost did it last year in the Tour of Spain, and how heartbreaking was it
yes.
that in the end, 200 meters from the line, the peloton came back and Michael Morkov won the stage. But oh, the entire world was cheering for Tony Martin. He lost his crown in the World Time Trial Championships to Bradley Wiggins. But of course, he can still do a mean race here in Spain.
Well, he's come off the hills again now. He's taking us around to the end of the lap, where there'll be 3 laps left to go. Tony Martin is one of the men, he's really helping his team by causing a total distraction here. Bosenhagen's back in the group, Tim Wellens. The British rider who's made it is Peter Kenyuk, the British national champion. Bosenhagen's the rider looking over his shoulder. Kenyuk brings through the gap. Martin looking very relaxed. What a turnip it would be if Tony Martin lost his World Time Trial Championship and in the same championships became the World Road Race.
Here's the chasing group. We have Giovanni Visconti, Gianpaolo Caruso, Simon Geschke, Peter Kenyuk, Tim Wellens, Sepp van Marke, but this is the lone leader at the moment.
You can see through his glasses there in the spray. He's just watching them. He's trying to make them chase him because they want to try and pull an advantage here. Hammer home what they've taken on the way up. There's still a lot of big names missing from this group. In fact, they're all pretty big names who are missing from this group right now.
The Germans are here with 9. They are missing, remarkably, I think, Markus Burkhardt, but they're here with Degenkolb, Fröhlinger, Simon Geschke in this breakaway, Greipel, Knees, Martens, Tony Martin, Dominique Netz and Paul Voss. No relation to.
Martin's gone through. The group are chasing him at 8 seconds. 12 riders. Next group coming through here. Gap going out to nearly half a minute now as they go through. Half a minute exactly, and it's the Australians trying to repair the damage. Adam Hansen there, along with Matthew Heyman, former Commonwealth Games champion. Cancellara is in that group as well, so too's the sprinter Degenkolb. So too's the British man, and one of their favourites, Ben Swift, is in there. Daryl Impey, Warren Barguil, Kwiatkowski, all in that chase group, the men most likely to, as they have 3 laps to go to the finish. And Tony Martin just keeping the pressure on here now.
Well, this might be an early move for John Degenkolb, though there has been a little bit of doubt through his form after the hugely successful Tour of Spain, where he won 5 stages. He was admitted to hospital with lymph nodes swollen to golf balls, as he said himself. He had to go on antibiotics IV and was in hospital for a few days. Said that he was not going to play a role in this final today, but the Germans have other cards to play, and I think Andre Greipel is one of them. Been on good form recently, and yeah, he could be one of them to play here.
Well, the one rider that everybody would be concerned about right now is Tony Martin. The time trial king, even though he has lost his title to Bradley Wiggins. Wiggins chose to go directly home. He's not in this championship. And this year, Tony Martin has won 10 races, and 7 of them are time trials, which is usual for this man. He often goes through the whole year winning only time trials.
Well, you won a road stage in the
Tour. Still going through. 13 seconds. Up from 8. Heading out to the start of the climb. 3 times to go up yet. They pull 5 seconds out on the pack as well. And it's the Australians who are choosing to chase now at the front of the race.
Well,
Sepp van Mark, last man in this breakaway, where he's been since he joined it.
we have seen that the peloton was led by Rory Sutherland and Adam Hansen, and they are probably the workhorses for the Australian team, but this guy is in full time trial mode at the moment. He's a joy to watch if he is on that fantastic time trial bike of his team. An absolute
He's
top
so
athlete.
So good. Daniel Navarro helping out at the front. Bosenhagen just behind him there.
I wonder if that distance that he did in the Tour of Spain last year, it was more than 52 kilometers. And there needs to be some organization coming together here when Otto Bosenhagen takes the lead. And this is what I mean. This is the perfect position of a time trialist. that straight back and only the legs doing all the work with that huge gearing. Of course, he won't have a 58 on this road bike that he sometimes has on his time trial bike, but still, Tony Martin can do a mean time trial, even in a road race.
Let's see how he goes up the hill. That'll be the telling factor as Tony Martin gets onto the slopes up here. But if he starts to pull away from that group on the climbs, then he could seriously be considered a man who would go the distance here. He's pushing on. The gap is still continuing to open. (203.5 kilometers achieved at that checkpoint. The crowd cheer on the lone rider, the top German time trialist, still smarting a little after losing his world time trial crown to Bradley Wiggins. Is he going to take his revenge straight away? 22 seconds the gap. He had 8 when he came through the start-finish line 3 kilometers ago. Now let's see how he handles the climbs here. Now, I think we're going to find that the main pack are making no impression on this group either at the moment.
Well, the Germans have a good strategy playing out here with Tony Martin leading and also Simon Geschke in this group. And the fact that the race hasn't been that tough up till now will certainly benefit John Degenkolb, who has all the time in the world to get into the race, to get the muscles working and to get the blood flowing.
Well, he's in this pack here.
He is.
Look at them go through. And he's a little bit compromised while he's got 2 German riders ahead of him on the road. He can't initiate the chase. It's got to be left to the Australians who have missed out on that move. 45 seconds the gap. That's pushing on to a minute to this man. Of course, it's only 23 seconds to the main group that he left coming through just before the finish line.
On the drops for Tony Martin.
He makes time trialing look so easy, this man.
Well, it almost looks like it doesn't hurt.
Yes, absolutely, you're right. It's absolutely.
Just a casual bike ride today by Tony Martin. 50k to go.
57 wins in his career. I reckon all bar about 10 of them, maybe 12, have always been time trials around the world.
Won the Tour of Beijing a few times before they added some mountains.
Yes, I was there both times, and he won it by 1 breakaway on the second day. The first time. And with his time trial skills, he literally rode away from the peloton and gained time. They couldn't pull him back. The whole pack could not make an impression on him, and that gave him the lead he never lost. Because he didn't think he could defend that year because there was no time trial, which is his forte. So he did it by breaking away from the field, just like today. Well, the field are dropping back at the moment. They're now being tied at 50 seconds behind Martin. Navarro on the front here. Kenyuk saying to Geschke, why aren't you working? Because Geschke's got a man up front and he's not going to chase him. Ray now looks a little bit consistent out on the course, but I'll tell you what, it's going off again at the finishing line because we're now in bright sunshine once more. So it bodes well for the last couple of laps of this race. Still on 3 to go. 2.5 actually now. This will be one of the longest time trials of his life if he's going to win this.
A fatherly hug after the time trial that he lost to Bradley Wiggins on Wednesday by Patrick Lefevre. He's been on the team for quite some time now. Of course, comes from the HTC Columbia squad.
Yeah.
And Patrick Lefevre stood next to him just when he came out of the mix zone here, talking to all the press and all the cameras and all the journalists. And there was a little moment, a little understanding between the team manager and the rider.
Let's pull back and see the 12 men he's left behind here. Lost a little bit of the impetus. They are on the climb, but they might well find that they're going to be chased down on this long climb now. It's still raining here. And Tony Martin's pulled out 25 seconds, having gone through at the start with only an 8-second advantage. Let's see where the chase is. They're about 20 seconds back. There they are. Still a sizable peloton down there, and certainly all the favourites are surviving. Well, I think we'll see attacks from that group as we head on to the steeper section of Confederación, which is when we swing left off the highway, and it's a real kicker just there, and that's where the attacks will come. Australia put 5 riders on the front here now.
Adam Hansen is the 5th one. Rory Sutherland, the first one, then Adam Hansen, then Clark, I reckon.
Is Simon Clark still there?
Well, a little bit of friendly encouragement from that guy on the bike to Tony Martin.
Yes, but he hasn't ridden already over 200 kilometres, I suspect.
Probably not.
Yep, it dropped a couple of seconds according to Race Radio. 23 is advantage. It's because we're on the climb. He's on the steeper bit. Riders here having to still take on food, of course, as we still have here at the back of the race Philip Dijkman.
Still about 100 riders in this group. Chasing group with Visconti and Gianpaolo Caruso for Italy. Also 2 Belgians with Tim Wellens and Sepp van Marken. And this is Rory Sutherland and Adam Hansen. 2 incredible workhorses. And Kwiatkowski still has managed to find 2 of his teammates, while Rui Costa is also at the front there. A big Belgian contingent. 1 lonely rider for the Dutch. Well, there's more there. And the French with Kevin Reisa. One of the Velits brothers has come back and should be able to help Peter Sagan. We saw them both drop a lap ago, both Martin and Peter Velits.
It's been a little regrouping. That peloton has grown a little bit, it's pieced itself together again. It might well fracture on the steeper part of this climb.
Very sturdy stem that Tony Martin has there. It looks like the sprinting stem of the SIP range. Normally only the sprinters have that, but Tony Martin, of course, being such a powerful rider, he could do with a good stem.
Still saying 22 seconds to this group of riders here.
Albacini, Navarro, Caruso, Kenyok, Tim Wellens, Visconti, Taramé, Trofimov, Geschke, Edwald Boasson-Hagen. That's about all of them.
Martin kicking to try and keep the rhythm here. This is going to be the hardest part for him now, is to maintain a rhythm on a climb like this. Already lost the time trial against Wiggins. Wiggins just rode a 62 chain ring and a 25 back sprocket on the climbs. It's a very large peloton that's regrouped after the attacks of the previous lap. And it's all Australia on the front here. Still Adam Hansen setting the pace. "22 seconds. There's still, we're saying 19, the race is saying 22.
Christopher Froome is out of this race, Phil. Chris Froome is not in the race anymore.
Are you saying he's abandoned? You are saying he's abandoned. Hasn't come over on the radio, but Twitter seems to be better informed.
Together with Andre Cardoso, he just entered the pit lane, or the mix zone as it should be called, and he is on his way to the bus, so that's it for Chris Froome.
And he's never had a great love affair with the World Championships.
Oh, he's not a one-day racer, is he?
No.
This is a race for the classic riders. And also, if you look at the composition of some of the teams, they are top-heavy on climbers. And you need your classics riders, like the Belgians have it pretty well, but they have about 5 people wanting to win this bike race, which is not a good thing at all.
Well, the consistency up the climb is having its moments here, because he's down to 18 seconds now, Tony Martin.
Well, a little word from the Polish national coach, Piotr Wadecki. He says the idea for us to keep pacing the peloton was to keep Kwiatkowski out of trouble for the first 200k. Well, they succeeded because he is in that bunch.
And he's got 2 teammates with him back there as well, just sitting on his wheel.
So in that respect, it was a great success.
Yep, and if he wins, of course, we'll say what a brilliant tactic.
And then everybody's going to do it next year.
Yep, and this is Tony Martin trying to slip the field. He's got to hang in on these climbs because we know he'll out-descend them. He'll outride them on the flat, but right now they're holding him. We've brought him back from 25 seconds to just 17 seconds. Those 12 riders down there. About 20 seconds maybe to the peloton, which seems to be as big as ever, but it's not. It's just on 100 plus riders down there. And it's the Australians who've got no friends in there just now. The road's wet, but the rain has basically stopped again. And Adam Hansen on the front, drives on, looks like Simon Clark in second place. It's getting difficult to recognise the riders now, they're all turning black.
Jan Bakelands, Tom Bonen en Greg van Avermaat, Joubert, Van Summeren, Philippe Joubert, Jelle van Endert.
It looks though the word's gone out to the Belgians there because the whole team moving up.
There we are.
On the front.
And the other 2 of the 9-man team, Tim Wellens and Sepp van Marken, are at the front. The other 7 are there. Well, what do you want with 5 captains?
Well, that's very, very good because it means that they're not going to try and cross the gap at the moment. And plenty of cheers for Tony Martin as he comes up the climb. Soon we're going over the top here. Urging on now, Martin holds the barrier. It's going to be tough though. It's coming down slowly, but coming down easy a little bit here. Bit of a false flat for him. "15 seconds. And 32 seconds is the spread now to the main pack here. The Australian chase is having some effect. They're just checking who's come up, and it's all of the remaining Belgian riders who've come up behind, trying to break up the rhythm here. Well, Poland's lost Matusiak. He's just fallen off at the back, and I think it's caught Phil Dignan as well.
There's been a crash at the back of this group, and one of the Irish riders was down.
There's no pictures on that, but I suspect Dignan because he was right at the back of the pack. But they haven't confirmed. They have confirmed the Polish rider Matusiak as a faller. That's not going to be good for Kwiatkowski. This is where it swings back advantage Tony Martin. He's 13 seconds as he starts the descent. So typical of his descending style. Most uncomfortable. Hasn't got complete control of the bike, although Tony Martin does it to great effect. Uses his body weight to flip his bike side to side. He's added a second back up, you see, with his descending. That's the dangerous bend, especially in conditions like this now. Martin kicks out, tries to get back into his rhythm again. Wouldn't surprise me now to see this gap start to nudge out in his favour. Another second added, gone up to 15. Izagirre's just crashed, champion of Spain. Oh dear me, that is a bad crash.
And this is not Spain.
But that is not Izagirre down there now. It looks like an Argentinian cyclist down there.
Well, he needs to stay put on the ground before he's been cleared by the mechanic. There's somebody there. Well, of course, in this stage of this phase of the race, people are bound to get a little bit more nervous. The roads are soaking wet, and people are getting tired, which kind of influences their judgment as well.
Sure.
If they can have, if they can take the risks on turns, on corners.
Well, the rest of the peloton over the dam wall is still 100 strong in the chase group. But basically, we've got one rider, 12 chasers, and the big pack at the situation, with 43 kilometres to race to the finish. Tony Martin has made his move. He went clear before he went into this lap on his own from a group of 13. He held 8 seconds, and I think he's nudging it back up again. Might go down a little bit as he crosses to the Mirador climb now. Holding 14 seconds.
Caruso, Visconti, the Italian riders, Wellens, Van Marken, they're discussing things here. Jules Jensen is the guy for Denmark, Dani Navarro for Spain. Also, Boasson Hagen is in this group, and the Belgians have come to the front in full force, I should say. And the Polish are still there. Same goes for the Portuguese.
Yes, and Rui Costa's down there still, the defending champion. She's not going to be unhappy with the race situation at the moment. She's Wellens at the front here with Sepp van Mark. And once again, we started the climb and the reverse is on the clock. Now it's down to 13 seconds. Roads are wet, but the rain has stopped. Tony Martin needs to get over the top of this climb, and then he turns on the turbo. He'll start to move away again on the descents, going back around to the finish of the lap. Then he'll see 2 laps left of this World Championship only. This race is still far from run here. This pack is hovering about 25 seconds back of the leader.
Flat tyre for Bauke Mollema. Dutch team whittled down. A lot of riders already in the bus.
It's a little bit unlucky, that, because it's probably being caused by the wet roads now picking up the grit.
Tom Wout Poels, Dumoulin and also Tommy Jelte Slachter are still in this group for the Dutch, but the Belgians are having a particularly good impression there, and they are keeping Rui Costa out of trouble as well.
Got it all right now. 40 seconds the spread now. This group to Tony Martin. Even the English shouting for Tony Martin as they come up the climb here. This is the Mirador. It's not the hardest of the climb, but it does give him a springboard to run to the finish. A good check to see how he's getting on. That means you're not feeling possibly that good at the moment. There's no concerted chase again from the front here. Nobody's prepared to push on. They are closing in on Tony Martin. They're saying it's only 9 seconds now to the 12 chasers.
Interesting to add that Joaquim Rodriguez has lost his transponder, so he doesn't show up on the live timing. It doesn't mean that Purito is not there, because he is probably there.
Yeah.
Bunch led by Michael Albassini. Tony Martin being reeled back in by Sepp van Marken.
Well, it looks like it's coming together just on the top of the Mirador here. Back to 13, the Baker's dozen at the front.
And that's it for Tony Martin. Tim Wellens having trouble here on this climb. He's of course still a very young lad.
A little bit of a gap. Rosenhagen being unhitched there too on the climb. He should get back on the descent.
The French are taking command for Nacer Bouhanni.
And why not?
Well, they have a French world champion already with Pauline Ferrand-Prévot.
Won in the sprint finish, and Bouhanni, I think, would be the man to beat if he could get down to the finish to use his sprint.
I think it's absolutely master tactics to take Nacer Bouhanni to this World Championships. This is Romain Bardet leading the way.
And the other guy up here is Warren Barguil, and there he is.
Reinhard Jansen van Rensburg for South Africa still there. Bauke Mollema back in the pack. Wout Poels there. And this is Steven Kruiswijk. Philip Dijnen is still there for Ireland.
Well, he wasn't the fall, and that's good news for Ireland. We never had a rider confirmed. Now they closed in, and the gap, as you can see there, was altogether 40 seconds. About 43 seconds the spread. They've just announced the abandon of Chris Froome.
Cancellara still up front in that group, together with Tom Bonen and John Degenkolb. Tony Galopin, also a name that we haven't mentioned before, but he is one to watch, absolutely.
Nice to see Reinhard Jansen van Rensburg still in the selection here today with his teammate Daryl Impey. Well, still the master descender on the front. Tony Martin leads them down at 86 kilometers an hour at the moment.
And Nasser Bouhanni is indeed still in that big group.
Yeah,
Same goes for Zdeněk Štýbar. Don't be surprised if he pulls something weird here.
Cadell Evans is still there too in his final World Championships. .40 seconds. They're not getting away this time. That peloton are holding this breakaway just now. There are 13. In fact, they're beginning to come together here. We'll be going out on the last 2 laps. And there's a massive peloton chasing. This is life down the pit zone, I'm afraid. I'm not too sure who this Austrian rider is.
I think it's Preidler.
Georg Preidler.
The giant Shimano rider.
It certainly wasn't Bernie Eisel, that's for sure.
Recognise Bernie Eisel, trust me.
Yes, with his beard. Flags of Flanders flying as 2 Belgian riders are in this breakaway from the region. And still Tony Martin dictating the pace as they try to regroup these 13 riders. Visconti there wants a little bit of action.
Gesturing towards Gianpaolo Caruso.
Albacini all checking the gap, seeing a rider coming across it. Where's the peloton, they're all saying. Reminiscent of how this race ended for the women yesterday at the same point. They were watching others coming back.
They are not riding in this chase group. We saw the flick of the elbow by Peter Kenyok, but nobody was taking over. And of course, Dani Navarro just sits there in that last wheel doing absolutely nothing because he has Alejandro Valverde in the peloton.
And as far as we know, Rodriguez, well. So, down towards the finishing line here. This will give us 2 laps to go. We're out on lap 13.
Wonderful British title for Peter Kenyok.
Kenyok and his teammates in his trade team world, Eddie Boysenhagen. He flicks his elbow, looks over, there's no one there to come through, so Kenyok does it again here. Getting a little bit annoyed with the breakaway, who seems to have decided this one is not going places. Peter Kenyok brings them through.
They're taking a little bit of a gap, the 2 of them, Boysenhagen, Kenyok are, but the peloton are already on the home straight, following them very closely.
Yeah, it looks about 30 seconds here.
We've got one lone chaser here. That's Tim Wellens.
Tailed off from the break on the last tip up the hill, and here comes the pack working their way through.
Led by the French with Romain Bardet, Warren Barguil, the 2 climbers on the French team, 2 very skinny guys. And they're all coming through the finish here with Bouhanni sitting comfortably, I should say. And also Peter Sagan is there.
Well, Rain Tamaray has pulled out in the feeding zone by the look of it, and that's very strange. He was in the breakaway. We were hearing he stopped in the feed zone. 103 riders. It's actually there's 90 riders left in that peloton at the moment. Led in by Peter Kenyok, Boysenhagen, Tony Martin, Gianpaolo Caruso, Yuri Trofimov, Daniel Navarro, Christopher Juliensen, Giovanni Visconti, Taname, who was in the break, appears to have stopped, Simon Geschke, Sepp van Mark, and Michael Albacini.
Navarro is looking where the peloton is at the moment. Of course, he is part of that Spanish team.
We're not going to push it home.
Nope, this is ending quite soon. This is going nowhere.
And there in the distance you can see the peloton now containing Rodriguez and also Valverde. The top Spanish riders, Rui Costa, the defending world champion, is still in that group. So too Michael Kwiatkowski and Fabian Cancellara.
Swifty, very important rider to mention, Ben Swift. Of course, he was on that podium in Milan-San Remo, so he can do the sprint after 250k.
Well, the rider from Austria wasn't Georg Preidlich. He's gone through in 22nd place here, so one of the other riders abandoned on the hill out there. "90 riders plus in this break to catch everybody in front. They'll just go over 100 strong in the pack. Only 106 riders have passed through the finishing line, all up. We are hearing now that Luis Leon Sanchez dropped. Also Cadel Evans.
Michal Kwiatkowski still has his Omega Pharma teammate Michal Govash and Mazej Peterski with him. So 2 teammates from the Polish national team.
Still a chance.
And this is Giovanni Visconti.
Deciding he wants to keep it on, keep the pressure on, be somebody to chase. As Giovanni Visconti goes up towards the next checkpoint here on his own. This keeps the other teams under extreme pressure here. Visconti going to start the climb, which is the penultimate climb now up through past the castle. Man who's worn the pink jersey in the Giro d'Italia, Mario Rosa, on 8 occasions. He's won 2 stages of that race in the past. Now as he flicks through the roundabout here. 2 stages of the Giro d'Italia, won last year. No results this year for Visconti. No results as far as win goes, but he did enough to get in the Italian squad for these World Championships. Goes underneath. There is a reaction coming from the chasers now. Led by Peter Kenyon. He's had a great race, Peter Kenyon. He's got very little support from this group, sadly. 10 riders chasing.
Warren Barguil, Romain Bardet still leading that group with Luke Rowe, Ben Swift, Daniele Benatti, Alessandro De Marchi, Fabio Aru for Italy.
Nothing in it though, is there? 20 seconds the gap across the board now.
Nelson Oliveira is there, Georg Preidlich, Danilo Wies for the Swiss, Castro Viejo, Cancellara, Bone, Galopin, Jelle van Endert, all there. All the Belgians are together. Greg van Avermaet, Gilbert, and Degenkolb and Bouhanni are riding side by side with the reigning world champion Rui Costa. Peter Sagan is there with Kwiatkowski, Michael Matthews, Simon Gerrans still sitting comfortably there in the pack. Sonny Colbrelli, there he is, still there with Daryl Impey and Alexander Kristoff. Those are the guys to look at if we get a bunch sprint or a sprint of a reduced group. Guys like Impey, Michael Matthews, Colbrelli, Bouhanni, and of course Peter Sagan.
It's who's coming through the distance the strongest of them all as they continue now the penultimate climbs this lap into the bell next time around. This is a very good move by Visconti on behalf of his team. Total distraction just when they were wrapping it all up back there. I think we can expect some big attacks on the climb this time. This is Peter Kenyon. It looks as though he might have rid himself now, and he's off in pursuit of Visconti just up the road.
Well, Evans still sitting in that main group at the moment, as is Vincenzo Nibali, but they're all the way at the back at the moment.
35 seconds. The field split there, didn't it? And
average speed.
They might be coming together here.
Average speed going towards 39k an hour. That brings us to the predicted race schedule with a finish around 4:30 local time. About 45 minutes left of racing.
So the breakaway the original breakaway swept up there, but we still have Peter Kenyuk out there. And he's trying to get up to this man, Giovanni Visconti. Visconti could do with a bit of help, I think. He did well to get away at all. And Peter Kenyuk, having a real great season, slips underneath our camera here, comes right across the gap. Very talented man, this, from the Isle of Man. Left out of the Tour de France team, and he was pretty unhappy about that.
You just took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say exactly the same thing.
What was that?
That Peter Kenyuk was left out of the Tour de France team, and I was not particularly happy about that.
No,
he should have been there.
Yes, but there was talk about the team thinking he perhaps had a little bit of an attitude problem, which they didn't like.
Ooh.
And so he went to Austria, and to prove everybody wrong, he led from start to finish the Tour of Austria. Now, Kenyuk joined up with the Italian. Nobody would work with Kenyuk in that break. They've all gone back in the pack now. These two are in a position to join in with the next counter-attack, should it reach them. 31 kilometers to go. Still nothing in it. This is the part where the softeners go on as we start this long climb. Culminates quite steeply. Kenyuk can see them coming. He's working out. Looks pretty cool at the moment, Peter Kenyuk.
I think he looks pretty cool most of the time.
Yeah, he doesn't look stressed at all. He won a great British Championship in Abergavenny as he was finished up in the break with his training partner Ben Swift, who's been talked of as the British favourite here if there is going to be a world champion from Britain. And in the end, 9 times out of 10, Swifty would always beat Peter Kenyuk in the sprint, and when it was the national championship, Kenyuk got it.
Well, sometimes there's little presence at national championships, and I'm not saying it happened in Abergavenny,
Oh,
but it did happen.
It
did happen in Spain, where Alejandro Valverde just handed over the national title to Johnny Zaguirre, basically just saying, here you go, you can have that jersey this year. Just keeping it in the Movistar team.
You're a very suspicious lady.
No, but if you see the finish pictures, come on, that was a clear present.
Ducrot snatching a bottle there in the feed, still in this main pack here. These are the two leaders, still trying to reorganize the chase. Nothing at all. They're actually waiting for somebody to come and join them here. That's why they're hanging off the front, and they think they might get the wish here. They're trying to move a little move. No, shut down again at the back.
Peloton led by Russia at the moment. Russia don't have a great many riders left in this group. They have Trofimov, they have Chernetsky, who might have a little chance doing something of a sprint, but
well, I cannot believe 100 riders are going to finish up contesting the finish of this race. But at the moment, we're into the last 30 kilometers, and that's what we've got.
We have word that Daniel Martin is dropping from this group, as well as Cadel Evans. So the pace is up, and is that still Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg up there? I'm pretty sure there's one of these South African riders.
It's not Dal Olympian. I think there's only 2 of them left.
Very solid performance. Of course, this time of the year is always a good time for Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg. He took his only victory last year in Binche, which was all the way in October. And he won himself a lot of beer with that.
Going back to MTN Quebec next year, which is where he came from in the first place. But it's a much bigger team now. Still a lot of surface water here. And now a little bit of an acceleration once again. It's the only way to break this field up. There is some terrifically good sprint finishers still very much in this place. That's Alessandro De Marchi, who's gone ahead. Cyril Gauthier. As they start to try and move clear, Gauthier is a youngster who really is a tremendous attacking rider. He was almost voted the most aggressive rider of this year's Tour de France. Went in the end to De Marchi, and they're both in the move here.
Alessandro De Marchi has the most amazing year and sees himself rewarded with a contract at the BMC Racing Team next year, together with Caruso.
Riders here sitting at the back and just scrabbling for wheels at the moment.
Vinciato having a little bit of trouble there, the BMC Racing Team rider. And the pace is on at the moment. This is where it comes down to. We are 220 kilometers into this race.
This is Daniel Navarro here. Not sure where he is at the moment. I think he's just off the front again. Or is he off the back? No, he's in the cars.
He doesn't seem to particularly ride very hard and seem, considering the body language, dropped.
And there's 14 riders trying to get together ahead of the peloton.
Now we're going to make some decisions here. Now we're going to see who's strong and who's not. The Spanish are still there with lots and lots of riders. For Denmark, this is Michael Valgren Andersen. Wow, that is absolutely amazing. He's a first-year professional. He's the Danish national champion in his category, and he is here with Alessandro De Marchi and Cyril Gauthier. What a year for Michael Valgren. He did the Vuelta a España, and that is going to be such a fantastic bike race in the future, and he already is at the moment, being the age that he is.
Yep, well, De Marchi is coming off a stellar season, the back boy from Italy. This could be the culmination of a great season if he can hold them all off. He is the climber in the group. De Marchi there, trying to go ahead, and the other Gauthier, Michael Valgren, 3 trying to reach them.
Navardauskas is there for Lithuania. The Honey Badger, as his nickname is. Just look it up on YouTube. It's a very funny clip about the Honey Badger.
I know all about the Honey Badger. I get trouble by them in Africa.
Well, the place where I live, we don't really have honey badgers, Phil. We have rabbits.
Oh, they'd eat those.
Well, then it's good that we don't have honey badgers.
Indeed.
Anyway.
We've also got out the Vasil Kirienka's gone forward in that little group of 3 chasers. I haven't seen him.
This is Albacini with Erviti or Joni Zagiri.
Still coming together. Well, Joni Zagiri, he crashed, and I don't know whether he ever got back.
Of course not. That's true.
So the 3 riders are chasing. Esteban Chavez of Colombia is up there. And also trying to bridge out with them is Sergei Chernetsky of the Russian team.
Here's Gauthier having trouble keeping the wheel of Alessandro De Marchi, while Michael Valgren Andersen just determines the pace there.
Look at Andersen's drive here.
He's absolutely amazing, Phil. Michael Valgren Andersen, a first-year professional. And if you look at like 10 years ago, first-year professionals had absolutely no say in the professional peloton. But they are here, guys like Bob Jungels, but also this Michael Valgren Andersen. They already have big success in their first year as a professional, and that was unheard of in the past.
We can't get a camera in that little gap. There's 3 riders trying to get across to them here. Pretty sure Vasil Kirienka is one of them, plus the Russian Esteban Chavez.
Race Radio just called that Vincenzo Nibali is dropped from this group. That is no surprise, considering the fact that he crashed.
Well, this is the problem. They've got to get the men over the top to get into the sprint finish, and a few seconds gap is all they need here. And again, that's a huge peloton down there. The opportunists who take the chances could well steal the title. Any one of these moves now could be successful. And just how many times, how many hits can the riders take in the peloton here? DeMarchi driving, what an end to the year that would be if this man could win.
Well, BMC would be pretty pleased if he did.
This is the Italian bend. We've lost 2 Italians on this bend.
Oh, don't go there, Alessandro. Don't go there.
That's it. No, he's made it safely. He's okay.
So 3 leaders: Alessandro De Marchi, Michael Valgren Andersen, Cyril Gauthier.
On to the next climb for the leaders now. Cannondale rider for his stage win and just deserves DeMarchi in the Vuelta. He's on the 7th day of the race, having come off a stellar Tour de France when he rode with the best climbers, but he lost out in the King of the Mountain in the end to Rafa Majka. 18 seconds is the gap. That may not be enough yet, but they have to keep the pressure on, and the pack continually changing at the front here. Every time up the hill it kind of disintegrates, then they get together on the descent. There still are some strong riders there. Looking here at Cyril Gauthier at the back. He seems to have settled back in. The Europe car rider, when he rides for his professional team.
Well, Gauthier says no to Alessandro De Marchi. What pulls here at the back together with Tiago Machado for the Portuguese team, and also Petr Vakoc for the Czech Republic, all the way at the back here.
Kenyuk's come almost to the back on the top left of our picture here from that front group.
Alexander Kolovnev, former Russian champion, still there.
Oh, here's Kirienka. As he's pedalled across the gap and heading up towards the breakaway of 3. I think he must have dropped Chavez and the Russian.
Very familiar sight last year in the Tour de France at the helm of the peloton, Vasil Kirienka. You could just like have a cannon next to his head and his facial expression would still not change.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And he's such a tenacious rider, and he's always good towards the end of a tough day. That's when he comes into his own.
Cancellara is there on the left side of the road with Danilo Wies. Also Kwiatkowski still quite up at front, and it is Peter Sagan there.
He's still kept himself in the picture and done nothing at all, but he's still there.
Boasson Hagen.
Well, if Kirienka gets over, he could be the strength that little group needs up front.
Oh, he has got a huge engine.
Look at this man. He rides on the Sky team, normally in defence of Sky. Now he's free to fly for himself. No wins this year for him. The reason is he's always in the service of others in the big races. He's never had a place in the road race, but he's twice finished 4th in the World Time Trial Championships and
including
a bronze medal as well, including this year for a 4th. Yeah. These are the 3 leaders setting the pace. DeMarchi doing a lot of work on the front, on his favourite playground when we're going uphill.
Little reaction from the Spanish team there coming. Oh, the Spanish need to do something. Haven't done a pretty great deal up to now. The Italians are going to counter that attack. They see the danger in the guy riding away. We have to identify, but from a helicopter shot, that's absolutely impossible. These are our 4 leaders, with Kirienka joining De Marchi, Valgren Andersen. Wow, head off to him.
Gauthier is
and
really,
Gauthier.
Look at the face of Gauthier, the youngster. He's really suffering, but he knows if he can hang on just for a little bit longer, the road tips down, it'd be okay.
Kirienka not just there yet. Albassini also following there on your screen, trying to bridge to this breakaway. There's Albassini.
Oh, Kirienka is just losing 8 seconds over the climb.
This is Dani Moreno, followed by Clark. Albacini. This is Esteban Chavez. For the Belgians, it's is it Sepp van Marken again?
He's a big guy. I must say that Chavez there.
It is Sepp van Marken. Castroviejo is there for Spain.
Man.
This is Danny Moreno, Simon Clark, and then Warren Barguil for the French. And then the Polish, they have only one rider left. That's Maciej Paterski, as Bakelands now leads the peloton. Only Maciej Paterski left for Kwiatkowski. Greg van Avermaet, Philippe Joubert, they're all there for the Belgians. Tom Dumoulin.
Swift has gone through there, gritting his teeth. Cancellara still there. So too is the defending world champion, still looking very, very strong. Not a bad defence for him at the moment. He's waiting to see how all of this flurry of attacks over these last laps work out, because the riders are only getting a few seconds. It's the next time round at this point, the few seconds would really count. Kirienka surely on the descent, will come up to Anderson, Gauthier and Demarchi. We head now down towards the bell this time, the end of a long day in the saddle, which started just 6 hours ago.
Well, Nibali has not been dropped. He is in this first group, as still is Sonny Colbrelli. Do not forget that name, Sonny Colbrelli. Peter Sagan is there as he comes to sprinters. Same goes for Daryl Impey. Tony Galopin still holding his ground. Just looking a little bit further for John Degenkolb. Michael Matthews is in that first group as well. Adam Hansen managed to return to it. Reinhard Jansen van Rensburg still there for South Africa.
But the descent telling now, stretching out to nearly 1 minute.
And Nasser Bouhanni just holding on to that group all the way at the back.
Well, if he's holding on this time, he won't be taking part in the sprint next, I don't think.
No, it's going to be very tough.
50 seconds the gap. Racing down now on this very quick descent into the last 2 kilometers of the stage next time around.
About a month ago, I said John Degenkolb, but that was after his fantastic first win in the Vuelta. I said there's no doubt in my mind that John Degenkolb is going to win this World Championships. He came over that mountain in 22nd position, just ahead of Philippe Joubert and Tom Bonen. Well, that's great company to be in. 2 guys that already have a world title to their name. And after the win of Jonas Bokolo, after the win in the junior time trial by Lennart Kammer, after the time trial World Championships by Lisa Brennau, the Germans have another very big chance here with John Degenkolb.
First, they've got to catch these 3 who are doing pretty well out there. They've lost a couple of seconds of their advantage. The peloton coming downhill. Demarchi, Gauthier, Anderson. All safely around that right sweeper there through the S's.
And of course, Alexander Kristoff also still in that first group. This is going to be a very exciting last lap around this circuit in Ponferrada.
That's Barguil still ahead of the peloton, but not by very much now.
Nope, I'm not working. I'm not working, says Gauthier. Well, Valgren wants to work, but Gauthier is absolutely doing nothing. If you see him taking over this group, you see that there's nothing to it, and Valgren Anderson takes over immediately.
The thing is that Gauthier can't work. He just hasn't got it. He's hanging on at the moment. Kirienka coming through now. This man will work. This is a real strong addition to the break. They do well to let him come through. And Demarchi taking a good look who is coming across. And Vasil Kirienka, look at him with his zip fully down there. 6 hours they've been racing now. 1 lap to go. The bell this time.
Only for the fact of Vasil Kirienka, to see him smile, I would love to have him on the podium. I've never in my life seen Vasil Kirienka smile. There's always that same serious, focused look on his face on the bike. And he's a workhorse. He does such a great job for Team Sky, for Froome and for Wiggins as well.
There we are, 1 lap to go. There's still a lot of cyclists in this World Championship hunt at the moment, but they've got to bring these 3 back. Demarchi, Gauthier, Anderson, and Kirienka now getting across the gap.
The peloton are in the home straight, Phil, at the moment. They are at about 400 meters to go.
And there's a little split off the front of that peloton too as they try to go. Chavez is still there. Simon Clark is still up there for Australia. The bell for them this time.
Same goes for Sepp van Marken. It's Castroviejo for the Spanish, Albacini for the Swiss, and Dani Moreno for the Spanish. They are looking at each other, and the peloton is led by Maciej Paterski for Poland. Paul Martins there for Germany. And Daniele Benatti as well.
Tense faces this time through. Any one of these riders could win the World Championship, and they know it. Albacini pushing on in that group, but they're not going to hold off the peloton this time.
I don't think you can hand out bottles at the moment, but
yeah, you can, but not at the next one up the hill. Well, they're going to sweep up those little groups that have got away up the climb, but can they contain the attacks on the next time up the climb now? Nobody will feel safe taking all of these riders down to the finish, and these are the 4 leaders up front: Demarchi, Gautier, Anderson and Kirienka. Well, Demarchi's got the strength of the Italian team to block for him behind. They won't react to this. They've got a man in a situation here, and Demarchi is a very strong man on the hills.
Empty bottle there for Cyril Gautier. He might rue it that he didn't take one.
I'm just thinking though that Kirienka, how many times has he been in a win situation like this and it hasn't happened?
Well, it doesn't happen a lot for domestiques to win, but when they do, it makes it all the sweeter. And just for the fact of seeing a smile on Vasil Kirienka's face.
Yeah, and to put the world champion's jersey on and ride in Team Sky, oh, they'll feel it was a British winner. Peloton at 40 seconds. Now we've got Alexander Anderson on the front there. The peloton still massive, 100 riders in this pack. So they fall out onto the course now, lining up for the last climb past the 12th century Templar Castle. Still, the men we would have expected not at the front of this race. They're still in the pack. They're gambling on the last climb up the hill to break the field, and Kirienka, not surprisingly, gets the turbo going at the front.
39 seconds for this for Vasil Kirienka, Alessandro Demarchi, Michael Valgren Andersen and Cyril Gautier. 4 World Tour riders, one very young Dane who is in here in the midst of the action. An exceptional talent.
I think the pressure will go on the climb. I think that might unhitch Gautier.
It's 3 Spaniards and 1 Brit. They believe in the chances of Ben Swift, and so do I.
It comes down to a sprint finish, yes. And Michael Matthews is still in here. We haven't seen him at all.
Rui Costa being there in 6th, 7th position for Portugal.
Such a different championship to 1 year ago, this.
John Degenkolb keeping himself safe there at the front of the pack. Albacini working for Cancellara.
Gap is holding. 38 seconds the spread.
And this is of course a big disadvantage for Fabian Cancellara, because he only has Michael Albacini to do the work and Danilo Wies, but I don't think Danilo Wies is still in this group. And that's the big disadvantage of being from Switzerland, because they only have 3 riders in this championship.
Last time past the castle, the crowd will now have to watch it on television once the peloton go by. There's a 96-man bunch chasing these 4 riders. We'll get the actual time as they start the climb. Kirienka swings off. Gautier just doesn't go through. I don't think he can go through. I think on this climb he will probably be left.
Look at how stretched out that peloton is, led by the Spanish team. And also by
35 seconds. Valverde taking close order at the front now. So to the defending champion, Ferrari da Costa. These are the riders now. Degenkolb through in 16th. Gilbert right behind him. Kwiatkowski in 18th. Bonen, the last champion in Spain, is there.
And for South Africa, both Reinhard Janssen van Rensburg and Daryl Impey are in this first group, doing a very good job for South Africa. Albacini.
Well, this course has not broken this field up yet. There's still an awful lot of riders can win this title.
If we get over that hill and it comes to a sprint of a big group. Of course, Daryl Impey is going to be all the way there.
There'll be desperate moments on the last climbs now as they try just they know 10 seconds over the top of the Mirador can be victory at the bottom. It has happened already since Friday. Boystrom of Norway did it. Gautier sat here at the back. I think he's genuinely tired. I don't believe he's blocking for his team behind or anything. No tactics here. He's hanging on.
Navadauskas, also a very dangerous rider, still in this group for Lithuania. He is on his own, of course. It's not a big country when it comes to cycling, but Ramūnas Navadauskas is a very great grand bike racer.
And a good sprinter.
And a good sprinter as well. The Spanish just need to rip this apart on that climb if they want to give Valverde a shot for the title.
There's going to be a feeling of a panic in that peloton now. They know that the rides are going to hit each other on this next climb. It has to happen, and it has to happen early on. The Italians are massing at the front. The Spanish and Valverde's their big hope. Rodriguez may not like the way into the finish. Valverde, I think, is still the man to look at here. It's a perfect run in for him.
The Italians have come to the front here.
I don't see Nibali there though. Aru's here, I don't see Nibali.
Aru's the first one for the Italians in this group, following the Spanish rider, who I think is... I
think it might be Castabia.
Again, yes.
Yeah. That's the gap. And the World Championship is closing 13 kilometers.
It's been halved in the last 4 kilometers. It was 40 seconds over the line. It's only 20 now, with Kirienka doing all the work and Gautier doing nothing because he can't do it anymore.
Who is going to reach them first? Long straight road here. The Spanish continue to grit their teeth and chase. The Italians won't come forth yet. They've still got De Marchi in with a reasonable chance of success. They're going to just sit there and wait for somebody else to take up the chase and then go with them. Advantage Italy as far as tactics are concerned. Germany beginning to move back into the thick of the action here. The Belgians still look very strong in those blue jerseys.
Paul Martens for the Germans, followed by John Degenkolb.
Look at his face, he's just gone behind now.
Nibali is on Aru's wheel.
And dropped at the back. Sylvain Chavanel, the Frenchman, has gone. French national time trial champion, dropped at the rear.
Tom Dumoulin on the left side of your screen. Paul Martens looking at John Degenkolb, with Aru doing very good work for Nibali, and also Daniele Benatti. They might even play Daniele Benatti in this game today.
When he packs a sprint, he would be a surprise world champion.
At his age.
Twilight years, yes. But nothing's impossible the way this race is going. These boys haven't got a lot more left in them. If you saw the face of John Degenkolb there. It's still 18 seconds, and the Spanish are getting rather desperate.
The Belgians are just sitting there. Degenkolb is there in second position for the Germans. And Greg van Avermaet still there, up there with Philippe Gilbert.
Latest guy to go off the back is Albacini.
And for Spain, Jonathan Castroviejo.
The man that's been setting the pace to try and close the gap. He's gone as well. I'm afraid when your legs go this time, you're off the back. This is still very much on at the moment. They are not getting them just yet. There's a lot of rides at the back of that peloton and no longer part of this World Championship. They're just being taken to the finish.
The Germans have a pretty strong group there with Degenkolb.
Cancellara just at the bottom of our picture with the red white cross.
With Van Avermaet and Gilbert. Alexander Christoph just behind Cancellara.
And Cancellara set his whole season out on a victory here.
There's Simon Gerrans.
Gerrans
eating
on the left, just stoking up for tonight perhaps.
That's the seasoned pro. If you think about eating at 12k from the finish, then you know your job.
Hans van Rensburg sneaking up on the left of our picture. Relying heavily on the work of the Spanish now to pull this race together. It's a typical Valverde finish, this, an opportunist attack near the end from the Spanish time trial champion.
Lars-Petter Nordhaug looking for Alexander Kristoff there.
Well, they're saying this peloton is down to 62 riders, and that in itself is huge at this stage of the championship. They're still in the backdrop here. These boys still have a hope. It's spoiling the organisation of the bunch here because they're desperate moments. A moment's hesitation and these four won't be seen. They'll turn off onto the steeper section for the last time of the Confederación. Watching here, Jon Izagirre, the champion of Spain. And he's been yo-yoing on and off for the last couple of laps. How much longer can he keep the pace making here as we go down to look at the men that matter from Spain? There's still plenty of them there. Rodriguez is the far left of our picture. He wears number 13.
Wout Poels hanging on there for the Dutch, but only barely. The Dutch have absolutely made a completely wrong decision in taking the entire climbing squad into Spain.
Well, number 50 there, you might have caught a glimpse of him on the far right of the pack. He was, as we looked at it from behind, is Michael Matthews. If he gets over these two hills, he might well pack the winning sprint. The under-23 world champion of 2010 could be the world elite champion of 2014. Only the second Australian if he does that, behind Cadel Evans. Kirienka starting to pull a little bit of pace now as he tries to keep the pressure on. They're not getting across this gap. It's still 14 seconds. We're going to switch off up the climb at the steepest part of the climb in a moment.
It's the Belgians now together with the Italians.
Well, 60 riders it was, but they're still coming stretched to the limit at the tail of that peloton.
UCI Commissaire Philippe Marien, he's in charge of all the rules here.
Yes, and he's seeing a terrific battle now to try and reach the leaders here. That's Viti hanging on at the back, so the Spanish have lost another man. The Italians lining up. Anybody who comes to set the pace, they just block off the second rider. They don't hamper the chase so much by the rider, but nobody else can come through.
Greg van Avermaet sacrificing here with Aru, with Nibali. Look at Kristoff, he's there just behind Lars-Petter Nordhaug. And Warren Barguil is doing one hell of a job here. But for who?
Maybe for himself. Barguil is the rider off to the left of our picture in the dark colours of France. But they're all giving it their best, but it's just one-on-one. They're not closing the gap any moment. It's 13 seconds.
John Degenkolb is absolutely gritting his teeth there amidst those three Germans just behind the Squadra Azzurri of Italy.
Yep.
The Italians have strength in numbers. There's their sixth man coming to the front now.
Well, Degenkolb did this on the stage of the Vuelta a España. He really gritted his teeth over the climb. They couldn't get rid of him, and he won the day.
It's over for them.
Well, it's foreshortened. It's still 12 seconds, that gap, and Gautier just hangs on, the little limpet at the back there, locked in. He offers no help at all. He just cannot lift the ante at all, Gautier, sitting there.
More firepower from the Belgians now. They are going to help out.
I must say, I've never seen the Belgians ride quite so well for a long time. They're riding very well, the Belgians, today.
One rider left for Ireland. I think it's Roach.
It's Roach, it's Nicholas Roach down there on the far left, I think.
And where is Peter Sagan? Well, one more second if it comes to the GPS now, but we're going to see them on our intermediate timing very soon.
And then we're going to fly down towards the dam head for the last time, and then onto the Mirador. And once over the Mirador, if they've got this sort of a gap,
it's all or nothing.
They can take it to the finish. The Italians done a good job, but there's now reinforcement. This is a little flick off up the hill now. This is where it's steepest. This is where somebody must really try and kick away.
Here are 4 leaders: Alessandro De Marchi for Italy, Vasil Kirienka for Belarus, Michael Valgren Andersen for Denmark, and Cyril Gauthier for France. But Gauthier seems to be cooked and has been for quite a few kilometers now.
It's a very tenacious rider, I'll give him that. As he hangs on at the back here, waiting for the 250 kilometre to the top of the Mirador, the next check.
8 seconds, race radio says the gap is between these 4, and you can see Gauthier looking. Who is still there for my team, for Les Bleus?
Now this is the run down, and it's going to have to take some risks as they race down towards the crossing of the dam head. The peloton will take risks, as they must do. 8 seconds the gap now, they're coming. It's going to become the battle of the Mirador climb to decide the championship, it appears. This is the last S's before they go over the dam wall. In the distance there, Gauthier just making sure he can see the way round. De Marchi in second wheel. Still Kirienka. They're saying it's 6 seconds now as they get round the corner. These 4 have got round safely, but 6 seconds, absolutely nothing. And they're right too, because that's the same corner, and the peloton are almost on them.
Michał Kwiatkowski.
Well, he's playing his cards, and this is why they made the move.
This is a good moment,
Phil. He must
Phil.
feel good. Well, if they're all fully extended, yes, it is a good moment, but he's taking a gamble here to go alone. 6.8 kilometers to go. He's got to catch the boys up front as well.
Very exciting this is. Who is going to take the rainbow jersey home? Rui Costa wore it for a year. Who's going to be its new wearer? Yesterday was Pauline Ferrand-Prévot winning the women's race. She did that in a sprint of a reduced group,
which came together a kilometre out, and we could be in a similar situation. De Marchi.
Too much watching in this group, as Kwiatkowski has reached the 4. 5 leaders now, but the peloton is straight there, led by the Spanish.
He's going to just take a deep breath and I think jump on the steeper sector. He's got to try. He's got to try. Second overall in the recent Tour of Britain, so he's got the form. He led the race for a couple of days.
He has been over-raced this year by his team, Kwiatkowski, but he, like you said, refound the form just ahead of these World Championships.
See, these riders are sensing that it won't be a group sprint as they try to open these gaps. Pressure too much. This is the steep climb now up the Mirador, but it's only very short, and the peloton are bringing, I can't believe it, some 55 riders towards the finish here. Look at the face of Kwiatkowski now in the colours of Poland instead of his Omega Pharma Quick Step. So he launches the pressure here. 5.8 to go.
Michael Valgren Andersen, Alessandro De Marchi, the only ones to follow at the moment.
Andersen, the only one able to hang on, and he's not, because the elastic is stretched here. This is the big do-or-nothing win for Poland, and what a result it would be after the work of the Polish riders all day, and they're virtually all out of the race now. They've left it to Kwiatkowski.
Only Maciej Paterski is there at the front of the bunch, where we see an attack from Spain.
Now,
Kwiatkowski is suffering, but he is an expert bike rider. He knows how to.
At this stage of the race.
He knows how to go down on that descent. He has very good bike skills.
5.4 kilometers to become the first ever Polish winner of the World Elite Championship. The whole field, though, sweeping up the rest of the race here now. 18 seconds he's pulled out. Is he stealing the thunder of the Spanish, the Australians, the Italians? They're going to have to start chasing now.
Well, the Spanish only have one rider there at the first, at the front of the peloton, and nobody's doing anything. And this is a great move, and it was a fantastic moment decided by Michal Kwiatkowski. Is this Rodriguez?
It's Caruso, I think, who's made a move. We'll find out as he goes over the timing system, but he's gone just before the summit. There's the remnants of the break. They've been passed now. Not sure where Kirienka's gone.
This must be either Rodriguez or Dani Moreno, followed by, is it Gilbert?
It looks like that's definitely Gilbert there. And Simon Gerrans right behind as well.
And
last
Valverde.
desperate moments. Valverde's there too, you're right.
It's Philippe Gilbert. Gilbert.
He launches for Belgium now as they come up. This is Kwiatkowski in the front. Philippe Gilbert is trying to hunt him down. He's got Gerrans with him as well, who's the most shrewdest tactician in bike races. Kwiatkowski goes over the top. How much are we going to give him? Valverde on the right of our picture here now.
Greg van Avermaet just trying to hold on there, but it's Valverde, Gerrans, Philippe Gilbert.
Well, I'll tell you what.
And Bauke Mollema, Rui Costa.
The proximity here of the other riders. You can see Bohani has just gone through in 10th place. Well, they gave him 10th here, but 9th, whatever. He's still right there. And I'll tell you, if they take him down to the finish, then I think it'll be job done in the sprint.
Also for France is Tony Galopin, and the world champion is up there. But first we have a leader, and his name is Michal Kwiatkowski.
And what a tribute this would be to the team that rode the hearts out for about 6 laps on the front to keep everything together for this man. And he certainly played his card to try and do as best he can.
This is our chase group with Simon Gerrans, with Philippe Gilbert, with Alejandro Valverde.
Gilbert just piles on the pressure here. He's giving Kwiatkowski now 14 seconds on the course. Now, is the dangerous rider, is this still Valgren who's kept in the attack? Because I haven't got him at all just at the moment. But there's no doubt who this man is, and this is Kwiatkowski trying to steal the show on the last lap. Well-timed attack, dry roads to the run down back into Ponferrada to bring an end a week of World Championship cycling. Valverde is the rider from Spain.
Galopin coming back. Greg van Avermaet looking, there he is.
Philippe Gilbert, he's been a world champion before. This is a course for him, he knew it was.
Matti Breschel is there for Denmark. Matti Breschel, the winner of the Tour of Luxembourg this year.
Peloton have come together at the back. There's still that little group trying to get onto the tail here. This will put John Degenkolb back in with a chance of a sprint win. Also Michael Matthews. But this group trying to spoil it for them now as they push it down towards the last couple of kilometres of the race. Philippe Gilbert, Alejandro Valverde, the two riders here leading the chase. Gerrans just gapped a little bit there.
But still leading Michal Kwiatkowski.
Oh, a little bit of a speed wobble, but he's come off that bend, clips the barriers, drives towards the finish. This will be the most emphatic of victories if he can get it. Valverde revving up here now.
Followed by Philippe Gilbert. Also, Tony Galopin is there for France.
Galopin is the Frenchman. He's had a great season. Maillot jaune in the Tour de France, stage winner.
Oh, they're coming in fast now, but still led by Poland, by Michal Kwiatkowski after 6.5 hours of racing.
This is the gap. It looks from this distance, though, it might well be enough. They're just over a kilometre and a bit from the finish here. Kwiatkowski that little bit closer. The face of Gilbert here. There's no thought of Gilbert saving anything for the sprint. He is riding his heart out to keep this race together. And the man who could well finish up the winner will be Tony Galopin. There's Kwiatkowski. He's heading for the kilometre sign. The pack are reforming, but the camera foreshortens the lens here. Gilbert grits his teeth. Galopin is in this group as well. For France in the dark colours. It's been his season this year. Valverde's dropped to the back. He's going to have to jump sooner or later. This is desperately close. Just a second from the end, there's Greg van Avermaet. Simon Gerrans, the opportunist who wins only big races, that Australian, and he's right there. Gilbert grits his teeth. This is the swing now, but coming up the home straight, is this the first ever Polish man to win the World Elite Championships? They're lining up the sprint behind, and the hesitation may be the victory margin required here by Kwiatkowski. Mikel Kwiatkowski, the 24-year-old, hanging on as the sprint opens up with Galopin and Van Avermaet. Valverde trying to get on the mix as well, so too is Matti Breschel coming through, but it's all too late. He better keep going, but he's feeling he's done it as he comes over the line. Kwiatkowski, what a brilliant day for the Poles, have got it on the line. And an incredible result.
It was the exact right time to go.
And what a day of great team tactics by Poland there. They rode the hearts out for one man. They're all watching from the pits now as they're seeing Kwiatkowski deliver for Poland the first ever gold medal for Poland in these championships.
Yesterday.
And Simon Gerrans, by the way, who has had a brilliant season, goes through in second place, a silver medal for Australia, and Alejandro Valverde in the same position he was a year ago. The
Another
bronze medal
podium.
for him.
Another podium
Another
for Valverde
podium.
and another World Championships missed. I love that, the fact that just like yesterday with Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, that moment they realized that they are the best rider in the world, that they are going to be in that rainbow jersey. And Patrick Lefevere, he has his world title.
Yes, and he has another wonderful result from a rider of the Amiga Pharma Quick-Step squad. Today, of course, riding in his country colours of Poland, and Polish riders on rival trade teams really drove this race for him. It tactics which seemed so strange at the time, but they put him in a position, and then when it came to the last section, he took his chance and he went. And that was a most brilliantly well-taken championship for Michael Kwiatkowski, 24 years of age. This year he's finished 5th in the Amstel Gold Classic. He's finished 3rd in the Flèche Wallonne, 3rd in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. He won the national time trial champion of his country, but this one is the big one. At 24 years of age, the champion of the world. And how's that for confidence? Freewheeling to the line while they battled out, with Gerrans getting the silver medal on our left as Valverde takes another 3rd place.
4th place, Matti Breschel. 5th place, Greg van Avermaet. Tony Galopin in 6th, Philippe Joubert in 7th, Alexander Christophe in 8th, John Degenkolb in 9th, and Nasser Bouhanni is 10th. All the names we expected: Cancellara, Ben Swift, Sonny Colbrelli, Michael Matthews, Ramunas Navardauskas, Daryl Impey, and then the first for Poland, Maciej Paterski. The last one to stay with his team leader comes in 17th.
At the end of the day, an average speed of over 39 kilometers an hour. Only 57 riders at this moment have crossed the finishing line, when it looked like we were going to have a sprint of 100. That last lap took its toll.
Going so fast you can't even see him cross the line.
That was him.
But when I saw that attack field on that descent, or just ahead of the last climb, you saw that was the decisive move. He is such a race-savvy guy. He took all the risks he could take on the descent, and he held off that chasing group with Valverde, with Gerrans, with Matti Breschel, Greg van Avermaet, Philippe Joubert and Tony Galopin.
Well, only the 11th win of a career, which began when the World Championships were being held in 2010 in Geelong in Australia. And here we are now, a world champion, 4 years on after his debut as a pro. Started winning in February. He won the Tour de Algarve that month. He won the Strada Blanca, which is a terrific race on bad roads. He held the lead in Tirreno Adriatico for a couple of days. He got 3rd in Liège-Bastogne-Liège during April. Took a rest in May, won the time trial championship in June, and now in September, after a 2nd place finish in the Tour of Britain, he's come here with great legs to win the world title.
What a year of cycling has been for Poland, with Kwiatkowski, but also with Rafa Majka.
Absolutely. Yeah, King of the Mountains, first ever King of the Mountains from Poland in the Tour de France. Now we have the first ever elite professional world champion from that country, as we confirm the situation at the line. Simon Gerrans lived up well to his favourite tag, just a 2nd behind, beating Alejandro Valverde, Matti Breschel, Greg van Avermaet, another rider who almost achieves there, 5th for him this time. Nasser Bouhanni, had it come together, might have won, crossed the line in 10th place. Looking now, Nicholas Roach, the last surviving Irishman to finish in that leading group, crossing the line in 26th place. Warren Barguil, 19th. And after a great ride in the break, Michael Valgren Anderson finished in 20th place. The defending world champion has crossed the line. I presume these are provisional, but has crossed the line in 23rd today.
Well, it's so incredibly hard to keep and defend a title. Bettini did it in the past, but it's really difficult.
And Michael Matthews, the other sprint favourite, finishing 14th in that chase group. Big group of riders coming over the line, just 7 seconds off the pace, and Alexander Kristoff of Norway leading them home. Would it have been for the gold medal if they'd have caught this man and the group just behind? But everybody always said the last climb, the strongest will survive. This man gambled a little bit early, caught them on one leg. He went before that climb, survived and won. I feel a little bit sorry for Valverde in his home ground of Spain.
Is this his 6th podium, or might even be his 7th podium?
In the World Championship, he was 3rd last year. He was 3rd the year before, which is 3rd in a row, 3rd for Alejandro Valverde. He was 3rd in Salzburg in 2006 as well.
It's harsh. It's really, really harsh for Alejandro Valverde.
Well, he did break it up because he finished 2nd when the championships were last held in Spain, in Madrid, behind Tom Bonan. He also finished 2nd in 2003 when the championships were held in Hamilton, in Canada. 5 places before today. Now it's 6 podium places, and he's still looking for that elusive World Championship.
4 times 3rd, 2 times 2nd for Valverde, and closest to a world title he came last year in Italy, but still not to be for the man from Spain. Not a world title in front of his home crowd as it starts raining again here in Ponferrada. The title is going to Poland. Polska, after all the work that the 9-man team did today, they are going to celebrate. Not a huge amount of money in it for the winner, but the good thing is they get to split it.
Well, what he gets, he keeps, and that is the rainbow jersey of world champion. We'll see that in action throughout next season. And he'll be a marked man now, 24 years of age, his talent never in doubt. And Poland get the 2nd medal of these championships. There he is, and we'll try and get a word with him any time now as he settles down as world champion.
The first medal for the Polish team was by Agnieszka Skalniak in the women's junior road race. But this is the big one.
Michal, congratulations. You did an incredible descent. Tell us about the last kilometers.
You know, I was just feeling great on the last lap because, you know, I'm really thankful to my mates. You know, what they did from the beginning is just incredible. You know, I just felt great on the final, and I was just going for the win, and I tried to risk, you know, because I saw some of the riders, they are still calculating before the last time. I didn't, and I won, and that's incredible, you know.
Your last straight was fantastic. How did you resist to the bunch of sprinters?
Oh, you know, I know that I was looking for, you know, 2 days ago I was watching the under-23 race, and I knew that it's possible to arrive in the smaller group, and especially with the rain we had today, it was really risky, and yeah, you know, I just did my effort on the last climb, and I had a little bit of gap in the front of on the riders, and that's incredible. It's just, you know, I cannot believe it still.
The Poles, I mean, the Polish team was very strong at the beginning of the race. What was the strategy?
you know, we decide just to continue riding, to stay in the front, because I said, you know, I just felt great from the start, and I said there is no time to wait. We have to, you know, keep on concentration, trying to lead the peloton, because that's our best chance. And what guys did was just amazing. I had all the time support from them till the end, and that's amazing.
This rainbow jersey is a great reward for your season. Who are you dedicating this rainbow jersey to?
I think I want to dedicate, you know, this jersey to my girlfriend Agata, to my family, and of course to Poland, because that's amazing. After such an incredible season for us, I finished like that in the World Championship. That's just amazing, you know.
Fantastic! Congratulations! Thank you very much.
Yes, he's only just 24 years of age in June, and a year ago he would have qualified to ride the under-23. Now he's the elite world champion here, and what a great ride it was by Michał Kwiatkowski. Great show of intelligence there, and he felt obliged to do something after the sterling work of the whole of his team that kept that race together throughout, kept the speed high enough, stopped people that mattered escaping, and I think virtually all bar maybe one or two of that team, they all watched from the pits the last couple of laps as they all abandoned after their efforts.
Only Maciej Paterski was in that first group.
Yeah. And the rain now, I'm afraid, coming down here at the finishing line. We'll just take you a little quick trip around the 14 circuits of 18.2 kilometers as we see the highlights here before we go to the prize presentation. It's been a long day in the saddle for everybody concerned with the championships there. That was the crash which took down Vincenzo Nibali in the blue there, falling on his left hip, the one he didn't before. Then the Polish team took control here and kept all of their riders on the front, kept the field together, while the leaders up front have built a lead of over a quarter of an hour. We had our moments with nice dry weather too as we passed the castle, but we also had the bad moments. And Tony Martin tried his luck as well as he went on the attack on lap number 11. But the race knew the danger of Tony Martin, and by lap number 12 towards the end they were bringing him back into the fold again. Then we had three riders, DeMarty, Gautier and Michael Anderson try it. Kirienka had joined them. The pressure was on. Four riders. But at the bell, it was all coming back, and quite wondering just where the winner was going to come from. Seemed we were going to have a sprint of around 60, 65 riders. Then we got the answer. A terrific tentative coming from the winner, Kwiatkowski. Valverde desperate to break out of a series of third places in this championship. He chased down, Simon Gerrans got in the mix, but they couldn't catch him. And he came down to the line and he freewheeled, and they closed right up on him, but he knew what he'd done and he'd won the world title. Simon Gerrans of Australia taking second place.
This is the moment he realizes. And he's called Kwiato by his friends, by his teammates, because, well, Kwiatkowski is quite a long name.
And the first ever World Championship in the elite class for a rider from Poland today. And they've got 2 medals out of these championships, Poland. The Australians have had a wonderful championships. They've won 8 medals, 2 gold, 4 silver.
This is the decisive move, Phil. This is where he rode away from Michael Valgren Andersen, Alessandro De Marchi, and though the gap has never been more than 9 seconds for Michał Kwiatkowski, he picked the exact right moment to attack.
He had to do it then or never, because he was taking too many strong riders. If he'd have been in that group containing Gilbert, Valverde, it might have been impossible for him to take it out in the sprint. Simon Gerrans is a very fast finisher when he's in a situation of winning something big. Personally, I think by that time I felt he'd won the race. He had the gap there. They were reorganizing, they were leaving a lot of the chase to Philippe Gilbert. And unlike in the women's race, where nobody would help each other, Gilbert just got on with the job, and that was the only reason they stayed away from the pack. For the last time, the fanfare, and let's go down now and watch the prize presentation in the men's elite road race to end a series of 12 races here in Ponferrada over the last 8 days.
Ladies and gentlemen, may we have your attention for the award ceremony of the Union Cycliste International Men's Elite Road Race World Championship.
Señoras y señores, le rogamos su atención para la ceremonia protocolaria de la Unión Ciclista Internacional en esta prueba del Campeonato del Mundo en línea masculina.
In third place and winner of the bronze medal, Alejandro Valverde from Spain.
Very popular man here in Spain. He's had a great season, but I'm afraid he's on the podium in his third place finish in these championships. He's also had 2 silvers as well. Doesn't seem too disappointing, I must say. Alejandro Valverde still smiling.
He just said, I did what I came out to do here, and that was get a medal for Spain. Gracious in defeat, but I don't think he'll be particularly happy with bronze.
And it is the only medal that Spain has won during these championships.
He said in an interview this week, this was my last chance to get a world title. Though I'm not so sure in Richmond we might see him as well.
Simon Gerrans of Australia, the Victorian from the Victorian High Country in Mansfield, always delivers, such a reliable professional cyclist. 6 wins this year, including the classic Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Came here as a favourite to win because of his 2 wins in Canada just a couple of weeks ago, the Quebec Grand Prix and the Montreal Grand Prix. Second place for Gerrans.
The gold medal and world champion Michał Kwiatkowski from Poland.
10 years younger than Simon Gerrans is this man here, as Michał Kwiatkowski receives his rainbow jersey from Brian Cookson, the president of the Union Cycliste Internationale, as the rain now comes down rather heavily. Zbigniew Spruk finished second in Plouay back in the year 2000 for Poland. Now this man's got the title for the country.
It's the exact same podium we had this year in Liège-Bastogne-Liège. Of course, it was Simon Gerrans winning it there ahead of Kwiatkowski and Valverde. But the same 3 guys are on the podium now, and it shows that it is like a classic today.
Towards the end, I guess the course was similar to the race in the Belgian Ardennes. He just can't believe it. Not sure what to do next. Well, why not just wave at the public? He just cannot believe it's him.
A 24-year-old world champion in the elite men category, a 22-year-old world champion in the women elite category. We can sure say the future's here in Ponferrada.
And there's the final confirmation. They'll make great reading in Poland tomorrow. Michał Kwiatkowski, the Polish world champion, Simon Gerrans of Australia, and Alejandro Valverde, saving the red faces of Spain by giving them a medal in these championships and in the most hard-fought race in the end here in Ponferrada. The nations who have taken individual champions this time around: Australia, Denmark, Germany, who got 3, Great Britain, France, Poland and Norway provided us with the individual world champions here in Ponferrada. I hope you've enjoyed our daily coverage throughout this 8 days of championships. 12 titles have been decided. The rain is closing off the championships, I'm afraid to say. It's absolutely pouring down now, but they have been a great championships, and as always the world champions are great bike riders. Till the next time we meet, this is Phil Liggett alongside me, Josie Bain. We'll say goodbye and we hope we see you again soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for your medalists today. Alejandro Valverde from Spain, Simon Gerrans from Australia, and the new world champion from Poland, Michał Kwiatkowski.
Vamos a dedicar ese fuerte aplauso de todo Ponferrada a los 3 mejores corredores del mundo. Medalla de bronce, Alejandro